In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Oh, thank God we're here, huh? Thank God it's finally upon us. We're done after today. Look, there are parts about the election that I'm going to miss. There are a lot of parts I'm not going to miss, and the part I'm going to be glad about the most is just the fact that we'll know. Just the fact that we'll kind of know where the next 4 years are going to be. We're going to know what the future holds, and even if the answer's not the answer we want, at least we'll have it. Welcome to the program. No Johnny. Johnny did say he's going to be a little late. Hasn't been feeling well the last couple of days. I told him, I said, just take an hour, take the day, take whatever. If you're not feeling well, shit. Let me know. I can just, fly solo for today. But, he's a trooper.
I'm here.
And he wants to do the show. All right, let's bring him back up. There we go. There he is. Live and in effect. Yesterday, Zoom just wouldn't open. I click Zoom. I get the little spinny wheel. Nothing opens up. Problem is, I always open up Zoom about 5 or 10 minutes before the show starts, and I'm not restarting the computer with 5 or 10 minutes left to go before the show. I'm very anal retentive about my process before the show begins, and there's a period where literally I just have to sit here for about 10 minutes. I sit here, I get comfortable, I click around, I look at useless shit, and it centers me. It makes me feel good. And Zoom wasn't working yesterday, so already I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on here? And I'm like, well, I know what would fix it, but we'll just go ahead and fly solo for today. But Johnny's back, and we have obviously so much to talk about today. Here's the deal. I'm coming up with tears for election night coverage tonight. And I want to go till 2 in the morning. I want to go the whole way. I really do. We're just going to basically put a price tag on it. We knock out this morning. We knock out tonight. Not in today's show. We knock out today's show today. We knock out tonight's show tonight. I'll go till 2 in the morning, and I'm really hoping we have a winner by then. And then we're going to start tacking on weird shit, man. If more money starts coming in, somebody said this morning in the chat, they said, Steel Toe's hitting the quint today. If we hit the quints between this morning's show and tonight's show, I'm going to say that I'll do the election night coverage into the morning show hours. I don't know if I can go 7 p.m. tonight to 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Unless Johnny gave me like an hour or two to lay down on the couch and he took over for a little bit. I don't know. Like if he came on a little early in the morning, like 5:30.
I don't even know if an hour will be enough, man. I think if you go down for an hour, getting you back up will be interesting.
I think if I got 2, I would be okay. If I got 2, like if I went down from 5 to 7, I could get to 10, and then I could go back to bed. But things have been tight. We've been stacking a lot of L's lately, so I don't really know if a quint. I don't know if we're gonna hit it, man. I just don't know if it's in the cards. Here's what I'm looking for. I just want to keep pace. Again, thank you to Matthew yesterday. Matthew threw in $100 after the morning show was over. So luckily, we only took like a $30 loss yesterday, which is a lot better than $130. But we have, I was counting it up, and since last Monday, I believe we have had more losses than wins in the morning. Now, some of those shows, the evening show made it up, but like the actual morning show itself, we've had more losses than wins since last Monday. That's fucking banana. That's crazy. That's never happened before for this program. So let's avoid it today. The links are in the chat. 330 is the number for this morning. I say if we knock out this morning, that guarantees we go till 2 in the morning for the election coverage tonight. If we knock out tonight's goal, we'll hang around until things are either determined or they determine that nothing's going to be determined. And then I think if we knock out tomorrow morning's goal during the election show, if we knock out 3 goals today, then, no, I think we have to knock out, here's the deal. We have to knock out election night, Wednesday morning, Wednesday night for me to go until 10 a.m. on Wednesday morning, just like straight through, because then I'd have to take Wednesday night off or I'd die. I would die. Not literally, of course, figuratively. People are saying Rumble isn't working. Fucking hell. Well, Restream did this thing where Christ. Restream did this thing where it's not like it doesn't recognize Rumble anymore. Oh, shit. Fuck me. I didn't activate it. That's why Rumble isn't working. I would have to stop and restart, and I don't know if it's worth it to stop and restart for this. Well, also, fucking Restream did this stupid bullshit where now if you go, because Restream doesn't have Rumble on it.
Right.
And so I wonder if I could add another channel and just get it on there real quick. Like if I go right here, I'm sorry about this, guys. This is really unprofessional. Restream did this thing where the custom RTMP or whatever, you can't do it. You can't change it anymore. You have to keep opening a new one. It's fucking retarded. I hate when these sites that work just fine start just changing shit.
Right, because there was nothing you needed to fix.
Right. And now they've made it worse. Here we go. There. That should now, well, it still says offline.
Yeah, but it takes a minute to catch.
All right, there we go. Let's see if we'll see if Rumble fires up now. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I'm really sorry if it doesn't, guys. Then I fucked it up. Just go to YouTube. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Hold on. Let's see if we're live. Let's see if we're on.
Yeah, we're on, according to this.
Rumble's on?
According to mine, because it pulled up an ad thing. And we've got a timer.
That's a very Rumble thing to hear.
Yeah, no, if we weren't on, there wouldn't be an ad. No, we're on. I can see us.
Yes! We did it. We're on Rumble. All right, guys, thank you very much. Sorry to start off that way. Hey, this is a great election day donation to start with. Ready? Michael with $17.76 on PayPal. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Look at the big goofy smile on my face when a fucking dono in the 4 digits comes in. That's dollars and cents, not. I mean, if we had a fucking 4-digit dollar donation, I'd see your fat ass tonight, or see my fat ass tonight. Thank you very much for that, Michael. 315 is our number this morning. Get it, kill it, crush it. Let's have a great election day today. I'm glad it's here.
I'll be glad when it's over.
Well, will you?
No,
will
depending
you?
on the outcome.
Yeah,
but
will you? How's this last 4 years been for you?
I mean, I just mean in terms of like prepping a show. I'm tired of election stuff, and I'm tired of everyone being like, "Oh, these people are going to riot, or those people are going to riot." I just want it to be over.
You just want to see who's going to riot.
Yeah, I want to see who's going to riot.
Yeah.
Like a lot of very, very liberal cities are ready for rioting, and I'm like, you guys, like if Trump loses, you think you'd be celebrating, but then again, the way that LA celebrates after the Dodgers won the World Series, I was like, well,
maybe they got it out of their system.
I doubt it.
Everybody's one-handed now from blowing their hands off from fireworks, so they're out. They're done. But look, man, I just want to know who's going to win. I was dicking around upstairs thinking about the election. I got back from SP's nice and early today, so I had a little extra time. I'm dicking around upstairs, playing with the dog, letting him out, everything else. And I'm thinking about the election, and I finally settled on my answer of what's going to happen. I'm 52. I tried to figure out a percentage in my head. I'm
years old? Damn.
I'm 52 years old. I look good. For 37, wow. I look shot at and missed and shit at and hit. But for 52 years old, I look spectacular.
Fucking killer, man.
Yeah, I'm really crushing it for 52. So I'm 52% Trump, 48% Harris.
In terms of who you want to win, or
no,
how you think
look, man. I got a business that's hanging on by a thread, and I got an industry that I found out yesterday wants me back. I'll update you guys on that. But I think a lot of that depends on Trump being president. I don't know if I can keep this thing alive. Like, nobody's going to have any money if Kamala Harris is president. They're going to tax you more. The cost of shit's going to go up. We've gotten to a point in this country where we're really at a point where if we want one thing, we have to sacrifice another. If you want people to be nicer and kinder and talk nicer and not use naughty words, you have to sacrifice your life. You have to sacrifice your income. You have to sacrifice your career. You have to sacrifice the economy. If you want a good economy and you want things to be cheaper and you want life to be more affordable and more upwardly mobile, you're going to have to sacrifice human decency. And I don't know where most of the country's at, but fuck, piss, cock, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits. I don't give a shit. Like, fuck civility.
We know where you've landed.
Right? I gotta keep this bad boy afloat, so fuck it. Bring me Trump. Bring me another one. Here's the problem, though, and I was thinking about this. I had different thoughts in different rooms of my house this morning. So in the kitchen, 52%, I'm pretty sure Trump's going to win. The only reason I have it that close is because I do believe that they're going to cheat as hard as they need to cheat to win this thing.
Oh, dude. I'm worried. I'm less worried about this election and more just worried in general for with JD Vance on Joe Rogan. I saw a couple clips of him talking about that, and him and Joe Rogan talking about the like the way they're changing demographics for voting purposes. And then I think Joe Rogan actually had this clip. Then he had a clip of him talking to the stroke dude. And so with him talking to that guy, he's asking him, like, playing out, like, are you guys like moving immigrants into like these districts to really change this stuff? And he kind of mush-mouthed went along and just kind of said the quiet part out loud. Well, it's not what we're intending to if that's what happens. Like, it's just like, oh my God, you really just kind of went with, oh yeah, we're kind of just changing demographics so these swing states will be locked blue.
Yeah, well, we don't even, like, here where we live, we don't even have to look that far. When in a million fucking years would someone from Somalia say, send me to a frozen
I want to go to
shithole.
Minnesota where it freezes.
Right. Not only send me to Minnesota, don't even send me to the progressive, more tolerant parts of Minnesota. Send me to the most racist fucking area in Minnesota. Right.
Let's go to the boonies where there's all these ice white people. They'll love us.
An area that's not that's so racist that they don't see that part as a problem. That you go, this is the most racist part of Minnesota, and they go, yeah, we like it that way, keeps it white, like that.
Well, there's a couple counties that don't even want to go outside the family line, if you know what I mean.
Right, they don't, like, fuck color, that's blood for them. And, like, why else? It's the reddest area of Minnesota, but if we bring in these dependents, these third world dependents who will need government, we can flip it blue. And they got close for a little while. But now there's this little trick that the Muslims in this country are playing on Democrats. And that is they're not real big on gay, they're not real big on trans, and they're starting to vote Republican. It's happening in Michigan. It's starting to happen a little bit here. I mean, don't get me wrong. The numbers are still wildly skewed in favor of Democrats, but that number is shrinking.
Right.
Like the black vote, like the Hispanic vote. Yeah, it still breaks Democrat, but especially the Hispanic vote, not by much, my friend. Not by much.
The black one looks like it's shrinking so much you guys are starting to worry from all the rhetoric we've pumped out this season. So
the Hispanics are going to be Republican within 10 years. Hispanics are going to go 55, 60% Republican in 10 years because they're entrepreneurial, because they're traditional, and because they're fiscally very conservative. So
I could possibly see like the black community going that way, but only because they're vengeful. So if they start feeling cheated, they will jump ship quick.
I think a lot of black people are just tired of the same bullshit. They keep voting for the same people.
They've been getting cheated forever.
Yeah.
So if they finally fucking realize it, it's going to be a problem.
Well, here's the only reason black people have been voting Democrat for so long. It's because Republicans are so terrible at talking to black people. It's like black people have been voting the same way for decades and getting no results. But instead of Republicans being like, we understand your plight, we feel it, we get it, why don't you try us? Here's our tax proposals, here's our financial proposals. And instead, what Republicans do is, what's wrong with you fucking big-lip beasts? Vote Republican. And it's like, well, dude.
Listen, you dumb overgrown farm equipment. If you would just listen to my economic plan, I get it. Numbers don't make sense to you.
You fucking ape. Why don't you vote red? Jesus, dude. That's not how we... You're not... And by the way, Mr. Approachable, I know you're clipping that. Fuck you. Have a nice day. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see the demographic breakdown. I think this is such a bad election for Democrats because of how bad they fucked this up in the last 4 years that, normally cheating should be enough.
Right.
You should be able to win with your cheating, but they have fucked things up so bad and people are so upset that the cheating might not even work. All the polls that came out yesterday, the final polls, Trump's got more than enough states to win this thing if those polls are right. And usually what we've seen is the polls are either right or they skew down for Trump. Like Trump actually does 2 or 3 points better than the polls.
People are ashamed to admit they're going to vote for him.
That might be it. You're not wrong. If Kamala, if she can't get Georgia, she's fucked. If she can't get Pennsylvania, she's fucked. Like we were doing this yesterday on the or last night on the show. Look at the paths that Trump has to victory. So right now, this map is 271 Trump, 267 Harris. But look at the states that Trump isn't getting in this one. Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, all those swing states, he could lose them and he would still win. Now, I'll be honest with you. I don't see Pennsylvania going Kamala. Pennsylvania.
I don't know. With what just happened with her, too, that's not going to help her with the whole, hey, guys, we really want to help you end this strife in Gaza. Hey, I really want to support Israel. It's like you couldn't be more blatantly.
Yeah, the Jews might be a little pissed on that one. So if Trump
won't be happy either.
No, they won't. I think they're a little more loyal, though, to the Democrats than Jews. That is not a statement. I'm not going to get into that. But Trump takes Pennsylvania. Trump takes, like, you can give Kamala Michigan. And as long as Trump takes Pennsylvania, like if he takes North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania early on in the night,
then it's kind of locked.
You could almost call it from there. She needs Pennsylvania or North Carolina to stay alive. And even then, like, if Trump gets Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia, fuck Michigan, fuck Wisconsin, fuck Arizona, fuck Nevada. The only problem is border state, I think Arizona goes Trump. Nevada hospitality industry, the way him and JD Vance have been talking about tips and stuff like that, I think Nevada goes Trump. Kamala's got, I just don't see those two Western states panning out. I also don't see her winning Michigan. I think she'll win Wisconsin.
Right.
And she'll obviously win Minnesota, but fuck, man. I mean, let's give her North Carolina. Let's be as generous as we can. North Carolina, Pennsylvania. If she loses Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, she can win these two states, which I don't think she will, and she'd still lose. Like, what I mean is there are many different paths to victory for Trump with the states that are allegedly in play. There's like one path for Kamala, and it's you need Pennsylvania, you need North Carolina, you need Michigan. If you don't hold those, you're in a shitload of trouble. Trump just needs one. So I think if this was an up-and-up election, I think Trump would win in a walk. But I don't think it's going to be up and up, and it'll be really interesting to see. We're going to cover it tonight. If you want to come on for a little bit, you can. I think SP is going to be here serving me snackies and drinkies during the marathon, but she'll have to go to bed at some point.
Well, if you're going late, I can come on later, but I have a standing obligation every Tuesday and
I get it,
Thursday evening.
a standing obligation. Hey,
right? Yeah.
So I wanted to text Stein and see if he would come on for a little bit. Jesse PS wants to come on for a little bit. I would be because I know he doesn't give a fuck about politics. I would be kind of fascinated
to see what he wants to do on your show.
Yeah, see if Sean would come on. Maybe I know Sean and I aren't buddies or anything, but like I have his contact. Like I can,
right?
Doesn't hurt to ask if he wants
to come
do
a Stonies read.
Yeah, he could come in do a Stonies read. Why not? I just look. I feel like I said, if it was on the up and up, Trump wins in a walk. I don't think it's going to be on the up and up. Cobb County, Georgia, where the big boss man is from. Sorry, Ray Traylor. Their Supreme Court ruled, or the Georgia Supreme Court in Cobb County ruled yesterday that they're not going to accept mail-in ballots after Election Day. There are some places that are trying to allow ballots to be counted if they came in after the deadline.
No,
the courts in multiple states now, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Georgia now, I believe, have said, fuck that noise. No way. They get in on Election Day or they don't get in. Thank God you've got people standing up against that. We have a bunch of thank yous to throw out here. Thank you very much to Mark over on PayPal. $25.
Jesus, man, thank you.
Thank you very much. And then another 25 coming in via Aaron's Period Pill, gifting 10 memberships. Thank you guys so much. That's a grand total of 50 coming in hot. Thank you guys. Tin Man Taylor with $10 says, come on, people. Who do you want your election coverage from? Some crybaby whining about Trump and the end of democracy? Or an autistic man boy with mild humor and tech issues? Right, I agree. Yeah. 100%. Tin Man Taylor. Couldn't have put it better myself. Shit Show. One of my favorite haters. I love Shit Show. I think he's a fan. I think we got to upgrade him to fan. Sticking with the butter bit, I will say this. I've loved the butter bit. I think it's funny. But I will say you guys have played it out, and it's showing it. Again, I've been saying it's showing your lack of creativity. You guys probably have so many other good bits cooking. I want to see those. I want to see the other shit. Like rattle me a little with something, you know? Give me something I can use. The butter thing is lame and uninspired, but I think it's kind of cute at the same time. $1.99, thank you very much. Panhandler with $2 says mod up Chip and Shit Show. I don't see Chip. I don't have the YouTube chat open. I just have the super chat part open, and it feeds the chat ninja. So I don't know where Chip is or what he's doing. Finish the Wall says the butter bit is old now. I think it's been old for a while, but again, you have to grade on a curve when it comes to steel toe hatred. It's very. I mean, look, if brains were gasoline, they wouldn't have enough to power a toy train around the outside of a penny. So we're not talking about the smartest people in the world here. So you got to work with them a little bit. I mean, Johnny, how many times have you seen it? I have to help my haters out all the time.
Yeah.
I try to assist
often
them.
tell them how to hate.
I have to tell them how to hate. I'm working as hard as I can to help them out. Oh, God damn it. Somebody texting in, Aaron, Trump needs just one, and Gary Anderson had a chip shot. All right, enough. Poe says, no butter for Aaron. He's a baby oil fella. Thanks, Poe. I appreciate it. Nice work, Poe. Truly nice work. All right, more thank yous coming in on Election Day. Thank you very much to Ben for $10 and Christopher for 20. Holy shit, you guys. Thanks a ton. 2:30 away from today. Fuck, guys. Jesus. Thank you. Keep it going. Let's wrap this thing up early today. 2:30 away. Here's what we'll do. If you guys do the 30 that we are behind from yesterday, I'll do an extra hour today. Since you guys are so far along on the goal here already. And then we'll start figuring out dubs and trips and quads and shit like that for the election thing. Finish the Wall says, Aaron, you told us you'd get Melton's trolls to show themselves with the butter is old bit. Yeah, we did. It's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. And like, again, I'm a half-assed fucking old radio broadcaster, but watching the people who come after me only harm themselves in doing it, I'm trying really hard to not show you guys how much I'm enjoying it. It feels good to be vindicated. Speaking of which, Johnny, you know how I've been telling you and the audience that I've been scared to talk to our radio contact?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know if you've been reading the internet, but 2024 has been a wild one for me.
Yeah, you've allegedly had some adventures.
I've had some adventures in 2024. I can look back on them now. I can laugh. I'm very proud of how they've been handled. They're coming to an end. I'm very happy about that. I have to thank a lot of people. When it's all over, I'll get to thank a lot of people. It's not just legal people. There's been a ton of people that have helped me a lot in what I'm going through right now, and it's really helped chip away at the credibility of everything going on against me, and I can't thank those people enough. They know who they are. The public just doesn't know who they are. I can't wait till this is all over and I can thank them. But I'm going to shut my fucking mouth for now because, the only person who can trip me up at this point is me. And I'm not going to trip me up.
And when have you ever done that?
Exactly. So shut the fuck up, Aaron. But I thought all that stuff would be looked at unfavorably by the company we've been working with.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been kind of staying away from them. My last orders I got were, let's check in the fall and see where it's at. Now it's always on me to check in, right?
Right.
And I'm like, well, fall is a wide range. Let's let things cool down a little bit, and then as things have cooled down and they're looking up for the old another win for the toe. I decided to reach out yesterday, and I decided to do my check-in, and I got amazing news mixed with mildly shitty news. The great news is they're like, yes, absolutely, you're still on the steel toe is still in the plan. And I'm like, in fact, they even said, hey, we saw you've been having a rough year. They were like, this is how I know that I'm, I'm hopefully putting my career back in the hands of really people who give a shit. They went, we saw what you've been going through. You've really had a rough year. Glad you're coming out of it and things are looking up. And I'm like, holy shit. Wow. Talk about people you don't even technically work for yet and they're getting your back. It was like, that's really nice.
That's nice of them.
And then came the mildly shitty part. They go, we're still
getting the cripple.
Yeah. They said, fuck that guy. He's an albatross. No, they actually wanted me to ask you if you're not busy because they're not really, they're 50-50 on me. But they said the only problem we're having right now is things are moving slow because this has been the toughest year in this industry I've ever seen. And I would be worried about that, but that's literally like the sixth person I know who works in a sixth different industry
that are saying it's the toughest year
it's
they've been
the
through.
toughest year they've ever seen in the history of the industry. I mean, you go outside of the world we live in, which is super chats and donos, and even those are less than what they usually are. But like,
oh yeah,
but like you go outside of that world into the real world where real people who actually build this country work and live. And dude, it's almost universal. They're saying it's the toughest it's ever been. Because we always kind of think of the bad economy as like that inflation that hit us a year or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what we don't understand is that just became the norm. And shitty has just become what we are. It never got better. It never improved. It's just shit and shit and shit year after year. That's all it is. So
like the Harris Walls campaign says, we can't do 4 more years of this.
yeah, what's it? That was Walls, right?
Yeah, Walls said that.
He's right though.
He is. He's totally right.
He nailed it. I agree with Tim Walls 100%. We can't afford another 4 years of this. So I was shocked. I was so surprised to find out that, things are still on track. And
I'm just surprised that the biggest issue they have has nothing to do with you. It's like,
that's kind of
hey,
what
man,
I thought. You know what? It kind of dawned on me yesterday. I thought, you know what it is? They don't really give a shit about what I'm going through because everything in the economy in general is so shitty. They're like, no offense, Aaron Imholt is not at the center of our universe.
Not only is Aaron Imholt not at the center of our universe, we're pretty sure that a fair number of people outside of the internet don't fucking know and or care. So it's
right.
like, what are we? They're not really worried. Like, guys, if we bring this guy on, Citizen M won't be happy. Like, oh shit, like they don't give a fuck about that. Like,
right,
dude. Cocksucker75 says this dude's a cuck. We can't add him to the roster.
That's what's funny about this is when I talk to them, I'm like, just letting you know, when we come aboard, you're going to be dealing with like maybe some internet people calling. People in the real world in real professions go, yeah, we don't give a shit. We'll just hang up on them. And you're like, that's a novel concept. That's a novel idea. They're like, yeah, we don't fucking care.
Look, they're going to be commenting on the internet. So
like radio has a better like attitude towards that kind of thing than the internet does. The internet people worry about that shit. And maybe this is where I'm different because I come from real professional broadcasting. Professional broadcasters go, fuck that. They're calling. Dude, that's great. Like that's their attitude. They go, people are calling. People are that interested. They want like radio is dying for personalities that just elicit a reaction. It doesn't matter if it's heat. It doesn't matter if it's good. They just want someone who's bringing something. So you tell them like, oh, all these people are going to call in. They're like, that would be fucking great if phones would ring around this joint. We
don't care if you're a heel or a babyface. Are you working?
Are you drawn? And if you're drawn,
excuse me. I'm sorry.
We're in. Yeah. No, it's a refreshing thing to hear because you look at people on the internet and they have the maturity of a 4-year-old and they're like, people are saying mean things about him. It's like, dude, that's a win. Like you're getting people to be invested in you so much that their hatred boils over. You're awesome at what you do if you can do that.
They're taking time out of their day to comment to tell you suck.
Yes.
Like there's no win in it for them.
Yeah. Coltrane backing it up. He says, $1. Thank you very much, buddy. He says, I build computer control systems in manufacturing, which is a well-paid, skilled job. And it's been a rough year. Can't afford 4 more years if it's Harris. You wouldn't believe how many people I hear that from. People literally saying, I can't afford 4 more years of this.
Which is why I have a really, really hard time buying the idea that people are in favor of her as much. Like, I get the people that are voting that way because of the never Trumpers and the, like, I hate Donald Trump, and the other people like, I'm voting for my reproductive rights or for my daughter. And it's like, yeah, that's not on the ballot, but okay. Yeah. Like, we can let all that wash, but there's too many people that are just like, dude, I'm voting based on my pocketbook, and motherfucker's hurting like a
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
Well, like I said, people are going to have to choose between civility and economy. And you know what's funny is I don't feel like the Trump people, when they win, are uncivil. That's the funny part. It's like if Trump wins, I don't think his supporters are like, yeah, fuck you, we're going to fucking get you. They're just going to be happy that we avoided 4 more years of this shit.
I know some of them with the really, really crazy ideas. Like, this is the one thing that I really am looking forward to if Trump wins and gets elected. I'm looking to the people that super hate him, getting to point at them, go, ha ha, I thought you said he was going to be this evil person, and he ends up being completely not. And then I want to see the people are like, he's going to like unleash the med beds and we're all going to become millionaires. I'll be like, hey, so where's all of these amazing things we were promised?
Dude, no, who's going to release the med beds?
I thought Trump was going to release the med beds.
Yeah. You confused me for a second there. Yeah, Trump, maybe I should see if my uncle wants to call in during the election stream tonight. And he can let us know what's going on with the med beds. Dude, we got to find out what Real Raw News is telling us on election day. Let's see what they've got. White hats arrest Pennsylvania newsmen for electoral crimes.
Uh-oh.
Trump cryptically reveals ongoing deep state purge at campaign event, says white hat source. Marines arresting ballot mules in Pennsylvania. Oh, boy. White hats arresting election fraudsters in Texas. Shit, man, it's picking up. Nobody's getting killed, though. Like
I like how we are talking about politics, but there was a picture of the Grand Prix in there. Like, what are Indy cars in?
I'll tell you this. I get disappointed when I go to Real Raw News and I don't see anyone getting hanged. You know? They're like, oh, the white hats are arresting these people. You fucking pussies. Like, hang somebody. Let's do this. Come on. Let's get into it. So, look. As far as tonight goes, there's this thing in the back of my head that's just going, they're going to pull some weird shit and he's not going to win. But straight up, I think he's got this in the bag. I really do. Where are you at?
I'm really hoping he wins. Like I like you, I'm concerned that something's going to get tried, but I also don't think they could realistically try something and succeed. Like JD Vance was saying how in his mind the last election is, and this is something I said for a while, in his mind the last election was like stolen in the fact that people continually dismissed the laptop story.
Yeah.
And all the stuff involved with that. And JD Vance says that in a lot of these states there was a few thousand votes that decided, who won or who lost. And he's like, now, if you put that information out there and that's no longer dismissed, and now that's the FBI is looking into it and this is all real and this stuff is, this laptop story isn't fake, you now have maybe a few thousand people that decide they don't want Joe Biden, and now the election's seriously in question. Yeah. So he went with it just from that angle.
Going with the election cheating stuff in 2020, people who think it's a crazy conspiracy theory, you can't start them off with like mail-in ballots and bad voting machines and shit like that. It sounds too crazy to them. But if you start them out with something like, hey, we all know that the Biden laptop thing was real. Hunter Biden could be going to prison over it. The contents of it were authentic. The FBI and CIA and Justice Department knew about it.
And covered it up.
Knew it was real, not only covered it up, but said it's Russian election interference.
And use social media to help push that narrative.
Right.
Too. So it's just, again, it's one of those where, no, I'm sorry, that's blatant, like, cheating and misinformation stuff for all of the, they lie and the misinformation, like that's pretty misinforming.
Yeah. Coltrane with $1 says, I just don't have nearly as much expendable income. I actually cut down going to local places and bargain shop more and less with local businesses, which normally I support a lot. I get that. I mean, just look, you can look around your community. Think of the bars and restaurants that have closed down.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I'm normally, what was it? Last year, I would be fighting off my DJ agent I guess if we can call him that, and like other places. At this point, there's one place that really wants me to show up because they just can't afford to pay anybody else to do DJ work.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Hey, come on out. We'll give you booze and you can stare at tits." And I'm just like, I'm not doing it. But this summer or this winter, right, already in our message boards, people were asking like, what's going on for the schedule for the winter? And pretty much the word is like, well, we're kind of out until wedding season. So
fuck,
we've got like
really?
our 2 or 3. They've got like their 2 or 3 holdover bars that they always do. But those are like, again, it's a priority thing. And so until wedding season picks up and a lot of the DJs start doing, site work for people's weddings and stuff, people like me who are in just to fill, like, I'm probably not doing anything this summer or winter for DJ work.
Jesus Christ.
That's why I'm already working on gig work at home.
It's unbelievable, man. This is what I think about. How are people who are trying to find jobs, how are they getting work? Because, like, you listen to these places where they're like, not only are we not growing, we have to figure out how to cut to get us to zero. We have to figure out how to get rid of this red ink and get ourselves up to zero by cutting shit. And then you're like, well, there's people that are entering the job market all the time. How the fuck are these people finding jobs? Like, it just doesn't seem like the money's there. I guess maybe sales and marketing. You're going to have to become a plumber again. You're going to have to become an HVAC guy. You're going to have to become something that people have to have no matter what. Like, people can't choose to not replace their water heater. People can't
there's
choose.
no choice in that. I had to literally do that recently.
Yeah, people can't choose to not fix their plumbing, or their air conditioning or their heat.
No, just shit in a bucket and throw it outside.
Right? Well, if we get to that point, then we'll know we're in a lot of trouble. Like, outside of those blue-collar gigs that millennials just don't fucking do, it's worrisome. So it is, I know it sounds like a cliche, but it is an important election. I got to go fucking vote today. I got to remember. I'm doing that right after the show. If I put that off, I'll forget because I got to vote. I got therapy. I want to sneak into the gym. I got to pick the kids up from school. Like, why
do you have to sneak into the gym? Is there some reason if you go in, are you going to get swamped or are they going to push you out?
The owner said that when I walk in, people look at me and go, that gym must not work. And then they don't go in. So he told me if you could sneak in.
Listen, Tubbo, use the fucking service entrance.
He says chunk ass. So,
all right.
What do you do? Good old JR with $9.99. Thank you guys for the contributions this morning. Says, here's hoping Trump wins so I can afford to donate more often. Hey, I appreciate whatever you do for the show. If you don't have any money, then that like button and the subscribe button and the follow button and the share button, those are calling your name. Aaron's period pill with $5 says, I have a feeling they will try to pull some shit so Trump doesn't win. Hopefully Trump wins and we can all go back to living a decent life. So when I was in my bathroom this morning, I told you that I was thinking about, what the states Trump has to win and stuff. When I was in SP's bathroom this morning, I had another thought process. The thought process I had in SP's bathroom was, how am I going to wash this off my dick? No, the thought process I had in SP's bathroom this morning was, what next after Trump? Because you know how I feel about what's running this country and what the coup was back in '63 and everything else. And I've been saying this whole election season that Trump will be a 4-year break from our descent into hell. So you've got to have somebody ready because Trump can't go again. Like, you need this attitude. You need this spirit to keep this shit at bay. Who do you have? Is it J.D. Vance? Is it Don Jr.? Is it Rand Paul? Is it who's the person to keep the wolves at bay after this next 4 years? Because we saw how easy it was if demons get back in. We saw how easy it is to undo anything Trump did in 4 years.
Right. So, I guess Rand Paul would probably be my opinion, the best logical choice. But does that happen? I don't know.
Numero uno, Josh Denny fan. You're oversimplifying what I said, but this is funny. He says, LOL, I'm still several minutes behind, but Aaron just said, usually what we find is the polls are either right or completely wrong, basically, but for some reason he's paying attention to them. No, that's not what I said. What I said is either the polls are pretty accurate or if they're wrong, they're usually wrong against Trump. Like, they go one of two ways. They're either pretty close, or they cheat Trump by 1 or 2 points. If that clarifies what I meant. JMB says Vance is solid. I'm not sold on JD Vance.
I feel like Vance is very good at being a politician.
I think
so he's playing Trump's VP right now, and that's great. But when he was running against Trump and when he was hoping to beat out Trump, he was a different person. Like, I don't know. As much as I hate it, Trump is one of the few people that it's like, whether he's running against you, for you, whatever, he's always Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he doesn't have the ability to be fake. We have someone, I don't give out names when they say fake dono. We got a $20 fake dono coming in via PayPal. It says Seething Ricada here. People were asking me this morning. I had DMs and stuff, and people were like, did you watch Nick's local stream? No, I didn't. And, it sounded like it was just more, the people he hates and why he hates them and stuff like that. It's, here's where I'm at on all that. I mean, sure, there's certain things I enjoy. Sure, there's certain things I find interesting.
Schadenfreude.
A little Schadenfreude, if you will, if I may invoke a little Deutsch. But, dude, I'm so close. That's all I'm going to say. I'm so close to the fucking finish line that only I can fuck me over. And it's just not worth it. Plus, I'm sure the audience, a portion of the audience fucking bored to tears with it. And the less I say, the better, because the less I say, the more he does. And let's just say the more he does, again, the closer that finish line gets. So, look, I can't harm that man any more than he harms himself. Let's put it that way. Let's go ahead. So thank you very much for that fake dono, Johnny. Oh, and then Matthew Q. We'll go to Matthew Q with $2 in just a second. Guys, that puts us, I don't know if you know this, but we're only 200 away from this morning. You guys are fucking crushing it right now.
Thank you.
Go ahead and continue on. We could have this thing knocked out in no time. Hour of overtime on the line if you guys knock out the 30 we were behind yesterday. So thank you very much for that. Matthew Q with $2 says, I know it's more election stuff, but did you see what Elon Musk said on Joe Rogan the other day about voting? I watched it just last night, so it might be pertinent. Well, the Elon thing came out yesterday. Rogan had Elon on his show, and I've watched some of it. I don't mean to say this to be shitty or disrespectful. I like Elon Musk, but I don't like listening to him.
Yeah.
There's a wild autism in him that just...
Really?
Yeah.
I'm surprised. The guy that originally invented PayPal is autistic?
Yeah. And the guy who went, I'm going to fly rockets all over the fucking place and make it work.
I'm going to land on Mars.
Yeah.
And start a civilization there.
You're right. Turtle Steel Shells with $1 says, let the Civil War begin. Melton's old horse send nudes with $2 says, lewds incoming. Don't you fucking dare. Don't you dare. I am not interested. Thank you very much. 200 away from today. Again, you guys are the best. Thank you for this crazy rally we've had to start the show. Text message coming in. If Kamala wins, you could become the new kicker for the Vikings or a new offensive coordinator for the Raiders and move to Vegas. Oh, yeah. Totally qualified. Totally. Speaking of football, the Saints fired their coach yesterday.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I think the Saints have lost 7 in a row. They went 2-0 to start the year, and they've lost 7 straight. So Dennis Allen, he's fucking out. All right, let's go into some things that are not election related. We will have more of that today. Let's get a little bit of a break. This first story that I have actually came from someone in the chat this morning. I had no idea this was going on. This is real. An Equatorial Guinea official has been arrested over 400 sex tapes with the president's sister and high-profile women. I had to check for this in 3 or 4 different websites. to find out if this was legit or not. But this fucking madman, this guy in the government, had 400 sex tapes, fucking the president's sister, and a bunch of other people in government. Like, this guy was just the big swinging dick of Equatorial Guinea, filming everything.
Why?
He
does look like a penis, but
he's
why?
horny as fuck, dude. He just they asked him, he didn't ask them.
He has like a dead face, like it's cost him his soul to, like, you know,
Well, I
stuff
mean,
all these women.
Jesus Christ. I mean, if you make 400 sex tapes, like, let's say you do it over 2 years, that's more than a sex tape every other day. I mean, just like the data alone, if you don't have an unlimited data plan. Think of, and it's Africa. I don't know how many unlimited data plans they have. I mean, here in America, unlimited data is a given. You have
Yeah,
it.
but what, like, how long's he been at this? They said 400 sex tapes. What if some of them actually are tapes? What if he just has like a closet?
He's been doing
like
it since the VHS days.
Yeah. You
Well-
don't got to worry about people stealing stuff if it's not on
No.
a digital medium.
Now, wait a minute. The VHS days in America are one thing, but the VHS days in Equatorial Guinea may not be that long ago.
Right?
So we have no idea. But the scandal emerged during a separate investigation into fraud allegations against the Director General of the National Financial Investigation Agency, Baltazar Ngonga. He was arrested following allegations that he recorded more than 400 explicit videos featuring the wives of prominent public figures in the country. So he was cucking people. He was cucking people and filming it. I believe I've seen his channel on Pornhub. This makes sense now. The scandal, it's nice to see when the government decides to fuck somebody, they're actually fucking somebody in Equatorial Guinea's place. Like, they're getting reach arounds at the very least. The scandal emerged during a separate investigation into fraud allegations against Ngonga. So he was remarkably dishonest. He's 54 years old. And when authority, right, who would have the energy?
Not even that. Just now I'm thinking back to the picture. Does not look 54.
Well, you know what Adrian said. Black don't crack unless you smoke it.
And the only crack he was hitting.
The front and the back. When authorities uncovered a trove of CDs containing explicit material during searches of his home and office. That's got to be weird for the investigators because you're looking for, like, money fraud and shit like that. And then you find all these tapes and you pop one of them in and you go,
Hey, isn't that the president's sister?
not only that, but they're also, oh yeah, I can tell. That's what her pussy looks like. Everybody's had a turn. But you put one of those tapes in and you go, fuck, I think our investigation just changed. Like, you've been preparing.
Hey, Chief, is this your wife?
You might want to call the mayor in here. I think that's his old lady. It's going to be an awkward one. Oh, wait, never mind. You don't have to call him. He's sitting there in that chair in the corner in the video. Boy, he is whacking off like a shrub monkey, isn't he?
He beats it any harder and it's going to file for abuse.
Jesus Christ with these guys. Among the people implicated in the recordings are high-ranking official spouses, including the wife of, you weren't far off, the Director General of Police. Close family members and relatives of senior government figures, including the sister of President Theodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. Buy a fucking vowel, bro. And spouses of multiple government ministers. So this guy's just throwing the hammer down. I guess
my question is, are these women attractive, or is it like a power thing for
Well,
him?
they're black. What? I didn't like, if you think that's racist, that's you reading into what I said.
You didn't really say anything for me. You just said, well, they're black. I'm like, yeah, my question still stands. Are they attractive?
I mean, did it answer my question? Yes. Does it have to answer yours? Not at all. Not at all.
But now my next question is, what was your answer?
To each their own.
Yeah.
To each their better. You know what my answer was? Better him than me. Better him than me. The recordings were reportedly consensual, but have since been leaked online. Leading to widespread public outrage and intense scrutiny from social media. Reports by Ahura EG describe the revelations as unprecedented in the country's history. Well, fuck, I hope so.
So wait a minute. Ahura is the one that let this all slip?
Ahura. It's always Ahura. Ahura, a slutta, a skanka. Doesn't matter. It's always one of those. But I love how
tell everybody.
I love how like this is an unprecedented scandal. Well, I hope this is the first time that one of your government officials fucked 400 government workers' wives.
Although I would be impressed if, like, again, it has happened. Like, seriously, ladies, can you just fucking stick to one dick? Jesus Christ.
Well, I will say this. I want to be the first one to congratulate Baltazar Ganga on his new job at blacked.com. Congratulations. You're doing great, buddy. People are concerned about health risks. No shit. Oh, man, he's in there. Dude, this guy's in there just fucking everybody, throwing off pH balances with his dirty dick. Just making stinky pussies all over the fucking country. This is terrible. He's deep dicking one broad, deep dicking another. The next day, they're taking a shower and like, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, my God.
His name is now synonymous with a venereal disease.
Yeah, right. What do you have? I caught Iganga. That's a rough one. So your pussy stank. My pussy stank.
Oh, yeah.
And you got that orange shower.
It's summer's eve all day up in here.
Oh, it's just this summer's eve is fucking rocking in this joint. I look, 400 women, consensual sex tapes, other government officials. It's just madness. There's no fixing this. You just have to burn everything down, including all the houses that this happened in, and start over. You got to fire everybody involved, and just basically your country just needs to start over again. That's it.
You guys have been had by the Ethiopian Epstein, and it's sad.
Equatorial Guinea is one of those weird diet Pol Pot dictatorship countries and shit that Baltazar is probably getting whacked. Yeah, dude, you're fucking the president of a third world banana republic's wife. You're dead, bro. And you filmed it? I mean, I'll give him this. Ballsy motherfucker. Dead motherfucker. He better be praying that he gets arrested. Although
I'm going to say this, with over 400 videos, if his life flashes before his eyes, it's going to take a while.
Yeah, you're going to have to wait a minute. That's for sure. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. It's $200, man. That's it. $200 away here at before 7 o'clock even. Thank you very much. The more goals we hit today, the more time we're doing this morning and the more time we're doing tonight for the election special. So thank you guys very much for your contributions. If you want to keep them coming, the links are all in the chat. All right, we did this one last night, but I want to play it for you. I don't know if you've seen it. Like, this is the most this is just an open federal setup, and I hope, like, this kind of ties back into the election. If Trump wins, I hope we can cut this shit out. And that shit is the FBI basically baiting jaded young men into doing illegal shit and then arresting them for the illegal shit they baited them into doing, and then using it as an excuse to say, oh, man, you got to look out for that white supremacy. You got to look out for these white nationalists and this and that. They're terrorists. And it's like, they're only terrorists because you gave them a plot. They said, sure. You drove them to the fucking thing, and then you arrested them. Like, you walked them through every single second of this.
They weren't planning to do this until you showed up. They were disgruntled, and you went, hey, I got an idea how you can do something about that. Oh, I don't know. It's a foolproof plan. Can't go wrong. But I mean, I'm unhappy, but do I want to risk it? Like, is it a risk if it's a foolproof plan? Look, there's no way this can fail. All right, fine. Fuck it. Let's do something. And you're under the arrest. What the fuck?
That's just it. Like, they don't just go, hey, these people came to us. We set up this undercover sting operation, and they came to us and looked to commit this terrorist attack or whatever. They're always pitching it to these people, and these people are always like, I mean, I guess so. Where if they would leave them alone, these guys would just shit post on the internet and meet in the woods and jack each other off. It wouldn't be a thing. But they they've got to, what they're doing is, and this is so dirty, they're setting this up. Nobody's ever in danger. They will arrest them, right when it gets to the point where they need to. And then they can then take that back to Congress and go, look at all this problem we have with domestic, homegrown, white supremacist terrorists. You can't cut our budget. You got to give us more money. And that's what I was saying yesterday. Like, all this stuff, it's not even for power or like evil means. It's just money. It's just money. That's all it is. They fuck these people over just for money. I mean,
and then they fuck me out of my circle jerk group.
Oh, or your circle troop.
My circle troop. That's what we call ourselves.
But like, there's so many examples. I mean, the most recent one that we can all think of is the Governor Whitmer thing.
Yep.
Where there's Would You in the chat. He goes, FBI and Gretchen Whitmer comes to mind. Where basically the FBI took paid informants, sent them over to recruit these guys in this Michigan militia. The FBI gave them a plan that the FBI developed to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. And then these guys took it to their boys, and their boys were like, ooh, that seems a little hot to me. I don't know if we want to do that. Like, come on, it'll be great. It's foolproof. We'll do it. I don't really know. All right, fine, we'll do it. All right, we got them. And then the FBI comes in and arrests them. And by the way, thank God all of those guys got let go. None of those guys did jail time. Suicide Jockey mentions Ruby Ridge. Yeah, Ruby Ridge, another one where they just...
Yeah.
Randy Weaver wasn't looking to saw off shotguns for strangers, but the ATF just sent this guy up there to the little community he was in.
That's one reason, like, I don't like Gretchen Whitmer at all. Like, the fact that happened and she doesn't hold the FBI to account that they came up with a plan to kidnap her.
Right.
Like, granted, it was a plan that was used to bait people and get them arrested, but I'd still be like, wait. You came up with a plan to fucking kidnap me?
Right. That would upset me.
I'd have a problem with that in general. So wait a minute. So what if I suddenly became a threat to the state? All of a sudden that kidnapping plan goes from something we stopped to, oh no, we better improve our budget because shit like this happens.
Right. Well, that's why people like Gretchen Whitmer get talked about for president and other jobs, is because they're good soldiers. They basically,
which is again where I'm like, no, I don't want you. Like, the more Gretchen Whitmer gets talked about for stuff, the more I'm like, all right, razor board retirement plan time. Like,
you have to let them shit in your mouth if you want to appear in charge. And then they have to film themselves shitting in your mouth. And then if you ever get out of line, they go, we're going to release that tape of you eating our shit. Or as we called it back in the day, going to Epstein's Island. Like, if you don't think that there's tapes out there of Bill Clinton and other powerful people with underage girls, you're out of your fucking mind. There absolutely are. And the worst part is, I don't think that Bill Clinton or any of those guys going to Epstein Island necessarily knew they were having sex with underage girls. I think they just were told that we're going to have a good time. We got whores on board for you. Fuck them, do whatever. And then after told them, by the way, we were filming that whole thing. That girl's 15. Now,
oops-a-doodles.
Sign the fucking repeal of Glass-Steagall, or we'll release this to everybody. And
remember who we're never, ever ending support for, because they're our ally.
Right. If they need $1, you give them 10 billion. So that's how this shit works. So now follow this one. This is out of Tennessee. They claim that this crazy white supremacist terrorist was planning to attack power stations, energy facilities in Tennessee. Listen to the fucking setup here. And you tell me if this guy was ever a threat.
Developing tonight, federal agents say a mid-state man planned to attack Nashville's power grid with an explosive device. Agents started investigating 24-year-old Skylar Felipe from Colombia back in June. He told a confidential human source about wanting to commit a mass shooting at a YMCA in Colombia. He also mentioned attacking large interstate substations in September. Felipe drove with undercover FBI.
So before we get to that part, so they're acting like this guy out of the blue just started talking about this shit. You heard it. A confidential paid informant is basically who it was goading him into talking about this shit, so that they could go, oh, yeah, he's talking about mass shootings.
Columbia.
He's talking about doing this. He's talking about doing that. So then listen to this next part. FBI agents start getting involved, undercover FBI agents, and they start giving into like, oh, man, what do you think about shooting up a YMCA? Hey, what do you think about attacking substations? Like, yeah, fuck, that would be awesome, man. We could get back at the government. And
a good way to do that would be with an explosive. Here's how you build one.
Well, get ready for this next part. They're not even hiding this one.
Also mentioned attacking large interstate substations. In September, Felipe drove with undercover FBI agents to a substation and ordered a plastic explosive device from them.
The FBI picks this guy up, drives him to a substation and says, we're going to blow up a fucking substation, bro. Here, call this phone number. Order the explosives. They give him the number. They give him the source. None of this stuff this kid would have had on his own. None.
Right. This kid doesn't do any of this if you don't show up. Like, literally, you enabled him.
The FBI literally showed up, came up with this plan, and all this kid is guilty of is going, yeah, I'll make the call. This is literally the FBI making up a crime, inventing a terrorist attack, driving some kid to it, and then slapping the cuffs on him.
Yeah.
It's fucking evil. So now, this 24-year-old angry white kid who maybe would have grown out of it, maybe could have figured something out, or just maybe could have had like a blue-collar job and lived his life. He's a terrorist now. His life is ruined. It's over for him. And the FBI gets to take this to Congress and go, hey, approve our budget because look at these big, scary guys we got to protect the country from.
Right?
And just this weekend, he told agents it was, quote, time to do something big, end of quote. Felipe is charged with attempted use of a weapon of mass destruction and attempted destruction of an energy facility.
There was a picture of that the agents posed with him holding the pipe bombs, and it's so fucking comical, you would think it was made up for a sketch. You would think, honest to God, you would think it was made up for some kind of comedy thing. Let me find it here.
Find that photo. Yeah.
Skylar.
It's just bullshit that, again, the FBI is allowed to like lead these people across the finish line and hold them to account for it. And would they ever have done, like, would this kid ever have done any of this stuff? I severely doubt it.
Look at
and the other part that worries me, he's such a huge threat. He's talking about committing this mass shooter event. Yeah, it really seems like you shouldn't be letting him go any further than that. Like, if he's talking about doing that, why aren't we getting to them then? Why aren't we getting this person seen by somebody like before? Why do we have to get it to the point where he's at the place with the gun and he's opening fire before we can do something?
Look at this. The federal fucking agents were wearing fucking goat masks and holding up pipe bombs to the camera. It's like, this couldn't be more fed. Make sure I get the pipe bomb right there in the camera shot, but put a goat mask on me. Here, black out this FBI agent's face. Fuck that. If you're going to set people up to do this shit, you should have to show your face.
Yep. That's why I don't believe most of the terrorist cells and stuff they arrest when they're all laying on the ground with their balaclavas on while they're handcuffed.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, you guys are all feds. Can't take off the mask because then you guys arresting him will have to be like, hey, so we're gonna go still do the softball game tomorrow, right?
Well, here's a little controversy. Okay, they do that with these white supremacist groups. Let's talk about this. How many times do you think they've done it with Muslim groups? How many times since 9/11 do you think we've been told we busted this ring, we busted these terrorists, we busted that? And they probably just took pissed off Muslims and set them up the way they do these guys.
Oh, yeah, probably.
And then, that's another one of those bait and switch fucking divide and conquer things that the power structure does. Because because they're Muslims, we're like, oh, yeah, that must be a terrorist thing. But you know what? Every time they bust anyone for terrorism inside the U.S. from now on, I'm going to assume it's bullshit. I'm going to assume that the FBI set it all up just to justify their existence.
And that's why we can't elect Donald Trump, because if we do, then the criminal justice system will be turned against the people of this country.
Are somebody in the chat saying they're going to retry those Michigan guys? Final sentences ordered in Whitmer kidnap plot. This is less than a year ago. Today, the final two remaining defendants related to the Whitmer kidnapping plot were sentenced. One count of attempting to provide material support of terrorism, sentenced to 36 months probation with a credit of 217 days jail time. So he didn't do any jail time except for,
what he was already in for.
Rotting. Higgins was bound over for trial on his initial charge of providing material support for an act of terrorism. Sean Fix pled guilty to one count of providing material support. He was sentenced today to 36 to 240 months incarceration with credit for 34 days served. Oh, fuck. Well, wait a minute. So it was the other guys who got let go?
I guess. I didn't think everybody got out on that one. I just think most of them did. Either way, it's still bullshit.
Oh, wait a minute. In addition to the convictions of Higgins and Fix, 3 others were found guilty by a jury in Jackson County trial and are currently incarcerated for their roles in the plot. Wait a minute. What?
They better be FBI agents.
Federal charges were also, here it is, filed against 6 other individuals. 4 of whom were convicted. 2 men were found guilty in August on federal charges. Croft was additionally found guilty of possession of an unregistered destructive device. Ty Garbett and Caleb Franks both pled guilty to conspiracy charges and cooperated with prosecutors in the other federal trials. Feds. The remaining 2 defendants were found not guilty. Probably because they were federal agents. I thought that those guys got off. What the? Do you remember? Okay, am I having a Bernstein Bears moment that I drop in?
No, I remember them talking about some of it getting thrown out, and I remember a lot of people saying that it should be thrown out, but I don't. As far as for a couple of them getting pinched, no, that sounds right.
Okay. Well, look, I going back to this Tennessee thing, they're going to nail this kid to the wall, even though he didn't do anything without prompting. The FBI prompted him to do this shit and then arrested him for going along with the FBI.
He had some help. I mean, he didn't build that pipe bomb sitting there all by himself.
I mean, don't act like they ain't helping pull that pipe bomb off the shelf. It's been deep in every weekend, if you couldn't tell. They say teamwork makes the dream work. Hell, he had some help. It takes 2 to bomb a place in 2. Ooh. Baby, I was set up by the Jews. Oh, if that ain't the truth.
No.
I had some help. It ain't like I can do terrorism by myself. Don't act like you ain't helped me pull that nitro off the shelf.
Take me to a substation every weekend if you couldn't tell.
Oh, God. Well, hopefully, and there's no guarantee that if Trump becomes president, any of this stops, because one thing we've noticed is that the FBI, the CIA, they all operate independently of the president.
Right. They're not like Trump. As you said before, at best, Trump holds some of this shit at bay for 4 years, and then it just keeps going.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, you got, as soon as, if Trump wins tonight, you got to get the next guy ready to go. And he's got to be a Trump guy, It can't be Elon, obviously. Ooh, that's the other thing we're not thinking about. If Trump wins tonight, what's that cabinet going to look like, bro?
Well, we already know we have a weird one with RFK.
If he makes RFK the Surgeon General or the head of the FDA, what the fuck? What the fuck? We're all getting polio, motherfucker.
I really want to see him make RFK in charge of like some sort of tribunal investigating presidential assassination.
Yeah. It's put RFK in charge of like releasing all the shit on his uncle and his dad. You know? Make him that's what I want. I want RFK the head of the CIA. I think that would be the ultimate victory over the deep state, is a Kennedy is in charge of the CIA. That is the biggest fuck you victory. JFK could smile from heaven and he go, all right, well, now what we're going to do is we're going to hang everyone who works for the CIA. Like, that's going to be a nephew and son scorned situation. Make him the head of the CIA and just let him fucking hang people.
I'd really like to see Trump put a lot of people in charge of these institutions who have the idea of, you know what? How about we take down the size of this institution?
Gray Lobster becoming a member for 11 months says another win for the Trump. 3 in a row. We'll see. We will see. Thanks for being a member, man. And thank you guys for the fucking rush you put us on in the first hour or so here today. We're only $200 away from today's goal if you want to keep chipping in on PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. If we knock out today's goal, obviously 30 minutes of overtime. You knock out today and yesterday, which is only an extra 30. We'll do an hour today, or I will at least. I haven't talked to Johnny about it. If we knock out tonight, we're going to go till 2 a.m. For election night. If we knock out, here's my tiers. If we knock out tonight, we'll go till 2 a.m. If we knock out tonight and tomorrow morning, I will go through to the morning show. No, I'm sorry. If we knock out, hold on. What the fuck did I say? This is why I should think about this shit before the show.
We need to start hiring a goddamn stenographer.
If we knock out tonight, we'll go until 2. If we knock out tonight and tomorrow morning, we'll go until they either call the thing or say they're not going to be able to call it tonight. If we knock out tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night, we'll go through to the morning show. We'll do the 17-hour thing. And then we'll probably take the evening off.
That's one shy of my 18 record there.
Oh, fuck. Don't tell me that. Because then I'll want to do 19.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You gotta add two more to beat the cripple.
Bro, it's not like there's not going to be enough to talk about.
I know. You just got to survive.
It's going to be pretty fucking wild, that's for sure.
You just got to shit your pants and swim.
Wait, what?
Shit your pants and dive in. Don't. All right, never mind. It was a bad quote from. Never mind.
You got to.
You don't.
We have to shit our pants and swim.
Shit your pants and swim. You don't know. Misquoted the movie, but it's. You didn't know whether to shit your pants or to dive in and swim. I don't remember what. Is that whatever? Fuck me.
No, continue.
I screwed everything up. Now let's just screw it. Forget it.
Continue.
No, there's nothing to continue about. It's a bad movie quote.
I want to hear.
I fucked it up.
I want to hear the rest of it.
There is no rest of it. That's the part I fucked it up. I screwed it up. And
shit or swim. Right?
Yeah, pretty much. Let's just leave it at that.
Who's shitting and who's swimming?
Again, there's no point.
I like how uncomfortable.
How much are you going to try and milk out of this?
I like how uncomfortable this has gotten. I'm enjoying this greatly. This is another thing we showed on the evening show last night, but I wanted you to see it. Did you see our boy Meme Copium, who, by the way, fuck Meme Copium for being live right now? It always takes.
No, I didn't see Meme Copium. What did he do?
It always takes a couple hundred away from us because we're usually at 1,000. Guess where we're at right now? 834. Motherfucker. Dude, it's science. It's fucking clockwork. We're at like 417 YouTube, 417 Rumble. We're at 834 people. And at this time in the morning, we're always at about 1,000.
Right.
That's the rule. If Meme Copium is live, Steel Toe is missing 200 people. That fucking guy. Well, Meme Copium made, of all things, a Stonies Bar promo. Between Sean and Meme Copium and Andrew and some members of LawTube, Stonies, because of this show and the run we've been on, Stonies has become a meme in LawTube and the sector. Stonies even made an appearance at April's omnibus hearing. Stoney was typing messages in the fucking display in the case promoting $2 cans on Thursdays. And so Meme decided to make a Stonies Bar promo. I'm sorry, Meme Copium did not make this, Johnny. Meme McGill, non-practicing non-attorney,
made
this video. And it's a promo for Stonies. And I went to Stonies on Friday to talk to Cheetos. And he asked me, he goes, why am I getting all these notifications on Twitter? I'm like, dude, I go, honest to God, you've become a meme because of the show. Like, you tell your client that because that means the advertising is Kino. It's
definitely
great.
working.
It's awesome. And I explained to him the whole thing, and he laughed his fucking balls off. He loved it because, you know, Cheetos, like, he doesn't take the internet seriously or anything like that. He thinks it's all funny. He thought the Chad shit was funny and all of that. And so he was like, really? And I told him, I showed him one of Sean's live reads that Sean does on his show for Stonies. And Cheetos straight up looked at me and goes, he does a better job than you do.
Yeah.
So this is Meme Copium's commercial for Stonies Bar in downtown Rockville. Should we count this as the live read for today?
Yeah, why not?
This is Cheetos live read. This is Meme Copium. This is fucking brilliant.
Are you tired of drinking alone, or worse, with boring people? Hi Minnesota, I'm Meme McGill, and do you want to experience the kind of atmosphere where the drinks flow as freely as the gossip? Then come on down to Stonies in Rockville, Minnesota. At Stonies, we don't just serve drinks, we serve connections. Some legal, some not so much.
I don't know who that could be a reference to.
No idea.
And by the way, Stony's bathroom, much cleaner than that. Much cleaner.
Need a spot to discuss your latest scheme, or just want to unwind after a long day of avoiding responsibilities? Well then come on down to
The fucking chirp.
responsibilities. Well then come on down to Stonies where the drinks are cold and the secrets are spicier than our famous Ultimate Bloody Marys. Whether you're planning your next big hustle or just looking for a good time, Stonies is the place to be. We've got pool tables, karaoke nights, and the only thing more colourful than our drinks is our clientele. Hey look, you didn't hear this from me, but did somebody say $2 cans on Thirsty Thursdays?
Oh, the only thing I can say about this, though, is just from speech and appearance, I still hold to my maxim that Australians aren't people. Like, I don't think they're fully human. I believe they've been cross-contaminated. They're just, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have Down syndrome, but they're not like us.
No, because it started off as a prison penal colony.
Yeah.
I mean, we took the dregs of society and we're like, all right, now make a society out of that. I mean,
no, I'm pretty confident in saying I'm racist against Australians. I don't hate them. I just don't view them as my equals.
that seems about right.
Genetically, I think they're great. I think they're hilarious. I laugh at Australians. I think anything you say with that accent is instantly funnier. I think they're great. But I love Australians, but I love them the way I love watching a 2-year-old try to walk too fast. You know? That
Just very excited to see you fail is what I'm saying.
not fail, but like take an awkward tumble. But you know.
Why settle for ordinary when you can have extraordinary? At Stonies Bar, every night's a wild card, and the house always wins, unless you're buying the next round. Just remember that what happens at Stonies stays at Stonies. Well, that is until the next.
And then look where this motherfucker put himself at the end. Can you read that?
I believe that says Spicer City Hall.
That is the Spicer, Minnesota City Hall. And then, of course, concerned citizens need not apply. That, of course, a reference to me in the warrant affidavit being a concerned citizen. The whole deal. He's not a concerned citizen. We were lovers and we had a falling out.
I can't stop thinking about his dick.
That's, dude, I will say that's fucking weird. Like, that's...
I'm just curious because it's never happened to me. How do you feel when you find out a guy says, I can't stop thinking about your
Look,
dick? Like,
I've had people compliment my penis. I think they're being too kind. I have always referenced my penis as remarkably unremarkable. It's fine. It's good. It does its job. I'm proud of my dick. I really am. It's done. It's done its work.
my honest advertisement is always exceedingly average.
Right. You ever seen a dick? That's what mine looks
That's what
like.
I got.
Yeah, I got a dick. You ever seen a super fucking huge one? You ain't seen mine. You ever seen a really tiny one? You ain't seen mine. I just got a dick. You know what I am? I'm a comfortable vehicle that gets you to and from work.
I'm a grocery getter.
I'm a Buick Century. I have to say, having a man obsessively talk about my penis, it is weird. I will say that. To say, like, I remember your dick. It's like, dude, I have... I'm trying to think, like... I've had women that, like, I've hooked up with again after we've broken up who will say that, but that's just because we're hooking up again, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I've never had, like, an ex be like, you know... Because I always make sure it ends on bad terms so we don't rebuild the bridge. I've never had one come back to me and be like, I can't stop thinking about your dick. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, no, stop. It's wildly inappropriate.
Next town hall meeting. Just check out all of our testimonials.
And then this cunt fucking puts up 1-star reviews from Google. Meme, you dickhead.
Stonies Bar, Rockville, Minnesota.
Thank you, Meme. That was. Thank you very much. That's Meme Copium, who takes 200 people from our live view count every time he goes live. You cunt. Love you, Meme. Don't check out his show till we're done. All right?
Yeah, wait till after.
Wait until we're
watch it
finished.
later.
Yeah. Oh, Cheetos just wrote in. He writes, oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. Cheetos, if you go to my Twitter, or if you want me to send that to you, I retweeted it, so you can find it there if you want to keep that for yourself, of course. Okay, let's go to Christopher with $20 over on PayPal. Johnny, he says, just voted. Attaboy. Kid. Thank you very much for your participation in our democratic process. Also, we have BJ saying, if you say bake a cake with an Australian accent, you've just described the Holocaust. Yes, I know. Gray Duckling with $5 says, cutest little thing you'll ever see. No, that's not what they say. Dare you. How dare you? 175 away from today. Again, thank you guys a million for continuing to bang this thing out. Let's see if we can get it all the way there. 175 away from today. All right, those are all racist things about Australians that I'm seeing in the chat.
I think the Bluey show got it right. They're all just a bunch of dogs, really. It's just...
Oh, Sam Show says that...
You can't see them as people and then respect them, and just see them as animals.
Sam Show says he's from New Zealand. He's extra retarded. Oh, yeah, Kiwis are even worse than Australians.
Dude, we just called a Kiwi an Aussie. That's his murdering words.
Is that a fight? Should we go into his chat right now?
Usually it's not a good sign.
That's not good. Let's go. I'm going to go apologize to Meme right now. Let's go into his chat.
Sorry, I called you an Aussie.
Yeah. Who will win November 5th? He has a poll up right now. Who will win November 5th? Kamala, Trump, Stonies Bar in Rockville, or chat because they like the stream? I'm always going to vote Stonies. Always voting Stonies. All right, let's go into his chat. Oh, subscriber only mode. I'm not subscribed to Meme Copium. Only channel subscribers.
Way to out yourself now.
I have to be a channel subscriber for 1 minute before I can go right to Meme and tell him that we called him
So you could have just subscribed and kind of played it off and nobody would have known. But now you had to open your mouth and stick in your foot and go up. I'm not a subscriber.
Bro, I'm an honest man. And I was not subscribed to Meme's channel. And for the love of God, I apologize. I'm very sorry. All right, let's move on to some other things here on today's show. Thank you guys very much. You're only 175 from the big W today and 30 away from getting an extra hour. God, it's only $30 to get an extra hour today.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers.
I won't be doing it. I'm bailing after the half hour time because I got a lot of shit I gotta try and squeeze into a very small window before my show.
I know, me too. I gotta vote. I gotta work out. I gotta therapize. Here's the problem. I'm getting to the point with therapy now where I don't really have a lot to talk about. Like I feel like
so then it's just time to start maybe spacing out those appointments a little bit.
I am. It's every other week. But like I don't I feel like I'm doing pretty well. Maybe just like keeping on top of things. I'll tell you this. I'm getting good at a relationship.
You know what you need now is
What's
a
up?
chronic mental or physical illness. That'll keep you going.
Right.
to therapy on a regular basis.
Yeah, I feel like I need something to tell my therapist because I don't want to get to the point where I'm like trying to force shit.
Right. Well, I would say start drinking more. Maybe it's not too late to get cirrhosis.
Maybe have a Bloody Mary after the show.
Yeah.
By the by, big discovery this weekend because I made, SP, we all were over at the house and we cooked dinner together for the kids and everything. I made Kansas City dry rub pork chops, and I like to make my own Kansas City dry. I don't like to buy it. I like to put all the shit together and mix it up myself and do that. And it makes quite a bit. Like I had more than enough for the pork chops. And so my neighbor and I were watching the Gopher game together. And I was going to have a Bloody Mary for the Gopher game.
Mm-hmm.
And I had this idea. I wasn't going to have two. But after the first one, I saw the container, the sealed container with my Kansas City dry rub in it. And I went, hold on a tick. What if I take the agave nectar? That's what I use for the around the rim.
Right.
What if I take the agave nectar and I roll the rim in the Kansas City dry rub?
Okay.
And then do the Bloody Mary. And I am here to report, holy fucking horse shit.
Good call.
It's good. It's really good. Here's the only problem. Like, the Bloody Mary is spicy. I like Major Tom's The Works. If you're looking for a good one, Major Tom's The Works. Kansas City dry rub, if you don't know, is a sweet barbecue dry rub. I mean, yeah, there's cayenne and chili powder and everything, but like the big two ingredients are brown sugar and white sugar. And so it's got the spice in it. It's got a kick, but it's sweet.
Okay.
So like the sweet and spicy is really good, but you're probably like you use a Bloody Mary rim salt, and it doesn't really have much to it, like calories, sugar, salt, whatever. It's not that bad. I have a feeling if you use the Kansas City dry rub, you're peaking your diabetes levels a little bit by using it. But fuck, is it good? It's really good. Birdman with $5 says it's time to hit that marriage goal now that you're all fixed up. No,
yeah, dude, you've got yourself mentally ready for a new relationship already. Like that's like your dad was right, man. Before Christmas, we can make this happen. We got 2 months left. Let's go.
I think I'm still trying. I think the thing I'm trying to work on now is like making sure that, and I don't want to get too deep into this because it'll gross people out. But like with what I've been through and the disgusting shit I've done, I'm trying to make sure that I've got my head on straight when it comes to like the relationship I have with sex. Because if you're a fucking degenerate, that going back to normal can fuck your head up a little bit. You know, it's not good to do that kind of shit. So I don't know.
So what you're saying, like you and SP have had to like work you down slowly back to normal, so she has to like peg you every once in a while.
I have to shove a rolling pin in her asshole. It's the only way I can get off.
Why does she have to get something shoved in her asshole?
I'm too redlined, you know. I'm just too up here. No, it's sex is wonderful. It's amazing, but like, you know, just making sure. Like there are some things that are going on with me that I'm like, I feel like I've come out of this too quickly. And it's like, why hasn't there been another shoe dropping? And maybe it never will. So basically what it is, it's like maintenance. I want to talk about this shit just to do maintenance.
There you go.
Essentially. And it's the shame. Like it's the shame of like now is healthy. It's the shame of what I used to do. That's the thing I've talked about before. And it's probably helped a bunch. Thank you, Birdman, for the $5. I appreciate it. 175 away from today. Let's stop talking about sex. We're going to gross people the fuck out. Speaking of grossing people the fuck out, Johnny, what the hell is going on with these weird young gay dudes for Kamala Harris pretending like they're alpha Chad straight guys and shit-talking Republicans? Like this is the one thing we need to put back in the figurative social coffin with this election is the Harry Sisson kind of queebs who do these streams where they're like, fucking Republicans are gay and pieces of shit. And it's like, if we were all in front of you right now, we could steal your lunch money and there's nothing you could do about it. These guys who wear the way too tight of shirts with little toothpick arms, not that I'm judging, who come on and they're like, being a liberal is so fucking badass. It's like, dude, shut up, you're gay. Like the hair is gay, the shirt is gay, you're gay. The only reason it looks like you have any kind of a form is because you're so skinny, your skeletal structure sticks out. Knock
You
it
don't
off.
have to work out much to put muscles on that. That's not
Right.
There's just not enough. There's not a lot there.
This shit annoys the fuck out of me. The hair, is it Henry or Harry? I think it's Harry Sisson. You know what I'm talking about? That creepy
think
little
so.
mop top kid who's like super liberal. Well, there's now this rash of like gay looking liberal dudes who are trying to convince you that it's really fucking cool and sexy and awesome to be progressive. I hate it. And I hope Trump's victory exposes these assholes for who they are because they
His
have
pecs are too big for the rest of his body. It looks like he has boobs.
Yeah. Well, here, let's watch. I fucking hate this vibe, and I hope today's election kills it.
I will say, in my personal life, the only people
Gay. Bro, gay. Don't talk to me about masculinity and what's cool.
I will say, in my personal life, the only people I know that voted for Kamala Harris, all of them had post-secondary education, but the people that I know that don't have post-secondary education, yeah, they did not vote for Kamala Harris.
Really? So you mean the people who haven't been brainwashed for 4 years by professors are voting for Donald Trump? Yeah, bro, not the flex you think it is.
You realize you and all those people with the post-secondary educations are the same people arguing that we need to pay for your education because you guys can't. So maybe we shouldn't take your advice on things like economy.
Yeah, as you film this from your mom's house, guys this young don't have fucking business magnets on their fridge. I'm sorry. This is mommy and daddy's house. I know, you're so fucking smart. The rest of us are so stupid. Maybe if you had to pay your own mortgage and see what the interest rate was going to be on your first house, we might be having a different conversation. That really is the best medicine to fix retards like this, is just make them live.
Right? Are you paying for any of the stuff that you have? Like, do you even pay for your own fucking cell phone? I'm betting not. I'm betting you're on mom and dad's plan.
Right.
Living in their house. And again, you're going to tell us how good you are with money and how much you understand the world, even though you're still relying on two shepherds to take you through it. So fuck you.
And you know, I was like that. Like when I was young, when I was in high school and early college and I was all progressive and shit, I was a server at a family restaurant and there would be the blue collar guys who would sit up at the lunch counter. And one of them was a private, what do you call that? Owner operator trucker. Like he owned the business. And he would always tell me, he goes, you're going to get older and you're going to become a Republican and you're going to become more conservative, blah, blah. And when you're young, you're always like, it's just so jaded and you're just so blah, blah, blah. But as soon as I got a fucking job and as soon as I got my own apartment and I'm doing all this shit, I'm like, fuck Obama, dude. Like, fuck Democrat. I don't. Because I used to be all for like, you know, if we all just pitched in a little more tax-wise, we could all have government health care. And then I'm like, buy your own fucking health care. I'm not going to pitch in so a bunch of like morbidly obese people can go have quadruple bypasses on my dime. Take care of yourself, fucko. And like, it's just once the money's yours to spend, you realize how finite it is and how fucked you're getting already. And then you grow out of this fucking hockey hair gay dude vibe pretty quick.
And I really
let's not sully hockey with this. I mean, that is somewhat of the
hockey.
Let's not bring that into this, man. We don't deserve to be brought down.
I know.
Like that.
I know you love the sport. I know you played it, but you guys started growing your hair out like queers, and it really hurt your claim to masculinity. Like hockey.
No, the thing is, we grew our hair out like that, and then the queers were like, I want to get one of those guys. And so they started trying to look like us, the fucking bastards.
Dude, it's always been gay. You guys should always embrace what you are. You should always have Nazi haircuts. All hockey players should have haircuts like white supremacists. And that way, when you guys like get teeth knocked out and you spit them out and you wipe your mouth with a towel and go back out and play, it looks really cool. But when you do it with the gay mop head, it just looks like you're a masochist you're like, oh, he's a bottom. You know,
Oh, no.
He gets his asshole pounded if he's able
You
to
wanted
take
those
that
teeth
much
knocked
pain.
out for easy access now.
Exactly. It's going to be easier for him to, slide the old meat whistle in there. That's right, hockey players. I think you're all homos. Cut your hair, you fucking queef. All right, let's finish up. Speaking of hockey players, quote unquote.
Not vote for Kamala Harris, and I really think that just barely high school education is showing, because you clearly can't read. So yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was funny. Everyone I know has a college education. Blue.
Cool. Get your T-cell count tested. I bet you're going to be really surprised.
You know what that little thing did? That little thing pissed off a whole bunch of people into voting for Kamala just to show him.
Yeah, come on. I don't want to be a stupid guy. I'll vote for Kamala. I'm not the weird flimsy-armed gay kid told me I'm not smart. They don't understand that attitude makes people vote for Donald Trump.
And that, by the way, all the low education, low IQ people vote for Donald Trump. Yeah, when I think of Elon Musk, I think, wow, that guy is so low IQ.
Yeah.
I mean, the fucking inventing rockets and spaceships and electric cars and shit. Yeah, dude, that guy's a fucking tard.
Right. And I would really like to know what that kid's degree is in. I'm sure it would be fascinating to find out.
He's probably a beautician.
You guys are doing a ridiculous job today with the donations. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $4.99 says, in 2019, I made $60K. This year, I'll be making $100,000. My financial place was better in 2019. I believe it. I remember when making $100,000 was like, holy shit, that guy is fucking killing it. If you were making six figures, you were on easy street. No shit. If you've got a family of 4, family of 5, and you make $100,000 and you came to me and you said, Aaron, I'm paycheck to paycheck. I understand. I would believe you 100%. That $100,000 raising, and this is so fucking sad. This speaks to the Federal Reserve. This speaks to the government. This speaks to just money mismanagement in general. When $100,000 is paycheck to paycheck with a family of 4, that's fucking sad, dude. We used to have people make like 30, 40 grand a year, and they would be a one-income household, and they would raise a family of 4 in a suburban house. One person making like 40 grand a year. That used to be able to do it. And now, fuck, if you make 40 grand a year.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, you make 40 grand a year, you better not have kids.
You make 40 grand a year, you better have a roommate.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Yeah, you're right. That's where we're at. And, the weird thing is, look at throughout history, does this ever go back? Like, does the affordability?
I mean, not really.
It always goes up. Like, where is it written that inflation always has to go up and money always has to devalue? It shouldn't be that way. We should be rolling shit back. But the banking interests aren't going to like it very much if we're borrowing less money and being more responsible with our funds.
Yeah, because then they can't take our cash.
Right. 383 Novocaine says, oh, look at that cute little fella. Wake him up and we can play Aaron, he is awake, damn it. Zen Man Builds with $5 says, this green shirt guy is almost certainly taking roller pins to the asshole. SP, I don't really shove rolling pins in her asshole. I don't.
Bowling pins.
No, I don't. Oh, could you imagine?
Oh.
Just the pain and suffering.
I start with the bottom.
And I tell her what a good girl she is.
Let's see if you can get up to the red line.
Hey, when someone's shoving the business end of a bowling pin up your ass, every spot of it is the red line. When you're taking the business end of a bowling pin right in your keister, the red is instant. Oh. Hey, man, what's going on? Nothing? Why are you walking funny? Let's just say check your chair before you sit down. So Brunswick Bowl's a real motherfucker of a place. I gotta tell you. Well,
those assholes aren't kidding with that shoe rental fee.
God, if you take those shoes home with you, they find you.
They fucking don't let it go.
They find you. And they do. They call it the business end of the bowling pin. And boy, do they mean it. Thank you guys for your contributions. You put us at 165 for today. Finish her off, man. You guys are doing great. You're on your way. Thank you so much for supporting this show. We're also 30 behind for yesterday. If you do that, we'll give you an hour for today's show. You know how in this country there's this thing where we see like a story that goes viral and we want to embrace the people in it as like national heroes and like, holy shit, these people are great. We're going to look up to them and blah, blah. And almost inevitably, it almost ends up like the shittiest, like everybody's a motherfucker in the story. There's shades of gray. There's no white hats or black hats. There's no good guys or bad guys. Everybody's
I told you Peanut looked like a fucking R-word and squirrel.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. It's the Peanut story.
Oh, really?
The Peanut story's falling apart a little bit.
Oh, boy.
So, like, it's not like Peanut was a racist and, like, they found out he ripped out the throat of 3 black people and gave them rabies or anything. It's the owner. They're starting to accuse the owner of being a piece of shit pornography peddler who's using this whole thing to peddle porn.
Yeah, I heard about that because if you follow it deep enough with the whole like my poor squirrel thing and you follow his links, eventually you get to the OnlyFans.
He has an OnlyFans. And apparently he's fucking on the OnlyFans. And I don't know, man. That's so gross to me. Like even if it's you and you're like, oh, it's just my wife and I. It's like, yeah, but that's not for the world. Like your relationship isn't special anymore. If you're just and I know what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Your relationship isn't special anymore if you bring it to the world. And especially if you monetize your relationship. Again, I know what I'm talking about, dude. If you do that, your relationship just isn't special. It's not yours anymore. It belongs to everyone. It fucking sucks, man. And stuff like that either has a timer on it and that time will expire, or you're not going to have a happy relationship. It's
well, if this is all falling apart, then are we getting back into the lane of it's possible that the whole thing was set up by this dude to get more attention for his shit?
Well, there's now a rumor that maybe the raid had something to do with the porn business. Because
and not the squirrel stuff.
Remember, this guy was like, I've got cameras all over my house. And we all thought, oh, he's got cameras all over his house for the squirrel.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. It's not why he's got cameras all over the house. It's not for the squirrel. It's because of the porn.
It's for when he's salting his nuts.
We really have to stop viral hero worship in the United States and just assume that, you know what, just like with white supremacist terror attacks, always assume it's the FBI or the CIA. When it comes to heroic viral stories, just always assume everyone's going to end up being a piece of shit. There's no way around it. So, Mark Longo, great porn name, by the way.
Yeah.
Mark, I think the only better name would be Mark Gertho. Would be the only better porn name that he could have.
But I already have it, so he can't.
So he says he's not using the tragedy and controversy surrounding Peanut the squirrel. If you don't know about Peanut, New York Wildlife Services came in, euthanized a squirrel and a raccoon. Other people were saying it was because they were an invasive species, but that doesn't make sense.
No. The two things that really don't make sense with this, invasive species and the rabies thing. Like raccoons being carriers of rabies, it's possible, but not very, very likely. Squirrels, on the other hand, completely unheard of. Like it's possible for them to be carriers of rabies, but raccoons and squirrels having rabies and transmitting them to people, almost entirely unheard of, especially in a situation where these two were indoor rodents. They weren't going out. They weren't mixing with the wild. In fact, the story of Peanut was after he rehabilitated this baby squirrel, he let it loose into the wild, and it came back injured and bruised, and he's like, oh, you can't survive on your own, so he kept the squirrel.
Yeah. Well, now they're saying that the reason they had to put Peanut down, and this is really sad, is that Peanut apparently had a blown out asshole, and that every time you tried to touch Peanut, he would scream and jump.
Oh,
and
Jesus.
apparently this Mark Longo was sodomizing the squirrel and putting it on OnlyFans. I'm kidding. I don't need Mark Longo taking action. Mark Longo was fucking his pet squirrel, blew out his asshole, and now the Wildlife Service said the only kindness we can do for this poor beast is to put him down. Like the hell he's lived, he deserves to be in heaven. So Mark Longo says he's not using the tragedy and controversy surrounding Peanut to drum up subscriptions for his porn page. Peanut's owner joined TMZ Live Monday and told us he thinks his OnlyFans is the reason his farm got raided in the first place. Now, this is where I have to start getting skeptical of this guy, because remember, the initial report was it was the squirrel. Well, yeah, it was this bitch reporting the squirrel because the squirrel had more followers than her on Instagram, this bitchy neighbor. Okay. Mark says authorities asked him if he had any cameras in his house. A strange question to ask if they were there only because he broke the law by harboring two undomesticated animals in Peanut and Fred the raccoon. Now, wait a minute. Let's Google something.
No, that's not a strange question to ask. I feel like after all the times that the cops have gotten, boned by just going in and raiding a place and then the person having film footage and releasing it to show how it was all bullshit, like, I feel like now they have to ask, like, hey, are there any cameras here? Because we don't want you going off and saying, look, this is what they did with their raid and us actually being held accountable. We want to be the only ones putting out video.
I'm not saying that putting down the squirrel and the raccoon were a good thing, and I'm not saying that they should have done that.
But they did have monkeypox.
Keep that shit under wraps till after the election. But them raiding the house because of the squirrel and raccoon didn't make any fucking sense. Raiding the house because, and I'm looking this up right now, it is illegal to film pornography in New York.
Ooh.
Yeah. That would make sense as to why they asked about the cameras. The guy has an OnlyFans. He's fucking on the OnlyFans, apparently. And he's monetizing it.
Now I just want to know, how many times did Peanuts jump into one of them videos? Like, he's just going at it, and then the squirrel's just running along like the shower curtain rod or whatever. And you're just like, I want to pay attention to the fucking, but look at that cute little squirrel over there in the corner. He's just having a good time with a sunflower seed.
Under New York law, criminal liability attaches to the promotion, production, filming, and distribution of obscene materials. So this motherfucker got us all believing that the government was like, we're going to get your fucking squirrel, you piece of shit. We're going to take your squirrel away from you. And that turned out maybe not to be the thing. He was being raided for pornography production, which is completely legit. You know it's illegal to shoot that shit in New York City. More ways than one. Zen Man Builds with $1 says they found out Peanut had monkeypox. There's your joke, Johnny. You and Zen Man thinking the same way this morning. So instead, Mark believes someone who had an issue with him shooting porn with his wife. That's so fucking gross. You're doing porn with your wife. You're making your wife basically a whore for other men and their money and for them to watch her fuck. That's like,
I'm betting that both of them, though, get off on the idea of people looking at them.
But that's
like,
just
oh,
it.
yeah,
Like, even though you're fucking her, that's still kind of a cuck fetish that you have. You still want people to watch your wife get fucked.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think you want people to watch your wife get fucked. I think you want people to watch you fucking. Like, that's where you're at with it. If you're doing this with them, you're like, yeah, I want people to see me fucking.
This is so weird to me. So these two do porn together, but then they've got this little squirrel that they feed waffles. This is gross. I really don't like these two anymore.
I just have to say, once again, an inordinately large amount of tattoos seems to be kind of a giant flag.
This is not good. Yeah, this ages so poorly. This is such a like, no offense, guys. Get your tattoos, do whatever you want. But I just look at it and I go, this is fucking classless. This is just fucking grimy and dirty. And like you said, red flag. It tells me a lot of what I want to know about you. You know,
that's a lot of landscape to cover. Like, I don't mind the occasional tattoo here and there. In fact, you can have quite a few tattoos and it's still all right. But it's just like when you've got it all like to the point where there's no open space anymore. I'm like, all right, now you're just a walking doodle.
Yeah. So now Mark's theory is officials use the animals as a way to get into his home and dig up dirt on his porn business. Well, yeah, you're not. I mean, Peanut was seized in the raid and euthanized as part of a test for rabies, even though there was proof Peanut didn't have rabies, and the case is getting a lot of attention. And so is Mark, who's big on OnlyFans. So we didn't get that from the media when this story first broke. He's got an Instagram. His squirrel is adorable. Not like he and his wife fuck each other for everybody to pay and watch on OnlyFans.
Yeah, TMZ picked up this story and it was talking about the animal shelter or whatever program that, you know, Peanut was the cornerstone of, and how is this nonprofit going to survive without him? It's just like, we aren't going to be able to fund it. And I'm like, I don't know. It seems like you keep throwing bones into your wife for money. You have something.
Dude, Mark says folks who think he's trying to capitalize on the moment and promote his OnlyFans have him all wrong. Ditto for people who think the kids he babysits were somehow involved in his side hustle. This guy is a piece of shit.
Wait, hold on. It's back the...
Yeah.
What?
You can have an OnlyFans if you want to. I'm not saying you can't. I judge you, but I'm not saying you can't. You can't have an OnlyFans where you're fucking and a daycare. You got to make a choice. I'm not saying you're doing anything. I'm just saying it doesn't look good. Make a fucking call. I don't like this guy. He is fucking garbage.
This is like having a bounce house and a wet bar. It's like, no, those two don't go together.
Actually, that sounds like every bar in Wisconsin. So I don't really know if that's... You're not being fair. That's a little bigoted on your part. How dare you? This guy sucks. I fucking hate this guy. And you know, I should have trusted my gut, because when I first saw him with the bro tattoos and the hat on backwards, I was like, this guy just lost his squirrel and his raccoon, so I'm a little, sympathetic to him, but he's a red flag too. I should have this is another one. Trust your gut. Remember the homeless guy with the golden voice? You're like, there's a reason this guy looks like shit and is all dirty, and then it turns out he's beating women, he's drinking, he's all that. It's like, oh, he's a piece of shit. That's why he's there. I really don't like... Let's go to the TMZ interview and see what he says about the porn accusations.
You and your wife have done OnlyFans, and you've done some X-rated material on OnlyFans. Perfectly legal.
No, it's not.
No, if it's illegal to film and distribute porn in New York, then if that's what you're doing on OnlyFans, not legal.
You cannot film pornography in New York.
And you've also, you babysit kids in the neighborhood from your neighbors.
Oh, of course he doesn't see a fucking problem with this.
Oh. Hey, when your co-host gets to know you so well, he says it before you do. I mean, that was the first thing I thought. I went, Harvey, you really kind of blew past that one pretty quick.
Really kind of went, oh, wow, so you guys do a lot of weird sex stuff and there's kids around. Oh, that's fine, that's fine.
I mean, I think the proper way to address this with your interview subject would be, sir, you have an OnlyFans where you do X-rated material. You also have a daycare. The fuck's your problem? That's the correct way to ask that question.
So what we're hearing is that somebody made an anonymous call who had a problem with you guys, maybe because of that. Why would they ask you, are there cameras, if they're just there to seize two animals?
Why wouldn't the first question be,
where are they?
Where's the squirrel?
Where are they?
Where's the raccoon?
At no point is it acceptable for this question to arise. It's
yes, it is. If it's illegal in New York to film and distribute pornography, then it is. See, we were all sitting there going, this poor fucking guy, the government has no right to raid your house just because a moose and a squirrel were there. That's fucking terrible. But now, if it's against the law in New York to film pornography and you have an OnlyFans and you're flaunting it and promoting it, which they were, that might be something the state of New York might be interested in.
But then my question is, why did we have to go after the squirrel and the raccoon?
Well, they found the squirrel and the raccoon while they were there. And that's also probably a legal code issue with rabies and everything else. And so when they found the raccoon and the squirrel, they took it. They confiscated it. It doesn't sound like they were there for the raccoon and the squirrel. It sounds like they were there because
Fred
this guy's
and Peanut died because he can't keep it in his fucking pants.
Well, he can't keep it off the fucking internet. He's got to show everybody him fucking his wife, which, again, cheapens your relationship so much. And that's coming from the guy who cheapened his last relationship a lot.
More of the fact that you were looking for something else. And this is all my opinion because we don't have facts at the moment right now. But you're telling me with what I...
If I go with Occam's razor, though, I don't know about you, Johnny, the porn thing makes a lot more sense.
Oh, the porn thing makes a lot more sense for showing up and raiding the place. But I also, I feel like this guy doesn't realize the porn thing doesn't make you a victim, sir. Because, like, I feel like he's still trying to put this, like, you know, if that's what they came for, that's still not okay. Like, no, it's totally okay. Again, like, I had my issues with the whole, like, it's illegal to have a squirrel as a pet in New York, and you should know that. But they moved there, and they were filing for the rights. Like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
But it's illegal to do the porn stuff in general. There's no we're going to get a license or a permission slip to allow us to do that. So you can't keep doing that in New York.
Right.
do for side work for a little bit of extra money that I donate to the sanctuary. And, you know, it's not everybody's cup of tea, but I know that's not why we're here.
It's legal. It's totally legal.
No,
it isn't.
No, it's not. It took me one Google search. Is it illegal to make porn in New York? And it is.
It's not legal. OnlyFans is totally legal, but OnlyFans isn't meant to be for porn. It is something people use for porn, but if you choose to use OnlyFans for porn, you're making pornography.
If it's for money, yeah. Yes, there are laws in New York that make it illegal to film porn, and there are also laws that criminalize the distribution of sexually explicit images without consent. New York has 3 obscenity laws. Equipment seizure, all that shit. Criminal liability attaches to the promotion, production, filming, and distribution of obscene materials. I mean, that I'm sorry, but Harvey's wrong. It's not all legal.
It's not all legal.
Nobody likes onions with 199 says, did someone say porn in daycare? I'm all ears.
I don't know if that's not the the NLO. I wouldn't.
I'd stay away.
I wouldn't.
Walk away from this one, son. It's bad for you.
Bad for you.
It's like end of story. It's legal.
Right. We're not trying to promote this. I've been hearing people that I'm trying.
I don't doubt for a minute that Patrick Melton would think that's a great idea. Like my belief is that he absolutely would think that's a great idea.
My belief is that you shouldn't think that's.
I don't think you should.
That's me.
I don't think you should think that's a good idea. It does sound like something that Patrick Melton would think is totally fine. But that's just because, in my opinion, he's a complete piece of shit. And if you hate me so much that you would watch that, I have to question your scruples as well. Just come hate me. Get it right from the tap, baby. Why not? You don't have to dirty your soul by supporting someone who like sexualizes children like in his profession. Like he talks about them sexually a lot. You can just come right to me and hate me. Johnny, if there's anything you know about me, it's that I welcome hate.
Yeah. You actually enjoy it. It's weird. It's like a masochistic thing with you.
So let's all be hateful together. Instead of...
And if you're going to watch like somebody watch your show, if you're going to hate the guy, just watch the guy's show then. Why watch somebody else hate it with you?
That'll make you more creative because you can watch my show and you can kind of do your own show while you're watching mine where you can be like, fuck you, I hate you, you're a piece of shit, this is why you suck. You can pick apart every word, every facial expression, every little thing. Believe
You
me.
can go live or just pretend, whichever one's more fun for you.
Believe me, what Patrick does is not difficult. It's what people with no talent do. And if you don't think
That's
you
what
have
I
any-
do.
Yeah, if you don't think you have any talent, you can do it too. Get your hate straight from the source. It's way more pure.
Trying to promote my pages. This is not anything that's what's going on. I want justice for my animals. So what we're brainstorming is was there a different motive here?
Did you get a citation?
No citation. I didn't get arrested. I got nothing. I got 3 pieces of paperwork and they were gone. One paperwork was a search warrant. The other 2.
They had a search. They're not going to get a fucking search warrant for a squirrel. This was a porn investigation.
What is the search warrant saying they're looking for?
100% this is a pornography investigation. I believe it in my bones.
Were pertain to materials that were taken and 2 animals that they were taken. That's all of the
Materials that were taken. That's interesting. We didn't hear about that. We heard about the squirrel. We heard about the raccoon. By the way, I'm trying so hard not to say moose and squirrel every time I say raccoon and squirrel. I can't get it out of my head. But
We came for moose and squirrel.
we can't. Yeah, that's what I said yesterday. I'm like, what did fucking Boris and Natasha break down the door? But he's like, oh, the search warrant. Like, this guy's ratting himself out the more he talks.
Yeah, dude, what materials? What materials? What, squirrel treats? What materials?
Yeah. They took all our horse feed.
paperwork.
They
that
took
I
all
got.
of Peanut's nuts.
Well, you can judge me if you want for the areas that I make money from.
Deal. Okay. End of story.
You're a whore. Moving
Yeah.
on.
You and you are a whore. Your wife is a whore. And you guys whore yourselves out for money on the internet. You take one thing that's supposed to be sacrosanct in your marriage, and that's your bedroom and your sex life, and you fucking blow it up for everybody and you make money off of it. You cheapen yourselves. You cheapen yourselves. It's fucking disgusting, and that's coming from me. And then to make this about the squirrel and the raccoon to get yourself sympathy because you knew that it was going to come out that you filmed fucking pornography all over your house and you have a fucking daycare. Fuck this guy. I hate his guts. I'm glad your squirrel's dead. I'm not happy for the squirrel. I wish the squirrel was still alive. But I'm glad that you have to feel this, you fucker.
But the simple fact is you're now accusing me of having children in my house, and if I have kids involved in my pages.
I'm sorry, but when they both happen in the same, like, if I have kids at a McDonald's, it's not unreasonable for me to ask if you're serving them cheeseburgers. I mean, you fuck on that couch, the kids play on the couch. Have you ever fucked when the kids are in the house? Have you ever? Look, you think they want to ask you these questions? No. You're the fucking pervert who does porn and daycare. You're making them ask you these questions.
Nobody asked you to mix these two side hustles together.
Right. Hey, man, you run a hair salon and you've also got kids running around here. You ever give the kids haircuts? How dare you ask that question? Well, 2 and 2. Sorry.
It's devastating. And how did we get down to this? You know, if you were so concerned about 2 animals that were a potential threat to...
Yes, you and your wife. 2 animals that are a potential threat.
2 horny animals.
Oh, my God. I might clip this out. I haven't done a clip in a long time. Us trashing the peanut guy would probably get some, you know, we'd be kind of on the forefront of trashing the peanut guy.
Fuck Peanut. That clip title alone will get...
Fuck Peanut. Fuck his owners. They put Peanut in this position. The owners are to blame for Peanut being dead.
Society that have never even left the house. You know, it's a little bit overkill to get a search warrant and use these.
Not if it is illegal to produce porn in New York. Fucko.
Animals as a prop to come in to investigate some
Interspecies erotica, fucko. Is he have Kinky Kelly and the Sexy Stud? Is this what we're gonna find out next?
Oh no. Oh no.
That's Kinky Kelly. I'm the Sexy Stud. Oh.
something that's not there, that was never there, that's never been a part of my life.
What's your next move?
Honestly, I still
Yeah, probably fucking my wife on camera. Why? What's it to you?
am just waiting for answers. Obviously, we're moving in the direction of
Dude, the way he's speaking, I hate to be this guy because I'm not this professionally. I'm just watching for myself. His speech pattern and the high pitchedness of it, to me, strikes me as a very defensive thing.
Yeah.
This guy's suspect as fuck.
A legal team, and I have a lovely woman. Her name is Nora Marino. She is
You've
a
seen her
lovely
ass.
Yeah, do you fuck her on camera too?
woman. She's taken on the case, and we're going to move forward with it. And we'll keep everybody informed as we take the steps. But this didn't.
Watching this guy try not to be a piece of shit while the world is finding out he's a piece of shit is interesting to me. Keep an eye on this story. We got to come up with a law for this. Like Murphy's Law or Occam's Razor. When an internet guy goes viral as a victim, it's a matter of time before we find out he's dog shit. Because Peanuts owner is a whole bucket of dog shit, if you ask me. Thank you very
Decoy Voice, I was watching a video on him. He said this yesterday or the day before. The video I watched was yesterday. But yeah, he was saying, like, every time we do this now where we find these people online who are getting attention online for whatever they're getting attention for, it always seems like it comes back to funneling people to OnlyFans.
Right.
To the point where he's like, I'm starting to think that the entire internet is just a huge mistake.
Do you know how uncomfortable I am that they just breezed over the whole OnlyFans and daycare thing?
Oh, yeah. But again, I'm not surprised given the interviewer, but it is something that maybe we should have broached a little bit more.
We should be practicing some understanding here. Sneed Dave I love Sneed Dave Williams. He gives us $9.99. He says, wasn't what's her name doing OnlyFans in New York? You know who I mean. The disingenuous. Oh, my chat just went down as I was reading that. Let's reload.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're right, by the way. It's a Stream Ninja thing.
I have had a couple of issues since turning off the add-on stuff, but the Stream Ninja thing isn't entirely disconnected. It's one of those weird ones.
Sneed
Dave,
Dave,
how to clip all the tendrils.
Sneed Dave says, wasn't what's her name doing OnlyFans in New York? You know who I mean? The disingenuous clout goblin who just got married that streams to 15 viewers. I can't. I've gone on record as saying this before. Let me just say, peace between Keanu and I. There's no reason for us to trash Keanu. You can't. I mean, I'm not going to. You guys get to do whatever you want. I'm not going to say anything bad about her. But no, she's not violating New York law. Taking pictures of yourself and putting them on OnlyFans is not a violation of the law.
Especially if those images are consensual. If she was performing sexual acts
and they were filming that's different. That's
Yeah.
different. Oh my God. So the rule that if someone goes viral on the internet, it's a matter of time before you find out they're a piece of shit. You know how I was looking for a name for it?
right? What do we have?
I think we might have found it. Tridio, becoming a member for 12 months, says, let's call it Ricada's Law.
I like it. I really do.
It works. It fits. So from now on, when someone shows up on the internet and they look sympathetic and they go viral for it, assume that eventually they're going to slide and we're going to figure out they're a piece of
They're
shit.
just a total piece of shit.
And we'll call it Ricada's Law. Perfect. Wow. I think we might have gotten something started.
Yeah, that might be nice.
Including someone maybe coming to my house and trying to kill me. I think may have gotten a lot of things started. Auto Glass Guy gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Auto Glass Guy. That's incredibly generous of you. Hey, guys, 150 away from knocking it out today. Keep it going. You're doing great. Also, if you knock out the extra 30 from yesterday, we're going to do an extra hour for you. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I see some haters are very upset in the chat. They're going, you have zero self-awareness talking about this. I'm sorry. Do you have too much goo and shit in your ears to not hear the part where I went, I speak from experience? That's coming from me. Hey, guys, I know your hate for me is powerful, but open your ears for just a second. You guys are fucking terrible at this.
Because you completely missed the part where we started with how long until everyone who seems sympathetic on the internet is found out to be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
We started with and by the way, we're pieces of shit.
Yeah, guys, I'm getting really tired of having to educate you on, like, doing your hate right, but God, you guys fuck it up on a regular basis. Love you, though. Love you. Thank you very much. Nick with $100. Holy shit. What a guy. Thank you so much.
Fuck you, Aaron. Thinking about
yeah.
your cock is very useful.
Thank you very much.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
$100 is the number from Nick. Holy
Thank
shit.
you.
$50 away from today's goal. $30 away from getting an extra hour out of today. Thank you guys very much. Hawk, sorry I had to call you out, buddy, but you did kind of look like a retard there. Sorry, pal. Enjoy the rest of the show. All right, so that's Peanuts owner. Wait for more. That's what I think. Wait for more. Squirrel Daddy and Mommy. Oh, boy. Hold on. We got April's Parents Hobby Farm sent us something. Here. Yeah, let's take a look as we get more intel. That's the other thing. Now that people found out that they have a daycare and an OnlyFans, it's going to be like people are going to start digging. And once the internet starts...
I'm just getting weirded out by all this. So you're running an animal fucking sanctuary. It looked like you had some sort of weird hard hat job, but you also come home, F your wife, and put the videos up online to make some money and run a daycare. Like, how many fucking plates are you spinning here, friends?
A lot of plates. He's a plate spinning son of a bitch. Let me see this. The page, it says this page doesn't exist. I think they took it down. Uh-oh. It's never a good look when you're taking down social medias.
Not good.
This is going to get bad. This is why don't get out over your skis defending people. Yeah, A-Team says, is there animal porn too then? I don't know.
He's just pounded away. They're doing it doggy style, and Peanuts is right there between her shoulder blades holding up a sign saying, you can do it.
Peanuts holding her hair back in doggy.
Oh.
Frank is there just fucking taking his little paws to her clit. Yes, Helgi. That squirrel could water ski, or in the OnlyFans, that squirrel can do water sports. I don't know.
The worst is like when she's sitting there and it's a chest up shot and she's having a great time. You're like, I wonder what's going on. And all of a sudden Fred pops up and he just starts cleaning his face like the raccoons do.
Oh no, Fred's eating pussy. What the hell is going on? Jesus. Thank you guys for all of your generosity. $50 away from today. I mean, fuck, really go and finish it off. Like Frank on OnlyFans.
Raccoons are omnivores. Oh, turns out they love fish.
They're pescatarians. All right. We got to... Oh, wait, hold on. April's Parents Hobby Farm got it back to me. What the fuck? Inked. I can't show you guys this shit on the show.
But you could...
But
you can
their
Facebook link it to me.
Twitter is fucking wild, bro. Inked. Her name is Inked Danny on Twitter. Let me go back to this real quick. Jesus fucking Christ. A standing 69 against the wall. That squirrel was well taken care of. I've got it written properly. Uh-oh, is she gone? Is her Twitter gone? Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, let's take it off. I'm just trying to find shit that I can show you guys. And then the next one, government overreach in action. In between all her OnlyFans promotions, pictures of Peanut, government overreach. Let's have some fun. It's free, and there's a link to her OnlyFans.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm going to say too many tattoos.
Yeah, I'm looking at a couple of these pictures. Way too many tattoos.
Oh my God. So that's a 2-second video that I can't show on YouTube.
Dude, like, she's actually really, really attractive if we didn't cover all of her with the ink.
He keeps his hat on when he eats pussy. What a queer. Oh, he's awful.
And it's still spun around backwards.
I mean, she's broken too, but like.
See, when I go like this and then I go down, it's like I flip a switch.
Good God, she's spreading her asshole up. These two fucking suck. Don't waste a second. Don't waste a fucking second feeling bad for these two. These two are genuine pieces of shit. Ugh. BJ with $2 says, government overreach around. God damn it. Yeah, this is not, I'm sorry, but this story is not the cut and dry, we're victims story that we were told. Because like I said, this was about the porn. That's what this investigation was about. And they found a squirrel and a raccoon while they were investigating it. And I'm guessing that the rule in New York is if we find animals like that in a residence that we take them and we put them down. I don't know if you saw this yesterday. It was on the show, though. Jason Kelce, the former Eagles center, first ballot Hall of Famer, future first ballot Hall of Famer, and he works on ESPN Monday Night Countdown now.
Yeah.
He was working with ESPN at College Game Day. College Game Day is the big college pregame show that they have every Saturday on ESPN. He was working at College Game Day for the Ohio State-Penn State game. And a bunch of retarded Penn State fans were following him around, calling his brother Travis the gay F word for dating Taylor Swift. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen Jason Kelce before.
Yeah, I've seen him.
He's a caveman.
I wouldn't call his brother I'm just saying.
No, I wouldn't, because he can kill you with his bare hands. I mean, this is a guy who pushed around 300-pound men for a living. I mean, he's probably relatively tough.
I mean, if you want to talk about something that sounds pretty gay, but...
Thank you, Trucker 18-Wheeler. Oh, Jesus, he's Nick and she's April, you dirty fuck. It doesn't seem that way any longer, but Godspeed to everybody. So Jason Kelce grabbed this kid's phone, smashed it on the ground, got right in his face and yelled, "Who's the gay F word now?" To me, that's Jason Kelce showing restraint.
Yeah.
The fact that Jason Kelce didn't just grab this kid by the ankles like Bam Bam and smash him back and forth over his head means that Jason Kelce was being nice to you. Well, on Monday Night Countdown yesterday, I hate this. Jason Kelce issued an apology.
No.
Yeah, I know, because you're not supposed to do that as an employee of ESPN. You've got to maintain professionalism. So when someone calls your brother the gay F word, you just have to sit there and take it. I hate it. I think it's shit. But here we are. This is last night on Monday NFL Countdown.
Listen, I think everybody's seen on social media everything that took place this week.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to listen. I'm not happy with anything that took place. I'm not proud of it. And, in a heated moment, I chose to greet hate with hate, and I just don't think that that's a productive thing.
It's remarkably productive. Stop teaching kids bullshit. It's incredibly productive to beat the living fuck out of someone who's being a shithead. Someday they're probably going to thank you for it. We need to stop pretending that violence is always bad. Sometimes violence is the answer. Sometimes an asshole getting the shit kicked out of him. Here's where it's helpful for the guy doing the thing. Maybe that guy doesn't know. Maybe he's been away a long time. They never went up there and told him. But maybe he's never been taught that yelling that shit at a 300-pound man is disrespectful, stupid, and retarded. And the only way he's going to learn is that man kicks the shit out of you or scares the fuck out of you.
Why is it that I get it that nobody knows who the fuck that kid is, but why is it's on this guy to apologize for responding to the way he was treated by the other person?
I agree.
How is it the other person's actions, like this shit of like, I'm not happy with what I did, and I'm not like, yeah, but let's forget the fact that what you did was horribly wrong, I guess. But the reason you did it is because that asshole wouldn't take like a fucking hint and just walk the fuck on.
And you know what's going to be weird? He's apologizing because people at ESPN were probably offended. Not that he smashed this kid's phone, not that he got in his face, but you used the gay F word back to him. Fuck you. That's what you do in that situation. Yeah, I'm team Jason Kelce, even if Jason Kelce isn't on his own team on this deal, because this was absolutely the right response to this. In fact, I don't think he went far enough. But here's the problem, and here's why he's apologizing. And here's why the kid isn't apologizing. Jason Kelce has millions of dollars in income to lose and sponsorships to lose. He just got a massive podcast deal. He's got great paying gigs with ESPN. And certainly professional athletes, the year after they retire, are looking to replace a shitload of money they've lost. So he's got to
cover those upcoming medical bills that they'll have.
Oh, right. So I hate that he's apologizing here. I understand why, but I still have to hate it.
I really don't. I don't think that it leads to discourse, and it's the right way to go about things. And in that moment, I fell down to a level that I shouldn't have. So I think the bottom line is,
I don't think there's anything wrong. I don't think you could talk to one person who you said some guy was following me around, calling my brother the gay F word. I don't think there's one person in this world who would begrudge you if you turned around and punched that guy in the face.
Right?
He's the only one who seems to think he's done anything wrong. It would be funny if like ESPN executives came up to him after this and went, "Hey, Jason, what the fuck are you doing?" What do you mean?
Why are you apologizing for that shit?
We didn't tell you to apologize for that. Oh, I just assume you'd want us to. No, punch that git in the face.
I want to live my life. I try to live my life by the golden rule. That's what I've always been taught. I try to.
Well, you did. You did unto that guy the way he did unto you. Oh, I guess do unto others as you will want them to do unto you. Well,
yeah,
right.
But again, I think if I'm harassing somebody, following him and repeatedly calling his brother a gay F word because of who he chooses to fuck, which, by the way, I say remarkably mid, but as far as I know, still a woman, so that does not seem gay to me. But
you can say remarkably mid. That's fine. If Taylor Swift was at a bar or a social function, she'd be the hottest woman there.
Well, yeah, but we live in Minnesota. Yeah, dude, she's remarkably mid, but she's a Minnesota 9.
And by the way, when you guys call my ex-wife a Minnesota 6, and you act
overestimating.
You act like that's gonna be, like, oh, Aaron would like that. Aaron does not like that. That was with Aaron for 4 years. I don't want to be known as a guy who was with a Minnesota 6. So no, I do have to push back on that just a little bit. Minnesota 6. I mean, remember who you're hurting here when you say shit like that.
Yeah, the current one is the 6. No, I'm sorry.
Jesus. Remember, she gets kept in the dark and she's not allowed to really use the internet or find anything out about what's going on. So she's not going to know that you're calling her a Minnesota 6. I'm going to be the one who knows about it, and I'm going to go, I thought she was better than that. Fuck.
Higher than that.
Teasing, by the way.
Treat people with common decency and respect, and I'm going to keep doing that moving forward.
You're a Neanderthal. Crush him.
This past, even though I fell short this week, I'm going to do that moving forward.
Fuck him.
To do that. So
unleash the Kraken, Jason. Jason, yeah.
We got a game to focus on. Obviously, a matchup. I don't think this is the platform to necessarily go into more detail.
Blah, blah, blah.
So
fuck him up.
Get ready for this.
Catch my podcast.
Yeah, I don't. Well, then if it's not something to talk about, then shut the fuck up and let's talk about some football. What do
And
you
this
say,
whole
bud?
I want to treat people with respect. That person was not deserving of respect. Have we forgot that there is like a certain like level of like after this point you don't deserve respect anymore because clearly you can't give it at all. So
Well, the saying "trust is respect is earned, not
earned,
given."
not given.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Auto Glass Guy. It disappeared off my chat ninja before I could click on it. Sorry, buddy. He donated. He gifted 5 memberships.
Thank you.
During that story. Thank you, Auto Glass Guy. Don't look now, boys and girls, but we are just $40 away from today's goal and $30 behind for the week. So if that 70 comes in, we've got to do an extra hour just for you today for being as supportive as you are. Thank you so much. It never fails. Even if this program comes up short, this audience always makes it up at some point. And I'm hoping that we have a huge night tonight for the election stream. I really do. We're going to be on till late at night. Hopefully we knock out. I'm hoping we knock out this evening.
Okay.
But we're going to start adding more and more perks, and I'll sit down here and I'll come up with some of them as we knock out more and more goals. Seeing as we're going to be on a long time, a lot could come in. I have to be prepared for that. And I think if we hit a trifecta tonight and we do evening, morning, evening, I'll go on until 10 a.m. with help from Johnny.
I'm going to love watching that one come to an end.
It'll be this.
You're going to be so ready to end the show.
Guys, I'll probably go buy a case of Celsius.
You're going to die.
Yeah.
The Deadpool is live and the Smart Money is on air in about 7 hours from now. All right.
I'll probably get a little case of Celsius and see if that doesn't carry me through. But again, I mean, that's only if we make an ungodly amount of money. Like that, we're talking a metric shit ton of cash for me to do that. That's 3 goals in one evening show. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Let's go. Yeah, somebody pointing out. Yeah, Fish pointing out in the Rumble chat. Johnny goes, "You're gonna die." Ha 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 ha. Yeah, thank you very much.
What's the joke there? It's like I'm gonna. Oh,
well, you were laughing.
Oh, it was funny. I know how much of a real slog it was to do the stream I did when I went as long as I did. So I'm really excited to see you run that kind of time frame just to see how it goes.
Hey, have we mentioned to people yet that you get to fire back at Mersh today?
Oh, no, we haven't.
I sent Johnny a clip of Mersh, and I was like, dude, how did you let this guy make you? This is sad. Like, you watch the video. How
again?
bad
It's
is
like
it?
I keep explaining to people it wasn't a him thing, but okay, fine. I watched the video. Yeah. I'll say this though: when his comments came in, and I was in that emotionally fragile place, and he pushed me over the edge, I didn't know he had googly eyes. Like, honestly. The biggest thing about this video clip for me is now, like, no matter whether he's wearing glasses or not, I'm picturing googly eyes, and I can't take him seriously at all.
It did seem like he was doing a comedy bit. So I sent Johnny a clip from _Mersh where Mersh is yelling at... Mersh has this weird thing. It's really uncomfortable to watch. Like, Mersh thinks he matters to Rumble. So he keeps doing this tough guy shit with Rumble, and... the whole reason he's doing it is it's very much him hiding his vulnerability. Mersh knows that they're not going to get re-upped by Rumble. They didn't feel like Revenge of the Sis was a good buy. And they're letting him go. They're going to let the contract lapse. So instead of Mersh having to take the L from Rumble, he just started berating and trashing Rumble as a company over and over while he got fucking hammered on his show. So then he can go, well, I just fucking told Rumble what was what, so they had to let us go. And it's like, no, buddy, you fucking didn't get the contract renewed. It's okay. You're in fine company. Ricada didn't get his contract renewed either. So you guys, I mean, you're in good kindred spirits. So
plus, you guys already are saying you can go to Kick, so you guys know you got plenty of options.
So he's trying to do this thing where he's protecting his ego. Instead of having to go, Rumble doesn't want us because they don't think we're worth the money, he now has to go, oh, no, fuck Rumble. He's doing the you can't fire me, I quit thing. And it's something that really insecure people do. But he's also really obese and he's really drunk at the time. So he decides it's a good idea to take his sunglasses off and try to look at the camera and like tough guy Rumble. And it's really awkward because you can almost sense like Chris and Siraj and the people at Rumble like watching this and going, I am not intimidated by this in the least. In fact, they're probably watching it going, thank God we're getting rid of this retard. It's just, he's sitting there going, I'll fucking take you to court, Rumble. It's like, Jesus Christ, man, have some dignity. Take your loss like a man and move on. It was so bad that Rumble actually emailed Royce and told him, hey, come get your boy. He's fucking embarrassing you. Like, Rumble had to write him and say, this guy's terrible for your brand.
He's kind of a problem.
Yeah. So Mersh has been on this multi-month warpath against Rumble, and Rumble's not even paying attention to him. And I had to send the clip to Johnny because I'm like, if you want to fire back on this guy, I mean, certainly I just find Mersh kind of silly and funny, and he's raging in his own, sloth and vomit and alcohol and piss, and he's just yelling at the sky. But I was like, Johnny, this might be kind of personal for you. Maybe you want to have some fun with this.
Yeah, it seems like a fun clip.
I sent Johnny the clip from a month ago, and he goes, oh, yeah, I'll talk about this. So we're going to do that in a little while on today's show. Jfish with $2 says, for my 50-50 ticket for the futon raffle. Have you become a little more welcoming of the futon bit?
This coming from the guy who just earlier in the show was just like, it's just the butter bit thing. Like, I feel it's run its course. Like, that's all I'm saying is I'm tired of every comment in my show just being futon, futon, futon. That's all it is. I don't have a problem with the futon bit. It's my fucking futon.
Let's go to Tweety Logic says, do you have a Rumble contract, Aaron? Serious question. No, but I could admit why. We're not big enough. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go, yeah, well, you know what? Rumble's fucking game. But we've talked to Siraj. Siraj got in touch with us when we got suspended from YouTube, and he gave us the green verification check mark, and Siraj was very, very nice. Rumble has reached out to us and worked with us way more than they need to because we're small potatoes. So, and
right.
Mersh does this thing where he's like, Rumble fucking sucks. They're a terrible company. I was looking it up yesterday. Rumble only has $2.4 million in debt on their books, and Rumble increased their revenue last year over year by 80%. It's fucking wild, dude. Like, they're not doing bad. Zenman Builds with $1 says, is the gorilla squeezings a better running joke to keep playing with you, Johnny? Oh, yeah. Harvesting gorilla cum or the futon? Which one do you like?
Yeah, they jump between all those. The futon emporium, the gorilla milking business, they keep coming up with new businesses that I'm supposedly running. It's really, really weird.
But
I'd say that the businesses joke is probably the ongoing bit.
The gorilla
just coming up with new businesses. If you just stick on one business, it gets boring. Like the gorilla milking thing ran its course, a couple pumps in. Oh. And then I feel like the futon thing is all but folded. We really can just kind of just keep going with new businesses. I feel like that would be a better bit.
Okay.
Something new. You get to come up with something.
All right. I will stay quiet on the subject, but I
totally love the futon thing. I get it.
No. Fuck the futon. I don't give a shit about. The harvesting gorilla cum thing is still funny to me, but it'll get old. It'll get old.
I never even came up with this. This was literally Landers and King Kong Dong.
Harvesting gorilla cum as a business is hilarious to me. All right, guys, $40 away for today. You've almost done it. $30 away from yesterday for an extra hour of overtime. Thank you for your contributions today. All the links are in the chat. You guys rule. All right, let's do this Tucker Carlson thing. I don't know what Tucker's deal is with demons, dude, but they did a fucking number on him.
Oh, Jesus. We have more demon shit?
Yeah, you know the one where he said he got scratched up by demons in his sleep?
Yeah.
Wasn't talking about his wife waking him up and fucking him, nothing like that. He meant literal demons visited him in his sleep and scratched him up like, Jeffrey Jones in fucking The Devil's Advocate. Like when he got jumped while he was jogging by demons. That's Tucker Carlson that swears that's what happened to him. And, Tucker's a really smart guy, so you're like, I'll give him one, I'll give him one really weird, fucked up thing he said. Cool. He's at it again with the demons.
Oh, shit.
Apparently, demons gave us nuclear energy. Now,
oh, Jesus.
I have a theory. I believe that Tucker got fired from Fox News. That's not the theory. That's a fact. He got let go from Fox News. He started his own thing with Elon on Twitter, and it worked. And he's crushing it. And he's as big as he's ever been. And I don't think he anticipated that. So now he's like, well, I didn't really
miss.
Yeah, I didn't really have to build this thing. So now he's like, why don't I burn it all down and see if I can build it back up again? You know? And he's like, if I sound like a fucking batshit retard, people will stop watching me, and then I'll rebuild from there and see if we can do it all over again. What's going to make me look like a crazy retard? I know. Devils visited me in my sleep. I mean, it was either that or aliens probed his anus, and I don't think he wanted to look gay.
Yeah, that's
so we went with this. Well, now Tucker is telling us that actual demons created nuclear energy. Let's go ahead.
Daily discussing what happens then. It's just like insane. Trust me, that's like a secular, rational position on it. You don't have to be a Christian or religious in any sense.
I have a question. If you're Tucker Carlson, this just hit me now, and demons visited you in your sleep and scratched you up, why didn't you take pictures of that?
Yeah, why don't we have any pictures of the scratches?
We should have pictures of Tucker Carlson's demon attack. Because it could have been Hillary Clinton. You don't know.
To acknowledge that that's just true. No one ever talks about that. And so I just want to approach this election with that perspective. And that event, that attack on me has helped me to do that. So again, I'm really grateful for it. I wouldn't change it if I could.
You said something. We'll go back to about the dropping of the atomic bomb and the beginning of secular society.
Is that Steve Bannon?
It looks like it.
He now looks like a founding father with his powdered wig off. He has weird stringy founding father hair. Like he's got a weird John Adams thing about him.
My dad and the greatest generation fought on the battlefields of that conflict. And
may I say, not enough Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Can't
if this
fit any more God in this frame. What?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this guy's a Christian or not.
And we're one of the driving forces with obviously the Russian people and the Chinese people to deliver us from that time from Imperial Japan and fascist rule in Europe. But at the same time, Oppenheimer, and this is what's so chilling.
Oh, sorry.
When you say about secular, he used, I think it was the Hindu god Vishnu. They called the project the Trinity Project, right? And at the very test there in New Mexico, he quoted what the god Vishnu about now. I'm the destroyer of worlds, right? Don't you find that chilling?
It's not really chilling, dude. If you invented the atomic bomb and then you watched it go off, how would your dick not get hard and you not think that you're the most powerful person who's ever lived?
Yeah, and how would you not view yourself as a destroyer of worlds? It's literally a bomb that quintessentially wipes out everything in its little explosion radius. Literally, that is destroying the world.
Yeah. If you invented the atomic bomb and as you watched it detonate, you didn't go, everybody has to suck my dick, bro. I'm God. Like, that is kind of how you should feel when you invent something like that. Fuck, dude, if I invented the potato peeler, I'd be cocking off. I'd be like, there's a better way to do this, bitches. That's right. Who is Thomas Edison now? Exactly. Fuck you. If I invent the atomic bomb, you're goddamn right. You're like, I am the destroyer of worlds, which, by the way, I believe Bray Wyatt took that mantle.
Is that tied to since that time, it's been we've now dropped the spiritual, which even Oppenheimer realized in The Greatest Generation. We kind of went to what is a totally materialistic secular society that leads America to this.
I'm going to ask this, and I've probably said this before in my life. What the fuck is Steve Bannon babbling about?
Which one? The Greatest Generation?
So the Jew quoted the Hindu, so now we don't believe in Jesus anymore.
Yep.
I thought it was the Jerry Springer show, but, whatever. Go ahead. Go ahead, Steve Bannon, with your big brain ideas. All I want to do is get to the part where Tucker talks about demons again.
I know that
Display-
you, Bill, been selling this whole thing about the greatest generation. You realize who set up all the dominoes to put us where we are was that greatest generation. So fuck you.
Jesus. Johnny,
No, dude, the military, I'm sorry. The military industrial complex started with the greatest generation. It ran rampant, but it started with them.
Johnny coming in hot. Johnny is taking the rare stance of fuck the greatest generation in the ass.
I hate the military industrial complex, so yeah.
Wow. Johnny getting after the greatest generation. Well, I mean, they defeated the Japanese and the Germans.
Yeah, and then they built an unquenchable beast to do it, and now we're still paying for that problem, so fuck them.
Jesus. Dude, you saying fuck my grandpas?
Yeah, before
Wow.
and after he fell out of the tower.
Holy, well, you know, he was just following orders.
in 2024, and the instrument of its turnaround or its rejuvenation is a guy like Donald Trump.
I just realized that my own personal hell is listening to the Steve Bannon show on repeat.
Well, we
now
didn't
you know
drop
what
the
happens when you
spiritual,
die.
We just embraced, another element of it. I mean, if you're quoting a pagan god as you're incinerating civilians with a nuclear weapon, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that was the pivot point in America's history. And it's just so interesting how resistant a lot of people who I consider friends, who I agree with on most things, are to acknowledging that. That call you a pro-Hitler, you're a Holocaust denier if you question the nuclear weapons or whatever.
What?
No.
Is that a thing? I've heard a lot of lefties.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, I've heard
And I hate this idea that any religion that isn't Christian is automatically pagan. Hinduism is not paganism.
Well, if you're a Christian, it's pagan because it's not. It just means not Christian.
Well, fuck him then.
But like the atomic bomb, like you're a Nazi sympathizer if you don't think first of all, we never dropped the bomb on Germany.
Right.
Second of all, I've heard a bunch of lefties be like, it was wrong. It was a war crime to nuke the Japanese. So
I mean, it's considered a war crime now. It's really weird that it wasn't considered a war crime until after we used it.
It's always nice when you can sneak in under the wire,
Right?
Yeah.
We got grandfathered in.
We were like the Sarah Silverman in blackface of nuclear weapons. We were the last ones who got to do it, and then we got to lecture everybody else about it.
Ha, I be funny. I make joke. I went nuclear in your Coke.
I don't care. Of course, I'm none of those things. It goes without saying, or it should. No, I'm just noting the obvious, which is that American society changed profoundly in August of 1945, and it's reflected in the culture. It's reflected in the architecture, the art.
This is what I hate about people who clip shit. Tucker said human forces did not create nuclear technology, basically saying it came from demonic forces. Okay, just clip that part because these two old guys just talking about World War II is fucking boring.
The design,
I think they're saying that's what they're alluding to because I have yet to hear the demons made anything. It's just that because the guy was pagan.
It was the same after the end of the Second World War. Again, it's not a pro-Nazi statement. I couldn't be more anti-Nazi. Obviously.
Tucker, I've watched you for years. You could be a little more anti-Nazi.
Yeah, down with Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're pro-Nazi. I'm just saying, don't go the other way and be like, I couldn't be less pro-Nazi. A little bit.
I'm an American. I care about this country and what happened to it after 1945. And it's a very clear demarcation line. And it seems obvious to me that nuclear weapons are demonic. There's no upside to them at all, and that anyone who claims otherwise is either ignorant or doing the bidding of the forces that created nuclear technology in the first place, which are not human forces, obviously. And let me just ask...
Wait, what? See, that's the part that gets to... So it's demonic forces, and the things that created nuclear weapons are not human. Are we getting to, like, the devil came to Georgia and then handed us nukes? Tucker's
Devil
going
came down to Mexico. He was looking for an Oppenheimer to steal.
He was in a bind.
That's all I can do.
He was in a bind. He was way behind, and the rumors that they killed his son were real.
Oh.
When he saw a young man spinning on a dreidel and playing it hot, and the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, Jew, let me tell you what. Now, you play pretty good dreidel, boy, but give the devil his due. I bet a dreidel of gold against your soul, because I can beat a Jew. All right, that's enough. Now it's just getting silly. Tucker's going through something weird.
Yeah, dude. I don't know what's nuclear energy is actually a relatively good thing. Like nuclear weapons.
Did say nuclear weapons.
Well, no, but he went even further on that, saying like nuclear technology isn't a human invention. It was provided by the devil. I feel like that's like an all-encompassing one. But your basis of this is mostly just that the guy that invented the bomb quoted a pagan religion when he did. That's all it took.
Weird. Yeah, it's very strange. I will say, ready for this? He says that nuclear weapons were not made by human forces. It was something demonic. Check this out, Johnny. Ready for some deep shit? What if humans are the devil? What if
I've been in it with my nose in it since the whole thing began.
But Tucker said nuclear weapons, but Tucker says it was Jews. Consider the source.
You this, which I've asked a million people at dinner parties, but never in public. What was the moment we can point to that nuclear technology was invented?
What a fucking awesome question to ask at a dinner party. Imagine being at a dinner party with Tucker and you're like, yeah, my kid's graduating. He's going to private school next month. Hey, man, the Vikings are having a great year, whatever. Hey, when do you guys think that nuclear energy really made its apex into society? You're like, the fuck? So anyway, we're 6-2, and I think we got a good chance on the road against the Jags next week.
We can point to Isaac Newton and say what apple fell on his head, or we can point to Albert Hoffman in his lab messing around with the ergot bacteria. That's when LSD was made. I've never met a person who can isolate the moment where nuclear technology became known to man.
Madam fucking Curie, the lady who died from being poisoned by nuclear radiation. We've had oh god damn it. How is someone smarter than me this fucking stupid?
I didn't know that about about radiation and nuclear energy. Is that real? What was it?
Madam Curie was well known for finding radiation and
what does
inventing.
Wait. What does Adam Curry have to do with any of this?
Madam Curie. Is
I thought Adam Curry did.
I know you think that they can't accomplish things, but every once in a while, a blind tit finds a nut.
Well,
you know
she
what I mean?
clearly fucked it up if she died.
Well, she also invented dying from nuclear radiation. So, I mean, she kind of was a trailblazer in a lot of ways.
So there's a lot of people in Hiroshima who are just ripping her off.
Yeah.
All right. So what happened with Madam Curie? I thought she was the one. I thought she was the one who had the wax museum.
Oh, right.
I don't know who that. It's Madame
Curie. That's a really weird fucking thing, like Madame. Thing.
Hey, Johnny, knock.
Who's there?
Madame
who?
Madame Foot's caught in the door.
Madame Bait. All right. Known simply as Marie Curie, a Polish naturalized French physicist,
weird circle
and chemist who conducted pioneering research on radioactivity. She died July 4th, 1934 at 66 years of age. So well before 1945, we have people working on radioactive technology. I get it. It's a woman. So as a religious person, he'll probably think that was the devil. Might be right. I have no idea. But either way, I'm sorry, Tucker, a cursory Google search, and this tard proved you wrong in under 5 minutes. So
jeez,
my apologies.
Kind of took the sales. So Marie Curie was Polish.
Yeah.
It's too bad she died. If only we had two more of them, we could have changed that light bulb. Did you hear that Madame Curie found out that there was a sinkhole in the middle of Warsaw?
She did?
Yeah, she said she's looking into it. You see, because Polacks are fucking retarded.
I know. I am one.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Sometimes my German comes out. Sometimes. Raz of Chaz with $1 says, demons did give us nuclear weapons. Google the scientists' names, Aaron. We're not doing that today. It's election day. We're going to be nice. Buffalo Jockey.
Oppenheimer, what?
Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, safe to say Tucker fucked a whore that's not his wife that scratched him. And now he's going hard in the paint on a cover story, right? Like, the whole demons ate me in my sleep thing is, I don't know. It's a little beyond the pale, if you ask me. But Tucker says he got attacked by demons. Google Radium girls. Am I going to get to Peanut's dad's OnlyFans
dude, that's
again?
the ladies who died from radiation poisoning because early on, the parts of the watches that would illuminate and glow, they were done with radioactive isotopes. And so the ladies that painted those little glowing spots on the watch faces, they would often lick the tip of the brush to keep it pointed. They got themselves radiation poisoning.
The Radium girls were female factory workers who contracted radiation poisoning from painting radium dials, watch dials, and hands with self-luminous paint. The incidents occurred at 3 factories in the United States, one in Orange, New Jersey, beginning around 1917, one in Ottawa, Illinois, beginning in the early 1920s, and one in Waterbury, Connecticut, also in the 1920s. You know what else happened at Waterbury, Connecticut, historical incident?
No, what else happened there?
Happy Gilmore won the Waterbury Open and qualified for the Pro Tour. It was something that happened in Waterbury, Connecticut.
Just gonna go.
No. After being told that the paint was harmless, the women in each facility ingested deadly amounts of radium after being instructed to point their brushes on their lips in order to give them a fine tip. So they were just licking radium. Oh, no.
Yeah, dude. Before the 1940s, we were killing people with radiation, and it's almost well documented. So, I mean, this whole, this demon stuff, I don't know.
Some also painted their fingernails, faces, and teeth with the glowing substance.
Yes, because they thought it was funny. One lady decided to cover her whole body in it to do something fun for her man.
Dude, raves were fucking lit back then. You're just losing your mind going all apey retard with radiation poisoning.
You just have to aim for the dark spot. All right.
That's why they didn't have fentanyl back then. You didn't need it.
No.
Yeah.
We're high on radiation poisoning.
You didn't have crocodile or any of that crazy shit. Spice, K2, any of that shit that made you lose your mind.
You still had cobalt 12.
Yeah. You just put radium in your ears and watch everybody start chewing on each other. Holy shit, man. The early 20th century ruled. Some also painted their fingernails, faces, and teeth with the glowing substance. So this was before platinum grills.
Mm-hmm.
The women were instructed to point their brushes in this way because using rags or water rinse caused them to use more time and material, as the paint was from powdered radium, zinc sulfide, gum arabic, and water. 5 of the women in New Jersey challenged their employer in a case over the rights of the individual workers who contract occupational disease to sue their employers under New Jersey's occupational injuries law, which at the time had a 2-year statute of limitations, but they settled out of court in 1928. 5 women in Illinois who were employees of the Radium Dial Company sued their employer under Illinois law, winning damages in 1938. You know how hard it was to get a settlement or get a judgment back then? I mean, you could basically treat your workers like pack mules.
Right?
And nobody gave a fuck. So you know how egregious?
Hell, they could even be children and nobody gave a shit.
Right. Do you know how egregious this radium thing had to be for even American courts at the time to go, yeah, you should probably get some money?
Which is why it's weird that in all the circles he floats in, Tucker Carlson has never been like, so what do you think about this radioactive technology? And can anyone really pinpoint to where it came about? But actually, in the early 1900s, we kept kind of coming up with people who kept finding radioactive isotopes and things in stuff, and they kept dying from it. So we started looking into why, and then a whole bunch of people in something that later became known as the military-industrial complex said, hey, how can we turn this stuff that kills people into a fucking weapon?
Eaton Clam says Aaron would definitely eat a powdered radium donut right now if he had one. Boss said it would make my insides light up.
That'd be the best part. He told me he was going to go inside and replace it with bright lights like Christmas.
Now all of a sudden I'm puking out my kidneys. It's all fucked. $40 away from today's goal, $30 behind for the week. You guys are the best. Johnny, I am going to would the court allow me a 15-minute bathroom break? I'm going to go away for a couple of minutes here. I'll be right back. We got plenty of show left. We're going to let Johnny finally get his long-awaited vengeance on Mersh. Although it's kind of sad because Mersh's Rumble meltdown it's really awkward to watch because you're watching a guy like try to do a tough guy act. And you're like, bro, who you trying to convince? Like, I don't think Rumble really gives a shit. Like, it's so weird to watch Rumble go, yeah, we don't want you anymore. And him going, oh, yeah? Well, watch me fucking shit all over you. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. We don't want you anymore. Yeah, well, you're going to be sorry when I talk a bunch of shit. No, we don't care because we're cutting you. It's like you get dumped. And then you're like, oh, you better wait. Mersh is basically Stacy to Rumble's Wayne. You know, he's about to present Rumble with a gun rack at fucking Stan Mikita's Donuts in a little bit. We'll get to that in just a second. Johnny, you take over for a little bit. I'll be right back.
He's going to go use the restroom, and I'm sure not at all to eat a donut. All right, so I'm going to be on at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time today. I hope you'll all join me for a show. It'll be fun. I have to check when he gets back. Did he say this clip was 2 months old? I just got it yesterday. I don't fucking like, as far as like getting my revenge on Mersh. Is there revenge? I don't know. Do I really care? The whole Mersh thing happened, and now the best part about it is everybody keeps telling me like, oh, you're going to cry. Like, I cried once. Oh, no. And then Mersh got you your raise. So those two ongoing jokes or whatever have been the only fallout from it, and I don't really care. So again, I don't know that I need revenge. I just will say it's kind of weird and sad. And then, like I said, I probably wouldn't have ever even broken down if I had seen this before that. Because again, then I'm sorry. I don't know what I had to message Aaron about it when he told me to watch the clip. And like he sent me the clip and he's like, watch this. And I was like, okay. And so I was watching it and I messaged him. I'm like, so does Mersh like have like a thing with his eyes? Like, is there a thing? Like, is that why the glasses are a thing? Because again, the googly eyes thing, literally, I watched the clip, I think 2 or 3 times because I had to rewatch it at least once. Because the first time I kept getting sucked out of it and not paying attention to what he was saying because I was trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with his eyes.
You didn't know about the eye.
I didn't know about the eye.
No, I will say, I'm fascinated by Mersh, but I don't have a problem with Mersh. I know he's got a weird steel toe obsession now, and I think a lot of it's projection, but like, I watch Mersh and I'm fascinated. I don't know why I make him upset or why you make him upset, but I think maybe he's lashing out about all this Rumble stuff. We're going to just jump in the middle of a rant.
I'm so small and unheard of. I shouldn't be pissing off anyone. Like, literally, that's the other thing. Like, oh, Mersh is saying this about you or that about you. I'm like, you realize I'm so much of a nobody that the fact that my name is on his lips is a win for me. That's all I get to go. I'm like, all right, I won.
So this
See you later.
So this guy underscore Mersh, he's great. Go subscribe to him on YouTube. This is a Rumble meltdown that he had a month ago. Now, you can probably tune into his show this week, and you'll hear pretty much the same rant. He's talked about how he's, if the CIA wants to hire him, he'll work for the CIA to take down Rumble, as if that's a thing. He might sue Rumble. I mean, there's nothing he can sue Rumble for.
What did they do?
Well, he lost his ability to do Rumble live reads because he kept shitting all over the sponsors during the live reads. So Rumble's like, we're not fucking paying you. I've been in the broadcast business a long time. You piss off someone, like if you do a live read for money, that's an advertiser, that's a sponsor. You piss off the sponsors, they're not going to pay you. That's the way it goes. They have that right. And then Rumble just said, you're not drawing money for us. You're not worth it to us. You're not valuable to us. You can still stream on our platform. We're just not going to pay you.
Right.
We didn't get.
You're going to be one of the plebs like everybody else.
Right. We didn't get out of Mersh what we felt like we put in. So, therefore, we're going to cut you loose. And then Mersh's like, oh, yeah, well, I'll take legal action. You can't take legal action against a company for them going, you're not good enough for us. We don't want you.
We're not renewing your contract. Right. I'm going to sue.
You don't sue.
What?
You go to Kick. You go to somebody else. You ask them if they want your services. You shop yourself around. Or you go.
You go to Kick before you get felted, bro.
Yeah, the casino's not a big Mersh guy. But you don't just sit there and whine and bitch that you weren't good enough. I mean, it's weird looking. Like whatever tough guy rant you think it is, it's not looking that way to the outside world. So let's go ahead and check this out. Johnny, you let me know when you want me to pause. I think this is one of the greatest Mersh rants of all time.
Fish lunch whenever I talk. And whenever we try to tell you what's wrong with your platform, stop trying to fucking divert by going like, Dan Bongino has good live numbers. Yeah, nobody has to log into your app anymore. Of course he does, you dumb card.
Well, then why don't you do Dan Bongino numbers? This is what I don't get about
they don't have to log into the app anymore. If you're using the same app, I don't understand how it works for Dan but doesn't work for you.
That's this whole rant. It's every time he rants about Rumble, it doesn't make any sense. And also, he does this thing that no broadcaster should ever do. He takes big, long drags on his cigarettes and blows it out into his microphone. It's like, first of all, that mic's got to smell like shit. Second of all,
ruin the inside of it, but okay.
And it just sounds shitty. Like, how can anyone listen to it? But, like, he does these rants that don't make any sense. Like, and I go to Rumble like he's a tough guy. He's like, I go to Rumble and I say, your fucking platform is this. And they just turn it on me. They spin it around and they go, well, Dan Bongino does well. That's not spinning it on you. You're wondering why you're not doing well. They tell you other people are doing well. And then you go, what they're just trying to spin on you? They're not trying to spin. Mersh, you're unhinged and they don't understand what the fuck what you're talking about. They're trying, that's called reasoning with you, Mersh. They're trying to reason with you.
I'm still trying to understand what any of this has to do with positive, healthy pet food.
Oh, he's fucking up the live reads on purpose because they don't want to pay. They canceled his contract. They don't want to pay him for live reads. So now he's being a baby and he's purposely tanking them so he can act like he was some kind of like anti-hero. He can act like he was, I was anti-establishment and I was too dangerous. No, they just
You weren't when the checks were clearing.
Right. They just didn't want you anymore and you had to try and save face.
Either take the fucking medicine or don't. But if you are unwilling, after 2 years of me and Royce trying to literally explain to you what's wrong and you ignoring it. Do you know what? You want to know a fun thing?
They're not ignoring you. They might be looking at the two podcaster guys and going, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, we're not going to listen to you because you were two guys who couldn't get the numbers we needed to justify continuing to pay you. I mean, this is a company that's on an upward trajectory. This last year, their revenue grew 80%. I mean, they're building. They haven't been around very long, and they're building. So
I mean, you guys have been on their platform and their channel this whole time, but what were you hired as just people on the platform, or were you hired to run their company? This is the other thing I don't understand. So they brought you on to do your show, and that means you're also supposed to tell them how to run their business.
Not only that, if they don't like what you say, then all of a sudden they're treating you unfairly. They might just be being nice to you so they don't go, no, retard, we're not doing that.
About locals?
Look at how fat he's gotten. You can see it when he raises his arms up. He's just got big, like Sherman Klump arms now.
Yeah, now that you pointed that out, I kind of want to go work out.
Yeah, right.
I'm suddenly becoming very aware of my own growing bitch tits. Fuck.
Every time I see him, I go, I really got to work on my triceps. Really bad. I've been neglecting
I could
them.
eat less.
Yeah.
I could eat less.
We went to locals when we were in Miami to have a meeting with them. They were supposed to have an answer for us 2 weeks ago. They've yet to answer. It's just a back and forth and Royce begging for follow-up.
Again, that might be a hint. Like if this was a girl, you would go, well, dude, she probably just isn't interested in you.
Like, it might be that you're continually saying shit online that they maybe don't want to talk to you because they don't know what you're going to do when you go live.
Rumble doesn't look at Mersh and go, wow, don't fuck with this guy. He's dangerous. They look at Mersh and they go, well, he's made our decision, one that we definitely don't regret. And I guess just let this fucking retard seethe and be angry. Because they're not kicking him off their platform. They're still letting him use it. Yeah.
We met with Justin at locals. You want to know the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life? You guys are going to love this.
Welcome to Nightwave.
And this is when, this is, I want you to know this, Chris.
Chris isn't watching this shit. Chris is running a company. Chris isn't like sitting there, staying up all night, watching a guy smoke himself into lung cancer and drink himself into cirrhosis and going, I got to take notes. Otherwise, this company is not going to do well. I got to.
Most of the people on Rumble aren't even watching this.
So
boy,
now
here we go.
This is where it
God.
happens. I sent this to Johnny, and I went, Johnny, you can take it from here. And I think from the text I got yesterday, Johnny was legitimately horrified.
This is disgusting.
Honestly,
I can't figure out where he's looking.
Dude, it's like the linebacker in The Water Boy.
Yeah.
Or Steve Buscemi in Mr. Deeds. I want to give Mersh a peanut butter and gumballs pizza through slats in the doors.
I'm gonna look these guys in the eye. All right, now let me tell you guys. What the fuck, man? Put the glasses back on.
I wasn't talking to you, Rumble. I was talking to that squirrel over there.
Take the glasses off.
Mersh, over. No.
I have suffered
Mersh, over. No, this one. Over here.
nothing but indignities from this company from the moment me and Roy signed with you guys.
It's weird. It's like they're off aim, and when they move the same amount, but they're always, they're off kilter.
Why won't they speak to each other? See, even Mersh's eyes don't want to follow him where he's going. Even Mersh's eyes are like, you're fucking up, dude. We're rebelling. I've gotten nothing but disrespect from this company. They paid you to do your fucking show for 2 years. They respected you.
Nothing but disrespect from this company. Their vision insurance sucks balls. I haven't seen an optometrist in years.
Continue to suffer indignities because the check's clear.
Who are you talking to? What's going on over there?
They get more cross-eyed at times. It's weirding me out because, they moved up and they came together. It's like they have their own pre-programmed tracks based on where he's looking. I don't get it.
Was he hit by a fastball in Little League? Like, what? I want to know what happened. Like I do. I want to smack him in the back of the head and see if they just roll right. Like, you know those dolls that have the rolly eyes and sometimes just go, and then they go right again?
If we shake him, we can get him back into line.
BJ writes, when Mersh cries, the tears run down his back. Oh, no. Tridio with $2 says, whose eyes are worse, Ethan Ralph or Mersh? I don't watch Ethan Ralph, so I don't know. Are his eyes
I'm going to
bad?
just go with Mersh because I don't watch Ethan Ralph at all.
Ethan Ralph is decomposing like something from The Walking Dead. Mersh is better in that sense, I guess.
But we're getting to the end of our contract, and money is going to be owed in a balloon payment, and it better fucking could be.
Tough guy, Mersh.
That was the part that I almost pissed myself laughing, where I'm like, all right, I got to go to the bathroom quick and come back to this, and we better fucking get paid.
Dude, I'm
going to hold
you can shit up Mersh.
Accountable.
Mersh shits on Patrick Melton a lot. Dude, I'm looking at your face right now. You're not far away.
Yeah, dude, I really wouldn't be criticizing anybody for a whole lot of anything. Now I get why he got so up in my face about making me cry. He was just pissed that even with the waterworks, I could still look straight ahead. Shit.
Where are his tear ducts? I wouldn't know where they'd be in that formation. But, you want to shit on...
It looks like his right eye is questioning his left eye as he's speaking. Like his left eye is looking straight ahead, and his right eye is like, you fucking hear what you're saying right now, right?
He looks like a SpongeBob SquarePants character, like the things that eat at the Krusty Krab.
Oh,
or he's got beaker mouth a little bit from the Muppets. Can we go back to that tough guy line, please?
Yes.
Better fucking be there. Oh,
yeah,
no.
I'm sure they're not going to pay you.
No, I wouldn't. Just to fuck with you.
But we're getting to the end of our contract, and money is going to be owed in a balloon payment, and it better fucking could be.
Now, see, if I were the CEO of Rumble, as soon as I saw that clip, after I wiped the piss out of my pants, oh my God, here. Oh, Jesus. Does he do this shit and go, man, I'm a badass. Man, I'm really giving it to him. Jesus Christ. You're fucking streaming in your basement. We're streaming in our basement. Mersh, you and I are fucking pathetic. The only difference is I know this is pathetic. You think you're playing fucking 5D chess with a publicly traded company. Buddy, they're ignoring you. They're
the
not.
only reason you think it's 5D is because you have double vision. Just fucking focus those headlights out, man. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah, Mersh, when you want to talk into your microphone, talk into the one in the middle. I don't feel good about it. This feels like I'm making fun of someone with a disability. Johnny, your legs don't work, you fucking fruitcake. There.
Yeah, I'd rather have my legs not working than my eyes not working. Jesus Christ. I mean, I couldn't walk through a room with my vision like that anyway, so at least my leg's not working. I can still see where I'm going.
Grand Poobah with $2 says, Mersh looks like he makes grilled cheese at night.
Oh, no. No.
I've literally seen Patrick Melton make this same face at me while he's talking into his camera. And you know what sucks? Is Mersh is trying to look into the camera right now to talk to Rumble.
You just can't figure out which one it is.
I mean, look me in the eye. I mean, seriously, just pick one. Fuck.
You know when I lost faith in this merger of locals and Rumble?
When you didn't see results. But how hard were you looking?
When they lost your number.
My hand to God, and I will swear on a stack of Bibles in court.
Again, aim for the middle Bible. Otherwise, you're going to embarrass yourself. Mr. Me says, do you see why I use Mersh as my profile pic? Yes, thank you for the $5 too. I appreciate it.
And Royce was sitting there, and thank God, Royce's wife happened to come to this meeting.
But by the way, how has Royce not cut this fucking guy loose out of embarrassment? I don't know if I told you this. I don't know if I've mentioned this yet. Rumble wrote Royce an email saying this guy's bad for you and he's going to fuck shit up for you.
Right.
Like, Revenge of the Sis has enough followers. I think the move to Rumble hurt him a little bit. But Revenge of the Sis has enough followers and viewers still that Royce could cut this fucking guy loose. And he could bring in like a moderate streaming name, like a medium-sized streaming name and pay him. And he could do a much better show, a guy who's going to help the show and not... Mersh has this insecurity about him where anytime he thinks people are going to reject him, he'll just try to self-sabotage and burn it down so that he can make it look like he had something to do with it. He really hates not being in control. He really hates that people get to still push him around and boss him around like Rumble. So he tries to self-sabotage.
Well, I mean, if you had to look yourself in the eye every morning.
That's what he's doing right now. Or maybe it's that this eye is always doing something really fucking cool. So this eye's constantly trying to get over there to join him.
Just jealous?
Yeah.
I want to be part of this.
I want to go fishing too, fucker.
Just happened to be sitting there, so she'll fucking swear to it too.
Suck down that ciggy.
One of my biggest gripes with locals from day one was there's no tears.
Don't make any tear jokes.
There's no tears. Why? Why are you obsessed with tears?
Unlike your live stream, there's plenty of tears. Talk about Steel Toe, tears. Talk about Rumble, tears. Try to figure out why your eyes don't work, constantly slapping yourself in the back of the head, tears.
Tears.
Patreon, you know, the thing you're copying. The multi-billion...
Dude, I want to hook a fucking log chain up to his pupils and pull it with a truck until it gets back to where it needs to be.
$1 company that you're copying that you can't outdo. Patreon offers tiers. So you could be like, hey, sign up for $5 a month, you'll get this. Sign up $7 a month, $10. And if you do $12, we'll give you like whatever.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's Mersh in the boardroom pitching that to locals.
Again, we'll give you like, whatever.
We'll give you like, whatever. I don't understand why they won't return your calls. You seem to have this figured out. I'm sure there's a PowerPoint somewhere with whatever written on it.
So I've been fighting for years for tiers. And we sat down in this meeting, and I sat down with Justin from Locals, and I said, what's the deal with tiers?
And then he said, let the big boys run this. We're probably not going to renew you guys anyway.
You've already made enough people cry. You've had enough tears. Let it go.
I don't understand this. Why can't you do what WordPress is able to do? Why can't you do what Dick Masterson was able to do in WordPress with new products?
Because we don't get fucked in the ass while dressed as a cow. I mean, there's a lot of things we don't follow from that world. I'm sorry.
project too.
If we do everything that they're all doing, like then we're just copying them. Why don't we just be them?
Right.
I want to pledge more money than the minimum to my favorite creator.
Then go watch their stream and give them Rumble rants.
Right. And you can also, like, every creator only has that one avenue when they go on locals. You can only give them money through locals. After all, I'm sure none of the creators like, hey, how about you do this where it just, direct goes to me.
This positive ad is killing it.
I know.
How do I do that? Well, you create different tiers.
All right, this is going to get monotonous and boring. I think we've gotten through the part where it better fucking be there. That was my favorite part. Where he rips off the glasses and lets you know what the fuck is up. I love that part. The rest
I do too.
The rest is very redundant and getting into the weeds. Mersh doesn't have a lot of content. But goddamn, man, there's nothing worse than like a place rejecting you and then you purposely trying to burn it down so that it looks like you had say in it. It's pathetic. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle with 199 says, yeah, Aaron, like My Pillow. No, My Pillow would have kept us around. I fucked that up. Like straight up.
We screwed that up.
I did a thing shitting on Mike Lindell and the election and some of his election stuff while I did a read and holding the Mike Lindell thing in front of me. And I didn't want them to cancel. I'm not going to be like Mersh and be like, I'm just such a badass. They wouldn't listen. No. I didn't want My Pillow to leave. I fucked it up is what happened.
And if you were watching it live as it happened, we were totally willing to eat a dick and fall on our sword and apologize. Be like, look, we're sorry. We didn't mean to do that.
Right.
We were just having fun. Thought everyone could have fun with it. And it was after she sent the email, which she said, and I think I'm quoting this here. Upon further review of the work you guys have done, we're going to just end our contract or whatever now. And I was like, okay.
It was while I was writing the apology.
Oh, while you were writing the apology. Yeah. And so once that happened, we're like, all right, if it's fucking done, let's burn this bitch.
Yeah, but I wasn't like, oh, they won't get back to me or anything else. I was like, yeah, I fucked up, guys. Sorry.
It was like we already lost it, so we had nothing to lose by doubling down.
And we didn't like trash the shit out of them. We just kept making like jokes and shit.
Yeah, we just didn't stop.
There's BJ's comment from earlier. Tridio, Grand Poobah. $5 from Mr. Me says, why do you think I use Mersh as my profile pic? I mean, it's entertaining, right? I mean, in a way, it's a form of entertainment. That puts us $30 away for today. Nice. Oh, shit, I missed a bunch of Rumble rants. I'm sorry, guys.
We're probably more than that. Is it 30 away from overtime or 30 away from the extra overtime?
30 away from the initial overtime and then another 30.
So 60 away from extra overtime.
Yeah. Let's see. We did the Tucker one. Did that Tucker one. So we got that cut up on. Raz of Chaz with $1 says Mersh is just copying Aaron's My Pillow bit. No, we understood from Jump Street why My Pillow let us go. We get it. Another $1 from Raz of Chaz says Mersh is just copying Aaron's My Pillow bit. Well, thank you for that twice. $5 from Zen Man Builds. He says, is that the white Tom Tiny Lister? Oh, Zeus, it's Debo.
Oh, no.
The only thing is I would walk right up to Mersh and go, haha, your eye's fucking goofy. I would not have done that to Tiny Lister. He would have popped my head like a fucking melon. Are you kidding? Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it. $25 away from this morning. Thank you, guys. Go ahead and finish that off. And then it's only another 30 to get yourself an hour of overtime. Boy, are we giving screaming deals out today. And then don't forget marathon election coverage on the show tonight. Should we do that one on Rumble and YouTube, or should I do that just on YouTube? Should I do it YouTube exclusive?
I don't know.
Might as well do both, right?
Well, if you do YouTube exclusive, you might piss off Rumble, and then, we're going to have to face that. Because we know how much of a little bitch Rumble is, apparently. Like, they pay attention to all their streamers, and if you don't fucking play ball.
I've never gotten a Rumble contract. I will never get a Rumble contract. I can guarantee it. But I will say this. Rumble's a great platform. As far as creators go, I know that viewers have their problems with, like, ads and shit like that. I understand that. I'm saying from a creator perspective, they talk to us about shit and they don't have to. They help us with shit, and they don't have to. Again, when we were suspended from YouTube, they were like, even when you come back from your suspension on YouTube, feel free to do like an hour or two of your show on YouTube and then bring it on over to Rumble exclusively. We're like, well, we'll think about it. But I like those guys. Like Siraj is really nice. Those guys, they do a good job. And like I said, I don't know what Mersh is talking about by saying like they need to take our advice. Their company's failing and everything else. Rumble debt. Yeah, the company's total debt, $2.62 million. That's nothing.
Damn.
$2.62 million is not bad at all.
I just know when it comes to the money, you better fucking be there.
Better fucking be there. By the way, one of their owners is BlackRock and Vanguard both own big shares in Rumble. I saw that yesterday. Their revenue was down in June. Why are we going June? The quarterly financials. So last quarter, their revenue was down 10% year over year. Their net income was up 9%. So they are cutting debt. They're not that far away from being profitable. About $26 million away from being profitable. That's a little adjustment here. Put it this way. From 2022 to 2023, I think their income rose by like 60 million.
So they could probably make that happen.
That's it. They may not be that far away. But and look, I ain't ever getting a fucking deal, so it's not like I'm sucking Rumble's dick trying to get a deal. I'm just, trying to be honest. Aaron, can you bring Gino on so we can call Harris a racial epithet? No, Johnny can do that. Johnny can do that.
She's a...
Dissident says Rumble is so needed that its problems are easily overlooked. Well, not only that, they'll have a lot of right-wing people with money that'll keep investing in the company because they need some kind of alternative to YouTube. Jack Peters, becoming a member for a month, says Aaron's shirt clinging to all those curves. You know what I love about you, Jack Peters, is that I think about people like you when I decide what shirt to wear in the morning. And when I grabbed this one, I went, they're going to make fun of this shirt for making me look fat. And I'm like, you know what? I can't worry about that because if the shirt makes me look fat, it's probably because I'm a little fat right now.
So does the MMA stand for mixed martial arts or man-on-man action? I'm not sure.
Well, what I say is when you're in the middle of wrestling around on the ground, what's the difference?
A thumb in the butt, usually.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily make it gay. It just depends on where your threshold is. Do you know about the self-deletion pods in Switzerland?
Yeah. We've invented the suicide beds. It's awesome.
I don't like this. This is just one of those things that it's like the fact that humanity's going here is dreadful and awful. Not only that, they're not working, apparently.
What do you mean they're not working? People are living through it? That sucks.
A woman who went into one of these pods was dead, but she came out with strangulation marks. And the theory they're going with is that the pod that's supposed to kill you didn't work, and they went in there and choked this bitch to death.
Okay, so she did actually die, though.
Dead.
Okay. So then what's the problem?
Well, the first recorded case... Here, let's see if this voice is annoying, then we'll cancel it. But otherwise, I can read it.
The first recorded case of a woman using the controversial Sarko and LD suicide pod and
I'm not doing that. The first recorded case of a woman using the controversial Sarko pod in Switzerland has ignited intense scrutiny following unexpected findings. An autopsy report uncovered strangulation marks on the 64-year-old American woman's neck, raising disturbing questions about her cause of death and prompting Swiss authorities to explore the possibility of intentional homicide. The woman... Now, should you be charged if you did this to her, if this is what she wanted anyway?
I mean, I'm saying no, but that's me.
But then again, I mean, Shouldn't you have more of a, like, it's crazy to me that like they're trying these Sarko beds and their plan for if it fails is just, fucking die. Like, can't we think of a better contingency plan?
Yeah, I'd really go like the Hugh Jackman way in The Prestige. Like, you know, just have the gun ready because if they hadn't worked out all the kinks, I wouldn't want to be like that for long.
Right. A contingency plan, a backup plan. You got a backup plan, don't you? Yeah, I mean, you're Switzerland, for God's sake. You came up with suicide beds. You're the people who think this shit up. An autopsy report uncovered the strangulation marks, prompting Swiss authorities to explore the possibility of intentional homicide. The woman, whose identity remains undisclosed, passed away on September 23rd in a remote forest near Mershausen. Boy, the more we get into this story, the more nefarious it looks.
And the less I feel for this person. So this person paid a shitload of money to go to some faraway place to hang out in a forest and push a button on a suicide pod to end your life. Wow, must be really nice to have that kind of money where you're like, you know what, I'm going to just throw it all away and just pay to off myself.
The sarcopod was intended to allow a peaceful and controlled end-of-life experience for terminally ill patients. Users activate the pod by pressing an internal button. Dude, that is just... No, boy, you talk about the point of no return. Pushing that button has to be the
There's an eject lever.
Is there really?
Yeah, there's a I changed my mind button too.
Fuck. I've never had, obviously, a terminal disease. I mean, as evidence. AIDS is not a death sentence anymore, guys.
You don't say.
But I've never had a terminal illness, but I still don't think I could bring myself to push that button on myself.
I'd hate it if I push the button and then I change my mind and I push the no button and it doesn't work.
Right. Yeah, the ejection seat doesn't work and you're like, well, I guess this is kind of on me then. It releases nitrogen gas, which reportedly induces a calm, pain-free death within minutes. However, what should have been a serene process, has turned into a mystery as Swiss authorities investigate. Dr. Florian Willett, president of the Swiss-assisted dying organization, The Last Resort. Wow, this whole thing is just fucking dark from top to bottom. We're choking bitches to death when the S-word pod doesn't work. We're in a remote forest somewhere with an organization called The Last Resort and some weird Swiss Merlin-like doctor sitting in a lab. This is not good. This is worse than I actually anticipated it to be. Swiss
have said this whole thing has come up with a lot of holes.
Swiss chief prosecutor Peter Stitcher. Yeah, I mean, this suicide pod worked like Mersh's left eye. That wasn't okay. That was not nice. Has indicated that the incident may not have been as straightforward as intended, hinting at a potential malfunction or interference. Adding to the intrigue, forensic reports revealed significant neck injuries inconsistent with the expected outcome of using the sarcopod. Yeah, apparently they didn't install it with arms that just come out and choke you to death. So they're a little confused. This revelation has raised questions about possible foul play or a tragic malfunction. Further investigations disclosed that the pod has been opened and closed multiple times prior to initiating the process, potentially to check its seal. Well, it's a little late to check the seal after she's pushed the kill me button. Holy shit, they really didn't check on any of this before they used it.
Yeah, and I don't think you buy this thing. I think you rent it. So, like, after you're done with it, like, they send it to somebody else.
It's Schrodinger's death pod, says Laughing Lions, right? Helgi says, wow, that's pod awful.
I have to wonder, though, so if this thing is working, people are, like, defecating themselves after they die. So, like, how long until the pod just smells like shit? And it's just like you climb in it and you're like, oh, this is the end. It's going to be tranquil. It's going to be serene. Look out the window and enjoy your last moments. Yeah, but it smells like ass gas in here. Can we do something about that?
And can I get into the pod and push the button, like, just before I come and then open it back up again? Like, I hear it makes it more intense. If I can do it that way.
Okay, guys, so I'm going to push this button and I'm going to start jerking it. No matter what, in about the 10-minute mark, you got to open this bitch so I don't die.
Right. You're trusting these people with a lot. Yeah, like, No offense, but you can't put someone in the S word pod and then open, close, open, close, open, close. Haven't you ever heard the term, if you're looking, she ain't cooking? This is very common. You got to keep it in there until you know she's dead.
We're treating her like a turkey now. Okay, so my question again, though, is it really a crime, though? This lady wanted to die, and while she didn't get it the way she wanted, I feel like we did get the end result she was after.
Right, she did want to die, but also you just kind of called an audible in the middle and strangled her. Like that definitely was not part of the deal. So they're going to have to investigate, and I think an arrest may be warranted.
We're going to find out eventually that she changed her mind. They're like, no, we need the publicity.
We need to know what the fuck happened. All right, guys, I got to open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. Let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our pals at All Care with a great selection of trucks and wreckers that can pick up motorcycles all the way to heavy-duty equipment. All Care Towing can pick you up whether you go in the ditch, you get in an accident, your car stalls out, you get a flat tire, or maybe you lock your keys in your car. They can help you with that, too. That's All Care Towing. They're your best friends. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Nobody quicker than All Care Towing. And also, we have Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. That's Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota. Derek and Tracy have all the information you need to make the right call when it comes to knives, optics, parts, and gear, whatever hardware you need for hunting, self-defense, sport shooting, whatever you need. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And you know, instead of me doing this read, I say fuck that. I'm not going to do the read for Stonies. I'm going to let Meme McGill do the read for Stonies.
Alone or worse with boring people? Hi Minnesota, I'm Meme McGill, and do you want to experience the kind of atmosphere where the drinks flow as freely as the gossip? Then come on down to Stonies in Rockville, Minnesota. At Stonies, we don't just serve drinks, we serve connections. Some legal, some not so much. Need a spot to discuss your latest scheme, or just want to unwind after a long day of avoiding responsibilities? Well then come on down to Stonies where the drinks are cold and the secrets are spicier than our famous Ultimate Bloody Marys. Whether you're planning your next big hustle or just looking for a good time, Stonies is the place to be. We've got pool tables, karaoke nights, and the only thing more colorful than our drinks is our clientele. Hey look, you didn't hear this from me, but did somebody say $2 cans on Thirsty Thursdays? Why settle for ordinary when you can have extraordinary? It's don't.
Did you go back a second. Look at that. Fucking Dick Masterson was at Stonies. Cow outfit and everything. Holy shit.
At Stonies Bar, every night's a wild card, and the house always wins. Unless you're buying the next round. Just remember that what happens at Stonies stays at Stonies. Well, that is until the next town hall meeting. Just check out all of our testimonials. Stonies Bar, Rockville, Minnesota.
Thank you, Meme. It's Meme Copium. Go subscribe. Yes, of course, Stonies in downtown Rockville. $25 away from today's goal. $30 away from yesterday's. Half hour for the 25. 1 hour for the 30. Thank you guys very much. Ooh, this is a fun little gift at the end of the election rainbow. Ben Shapiro and Bill Maher went at it. Apparently Ben Shapiro told Bill Maher that Bill Burr was being an asshole on his show. We've watched the Bill Maher, Bill Burr clip from Club Random. I kind of thought that Bill Burr was calling Bill Maher out pretty well during that interview. Ben Shapiro. I don't want to do the Mediaite clip because they just lazily posted the whole interview with no fucking.
I'm starting to think potheads run that news agency. Just fucking, fuck it. Just put the whole thing up there.
This is, here's the first clip from Bill and Ben. We have quite a few of these. They get into a little Trump argument. Ben Shapiro throws some shade at Bill Burr. Bill Maher and Ben Shapiro are two guys who probably have a little more they agree on than you'd think, because I think they agree on a lot of the culture war type shit. But after that, not a whole lot. Here we go.
Nazi uniforms were sharp. There's
okay. Sold. I'll watch this clip.
All right. I'm a big fan now.
He ain't lying.
Nazi uniforms were sharp. There's just no way around it.
Listen.
It's just no. You go, boss.
Hitler did do one amazing thing. He did kill Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah. But the uniforms were just on point.
Hugo Boss, man.
I mean, among other, yes, but I mean, just the
And Ben Shapiro is the kind of guy where if you just say the word Holocaust and you chuckle a little, he'll try to cancel you. So, like, for him to be able to give the Nazis a little, tip of the cap on the uniforms, that's big for him.
Especially with Bill Maher there. Like, you think he'd go after him.
Yeah.
The way that the cut on those, like, especially the general's uniform with the red stripe on the leg, and also those leather full length.
We have the skulls.
Just with the
Only the
lapels,
baggies.
everything was just. Now, there are things I don't like about the
That's not bad.
I mean, if we can be honest, their whole immigration policy was horrible.
Dude, I'll be really honest. Bill went heavier on the pro-Nazi uniform shit than I ever would. I think that's the definition of leaning in. That's for sure. Ben Shapiro tells Bill Maher it's ridiculous to compare Trump to Hitler. All right, you want to hear this argument?
Yes.
The Trump-Hitler argument. Are we going to get to put those to bed after today? Or
Nope.
if he wins, are they just going to lean
If
into
he wins,
that?
it's going to be 4 years of how he's Hitler.
Okay. It's just there's going to be more. We're not going to give up the Hitler fight.
We can't talk about how he may have been supporting a Nazi regime the last 4 years. But remember, if we elect this guy, he is totally Hitler. He's totally Hitler.
He's the one talking about Hitler now. I think it's hysterical that for years now, you guys don't seem to care at all that the only human who he has ever not shit on is Putin. Like everybody else gets it. Friends, enemies, people back in the fold, everybody gets shit on and a couple of other dictators he likes. But now he's sort of like thrown that mask away and just like, I like all these people who are Hitlerian. Let's just say
I don't think he likes them. I think Trump's thing with Putin and all these other people is he understands that we have to talk to them if we don't want to end up in wars that last forever.
Right? Unless we want to just, keep having proxy wars and conflicts with these people, we're going to have to meet with them.
Yeah.
We're going to have to talk to them.
This idea that Trump loves Putin or Trump loves Kim Jong-un. How are you supposed to get the nukes from Kim Jong-un if you don't fucking talk to him? Please, how are you going to end the war in Ukraine if you don't talk to Vladimir Putin? This is so weird to me because when I was growing up, Democrats were the pussies who wanted diplomacy and wanted to talk to everybody, and Republicans were the nasty, greasy war hawks.
Yeah, wasn't Barack Obama betraying our country and opening us up to weakness by meeting with foreign advisors from China and various other countries? Wasn't that the thing that we were hearing back then?
Yeah, and Democrats were like, well, no, we have to talk to people. And now Trump wants to talk to them, so now it's not cool to talk to people. All right, great. You know what? Let's do it the way we've been doing it, because that seems to be working out aces.
like Hitler too.
Well, I mean,
it's kind of funny.
Well, here's the thing about the whole Hitler thing. So, as somebody who has a bit of a dog in the Hitler fight, right?
I was going to say.
Why? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, Jesus, man, just throw your hat into the ring.
Why? No, then he loses his magic powers.
Oh. But I just figured you can get such a good spin on it, just a little bit of flick of the wrist, and you can put it wherever you want.
Like the funny hat, says something about it.
Yeah.
As somebody who actually cares about this sort of thing, I was with Trump 2 weeks ago at the grave of the Lubavitcher Rebbe with the hostage family, where one of the kids is being held right now in captivity by Hamas, American kid.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something Hitler didn't do. That.
Right.
So for all of the gibber.
I think that checks out. Hitler did not go to Jews' graves. Well, no, that's not true. He probably did. Actually, Hitler probably saw more Jew graves than like Trump or anybody else because they were all buried in one big one.
Right.
So Hitler probably, I mean, he was not being reverent. He was not being respectful, but he was there physically.
Was he though? I mean, like, think about it this way. He did make it like a centralized location. Now everybody knows where to go to pay respects to your dead family. Like everybody knows exactly where it is.
I think they removed the remains, and if they could.
Well, now who's disrespectful? Leave those poor dead people be.
I could be
Haven't
wrong.
they been through enough?
I could be wrong, but I thought that they removed the remains and let the family members have them. I could have that fucked
How
up.
do you tell whose bones are whose though? Well,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
good.
clearly my uncle. He's obviously a large man.
I could be making shit up on that one.
Jabber about, the stuff he says. The thing I've always said about Trump is that on his gravestone, it's going to be written 45th, maybe 47th president of the United States. He said a lot of shit. And that's true. He does say an enormous amount of shit. And the way that I look at Trump is, and then what does he actually do?
That's not true. That's not going to be on his gravestone because Trump's probably already written it. You're not
It's gonna
going to
be
get
5 fucking miles long.
Oh man.
Also, the whole like, oh, Trump says this, Trump says that. Yeah. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but the cloth cut politicians that we've been doing with, they've kind of said a lot of shit and not followed up on it.
Right.
So why can't we think that maybe Donald Trump says a lot of shit and not all of it's going to get followed up on?
And I've noticed many of the people who are calling him Hitlerian seem to be perfectly okay with the pro-Hamas protesters on campus or with slow walking aid to Israel in the middle of a war with actual people who agree with actual Hitler. I mean, in Gaza, they used to have like an actual store called Hitler 2. That was like an actual...
Is that like Gallagher too, where it's just kind of like a ripoff of the original to keep Carrot Top out of the comedy clubs? Not really sure how that works.
Just to prop up this goddamn watermelon industry.
This is what sucks about all these arguments that end up, first of all, it's a waste of time to argue is Trump Hitler, because of course if you're an adult, he's not. But then also it gets into the, oh yeah, well, if the left calls him Hitler, why do they support Hamas? It's like, they don't. If we get a lefty president in there, they're going to sign every Israeli check. They're just not going to foam at the mouth with Jewish cum as they do it like the Republicans will. It's just going to be different degrees of love for Israel. Okay? Nobody's going to be elected president and then go, we're on Hamas's side. Not happening.
I just don't understand why we have to give so much of a fuck about another country. Like, name one other country that we have to fucking, no matter what, we got to stand by them. And you're a horrible, hateful person. Like, last I knew, I was never called racist for being like, you know what? I don't care about Somalia. It's not America. Nobody's like, you're racist. But if you say, like, I don't care about Israel, it's not America. You anti-Semite. Like,
well,
no,
I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that there's a lot of people in power here in America who believe that fucking Jesus is coming back in that area. And some of them like actively want it to happen. Like if they could stage a battle at Megiddo, they would.
God's coming back and he's going to pick the shittiest place in the world to land.
Yeah.
Shop. There's a clothing shop in the Gaza Strip. It was reported on by the Jerusalem Post in 2015. And like, I'm more concerned about that, frankly.
Nazi uniforms were sharp. There's just no.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Then that's the part we got to before.
That's the whole bit.
I could definitely talk about ways that, the way Israel conducts itself, that's similar to, the Jewish ghetto structure in Germany.
Oh, no, don't draw parallels to World War II and what's happening in Gaza at all. Don't draw those. I mean, they're just innocent victims. That's why they had to do things like indiscriminately detonate pagers.
Yeah, right. I mean, I kind of see it. I've got one more clip I want to do here of Shapiro and Bill. Sorry, I was trying to multitask there, and it was definitely
I'm
not
dealing with a
not
issue.
going my way. Boys and girls, we're just $25 away. Let's do that before the 5-minute mark, and let's hammer out that last $25. Links are in the chat: Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, Super Chats, gifted memberships. Do it however you want. Let's team up and knock out that last 25. And then on top of that, if you guys knock out that extra 30 from yesterday, then we end up with an hour of overtime. Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and team up and let's knock that out. Thanks, guys. Honestly, these two are a little dry. I think I'm going to skip the last couple. I mean, watching these two I kind of like it when Bill's got a fuck up on with him or someone with a little charisma, and then Bill's a little tipsy, you know, and they're arguing about shit.
God, who was the one that was like literally falling out of the chair?
Dreyfus. Richard Dreyfus.
Oh, God, Dreyfus. Yes. Dreyfus fucking schnocker just falling out of the chair was the best.
Yeah, Bill, Maher, Richard Dreyfus. Do you know where Shoshana is? Let me see if I can find. Oh, no, I can't find it. There's the Bill Burr one. Here's a clip of Richard Dreyfuss, but I don't think it's going to show him.
I don't think that's the drunk one.
Deadly serious.
Like
the Me Too movement.
Yes, okay.
And that became deadly serious. So
yeah, I mean, it was always deadly serious. Nobody ever talked about it, but I mean, it is amazing how quickly that cascaded from Harvey Weinstein, you know, which is.
I'm going to fast forward and see if we can see a little falling out of the chair here.
Decade.
Yeah. Guys.
Women, they get mad at these little things you do, you know, like you don't let them walk.
I don't know.
All right, no.
It is. I mean,
it's just two old guys hanging out drinking.
Yeah. Oh, Bill got in an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, we watched this one, didn't we? Bill yelling
Ones
at Neil.
You read about are fucking insane.
You've given up on an entire generation. Surely there's a portfolio of jokes that would still work on a college campus.
Barely. I'll tell you this. One thing I've noticed about Neil deGrasse Tyson is when he gets challenged on anything, he gets really bitchy.
Yeah, he does not like being questioned.
No.
He got very, very happy and very comfortable with, I'm the cool black science guy. You just take what I say and just say it as gospel. All right, cool.
But then he got the same problem as Bill Nye. Like, he thought that he could comment on everything and everyone would think he was right. But it's like, no, sometimes these guys step out of their lane and they sound like dipshits.
And I'm sorry, Neil deGrasse Tyson and others, you stepped out of your lane with COVID. You sound like dipshits.
Right.
Surely.
I would hope not. From what maybe some college campuses, the ones you read about are fucking insane.
You've given up on an entire generation, and you don't know how to make them laugh.
I have given up on any place that doesn't even remotely attempt to believe in free speech and thinks that anything that they hear that they don't like, that they don't agree with, is violence. These people are fucking nuts, and you should be calling them out. Somebody like you, who has standing with kids, should be not joining them.
When there's a science objectivity to it,
you're
yes.
doing what parents do. You're taking the path of least resistance, and therefore hurting the kids and yourself. Parents ruin both their lives. They ruin their fucking spoiled kids' lives, and they ruin their own lives because the kids rule the roost. So that's what you're doing on a national level.
I'm feeling more like.
Sorry, I agree with Bill on this one.
Get off my lawn.
Really? I feel like we're in the barbershop.
That's kind of funny line.
See, now, wouldn't that be racist? Aw.
Didn't
but we're having fun.
Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson like really get into it with Patrick Bet David?
Possibly. I've stopped paying attention to Neil deGrasse Tyson after 2020 happened. He just kept talking, and I kept going, yeah, I'm just not going to worry about it.
Yeah, morality of forcing COVID injections. I think this is the clip. Yeah, Neil did not like being talked to about the, of course, Patrick Bet David just chugging down a Celsius. That would explain a lot.
Your own body. If you want to get an abortion, get an abortion. If I want to get the vaccine, I get to choose. So you can't force. If I can't force you to get an abortion, you shouldn't be able to force me to get
Because it's not about you. It's about people you interact with, and that's the social contract of public health.
We don't even know if the vaccine worked or not at the time.
Yes, that's what the trials are.
See, this is what I mean. Like, he just, if you push him just a little bit, he goes nuts.
Dude, again, and we know, looking back on it, vaccine, excuse me for speaking out of turn, but it's public knowledge. It's public knowledge, it's fact, it's proven. The vaccine wasn't horribly effective. And so I still feel that there's a very real argument to this whole idea of, like, you want to say what a woman can do with her body, and you want to say that they deserve body autonomy, a right to say what happens with their body. But then when someone goes, well, this is my body, I have a right to say what happens with it, whether or not I take this particular medication or not, and then the medical industry wants to jump down your throat and go, no, you need to do this. It doesn't matter. It's not about you. It's about the other people and the people you interact with. Right. And that's why that abortion isn't about you. It's about the other people, the life you made inside your womb right now as we're talking.
Dude, That's why these trials. Are you missing data out there?
But let me ask you a question. Are we saying only one type of scientists are right?
No, we're saying that the system in place.
The 16,000 that signed that.
No. The system in place to test vaccines. Yeah. There's an entire system that's in place.
And it wasn't used in this case.
The system.
By the way.
So his point is the system that's in place is the system that's in place. Wow, nailing it.
With review boards and all of it.
And the average.
That's in place. Now what you can say is, I have a better idea than all these review boards and all these agencies and the CDC. I have a better idea. Here's what you should do. And that would have made everything better. Okay, you can put forth that idea. But what I'm saying,
he's like shaking, dude. Like when he gets into an argument, he starts shaking.
Yeah, because he doesn't like being questioned.
Yeah.
In a case where you can contaminate someone else, it's not about you. It's about the collective
You're assuming
health.
You're assuming because somebody can take the vaccine, won't get COVID, which, by the way, I don't need to play the clips for you to see it, where everybody said, hey, if you get it, you're not going to get, if you take the vaccine, you're not going to get a Rachel Maddow, Joe Biden. I can give you Fauci. I can give you, and you've seen these clips before. It's not like you've never seen it before.
Yeah, what happened
They were wrong.
Hold on. So, the strain evolved.
Again, we can't take this is the part that I have a problem with. You can't argue about any of his points. You just change the topic. Like, all right, so they said it would be completely effective, and we learned that wasn't true. But the strain evolved. Does that change the fact that they weren't telling the truth and that they weren't true on that? Again, this whole idea that body autonomy counts for one thing but not for another. I'm sorry, but if it's not a life that you're extinguishing, if it's a bunch of cells and it's a zygote and all that stuff, then I am a entirely independent nation unto myself, and you suffering from COVID has nothing to do with me. So that's the same argument.
I love that pause and the hemming and hawing. And the strain evolved. Oh, okay.
So it doesn't matter that you were wrong because you're changing the rules. All right.
Guys, we are $25 away from today's goal. I would like to knock it out before we start overtime. That would be nice. You guys got us down in a hurry. We really haven't had to talk about this today. And it has been it's been a really great show because of it, and you guys have been a blast. So if I may impose upon you for the last 5 minutes of regulation, just go ahead, throw in a couple of bucks. Let's get this 25 taken care of. We got a lot of stuff still left to go. We got a lot of stories, a lot of material. The updates on that Daniel Penny case, the guy who choked that criminal out in the subway.
Or did he?
We're finding out a lot about that. But before we get to any of that, I do want to just be comfortable in knowing that we knocked out the 25. So if you want to throw in a couple of bucks, a lot of people have been extremely generous today. We really appreciate that. We got a couple offers on the table for you. Knock out the 25. We got 30 minutes of overtime. Knock out the 30 from yesterday that's left over. We'll do an extra hour of overtime. So if you feel like throwing in a few bucks, please do. Let's take a little pause here for about 5 minutes or 1 minute, 2 minutes, whatever it takes to get this $25 off the table into the win column. Another win for the toe. Thank you guys very much for your support. You do an amazing job with this program. No matter how many wins or losses we end up with, you always end up making it up at some point. So we really appreciate you for that. Again, $25 is the number we're at for today. Not very much. You guys want to do it $5 at a time, $2 at a time, $25 at a time. Go for it. Go ahead and throw in that little amount, and we'll hammer this thing out today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, gifted memberships, however you'd like to do it. Let's do that here in the next 4.5 minutes. Doesn't take very much. It's always weird when it's just like this race to 25, and then you're like, all right, guys, finish it up, 5 minutes, and then you're kind of sitting there with your dick in your hand, and you're like, okay, I'll be honest, I really was being a little arrogant there. I thought that by the time I was done with this speech, we would be over with this. But just knock out the win for us today. You've gotten us all the way to the goal line. Just push it forward that last little bit, and we'll call it another win for the toe. $10 from I hate it when they do anonymous because then everybody goes, oh, fucking fake donos. Anonymous with $10 says, keep up the great work. Thank you very much. All right, that puts us 15 away from this morning. Thank you very much. Continue on. Throw in that last 15. XJX with $5 says, get your fat ass out there and vote for Trump. Oh, yeah, you want to throw in a couple bucks, get your last little election notices out there. Go for it. I Come Bucket says $1 at a time is hilarious. I kind of like $1 at a time. Like right now, we're $10 away. If we did I think on Rumble, it would be like 12 $1 gives would knock out the 10. I do think that would be pretty funny. We're $10 away from today. Go ahead and throw in. Let's hammer out the rest of it. 3 minutes to do it. Or if we just have that $10 come in right now, it's all good. It's all good. Good. A-Team sent me his contact info. So now I can get, I had 3 Stonies gift cards I didn't have contact info for that I couldn't send out yesterday. Great. I can send 2 of those out today. That's awesome. If Trump wins, I'll donate $47 once it's confirmed. Ooh, I like that. That sounds good. Because then it'll come in later, and we won't have to do the 1 hour of overtime. Of course, if we knock out this 10, it's 30. If we knock out the 30, it's an hour. That's the difference. So let's finish it off. $10 left to go. Let's get that last pesky 10 out of the way. Thank you guys very much for all of your support today. You guys have really kicked it in the ass, especially our biggest donor today, $100 that came in from Nick. We appreciate that. Let's fire off that last 10 and call it another win for the toe. I Come Buckets with $1 says one more dollar. I don't know who that is. I don't know what a blind mic is. I don't know what that means. But thank you, I Come Buckets. Mike Z with $5 over on YouTube. $12 from Zen Man Builds. Goal, another win for the toe. Thank you very much, Zen Man. Let's fire it up. Here we go. Thank you, buddy. That's very nice of you. All right. So now, now we're $30 away from an hour. 2-0 with $10 says, go Trump. Now, hold on. Now I got to say we're $20 away from an hour. Shit. Johnny, do me a favor.
What?
Thank everybody for knocking out this morning's goal.
Right. Thank you very much for knocking out the goal. It's great.
We'll pin the 20 to the top of the chat, and then we're going to shut the fuck up about it.
Well, I mean, I'm not worried about making that last $20 because I'm done in 30 minutes.
Shut up. $5 from Patricia says, knock it out. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
15 away.
That's a really hard goal to hit, too. I can't imagine anyone throwing in $15 just to spank it right out.
Nope. It's way too difficult. You know what I think? We've asked this audience for too much money as it is.
Mm-hmm.
We've been really unfair to this audience. I think they should just take a nice break. It's election day. We should all go out and exercise our goddamn it, Mr. Approachable with $10. Look, what I'm saying is, guys, we should just just enjoy yourselves
and knock out that goal before we get this overtime rolling. So we got it covered.
Civic
Then we
duty.
know.
Front porch conservative with $4.99, $5 away. Actually, no, we're $3.50 away.
Fuck. I'd double check that.
Zen Man Builds with $20 says, done now, 1 hour left to go. $5 from Lab Glass says, here's to 8 more years of Kamala. Here's to me now knocking off numbers of our live stream for the election tonight. We're now 195 away from tonight. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. What's his nuts with $5 says double OT, baby.
Yep.
Zumakin with $2 says, who gave me a membership to this show? New Boot Goofin. 190 away from tonight.
I'm just sitting here petting my cat like a fucking evil overlord because I'm like, yeah, let's give him more work. I'm going to leave.
Well, looks like we're doing an extra hour today. Hold on. Actually, no, you're doing an extra half hour.
Yeah.
I'm going until 11. So I've got, all right, so this is what my day looks like. $11. Oh, also Ryan the Garbage Man with $1. Thank you very much, Ryan the Garbage Man. My day looks like this. Do the show.
Mm-hmm.
Go out and vote. Grab some lunch.
Bye, buddy.
Therapy. Hopefully gym. And then...
Have I met this Jim? Is he a new one?
I started out with a nice skinny cock, just to work it. No, and then it could be a marathon tonight, man. We hit a triple goal tonight during the election stream. I'm going through. Is it triple goal?
Yeah, I think triple goal is.
It's evening, morning, evening, and then what I'll do is I'll go all the way through the morning show, from election coverage all the way through the morning show. And here's the other thing. I'm going to let you know right now, before we start getting too far into that, I will take Wednesday night off if we do that. Basically, Wednesday night, it'll just be nothing but sleeping for Wednesday. Dive Bar with $5 says, goal and fuck lab glass. Little interpersonal shit there. Rachel with $1.99. Thank you very much. Randy K with $10 says, glad to see Johnny slept well without his futon last night. Hey.
I don't know what he means. It's right over there.
Congratulations on
I was sitting on it before the show began.
Okay, well, you guys are 180 away from tonight already. Thank you for that. I also have to go to the Venmo end of things. Adam with $15. Thank you very much. You guys are now 165 away from tonight. You're making the evening show's goal pretty easy. I'll tell you that much.
Which will make it easier for them to get that trifecta in there so that we get to watch you torture yourself. That'll be great.
Here's what I need you to do. Just in case I end up having to do that tonight, let me know the times you're available. And factor sleep into that.
All right.
If you could, because I'm definitely going to need you to spell me.
Okay.
At some point. Dive Bar says, so is that still 3:15 for the marathon? No. If you knock out the evening goal, then I'm going to go until 2. If you knock out the evening goal and the morning goal, we're going to go until the news channels either say that it's called for somebody or we're not going to be able to call it tonight, go to bed. If you knock out all 3, we'll stay on the air until 10 o'clock the next morning, which, fuck me. Adam with a gifted membership. Thank you very much, Adam. That's very nice of you. And with Max gifted membership, that puts us down to 160 for tonight. Thank you, guys. Very generous of you. So we've broken even for the week, and we're even a little into tonight. You guys there is no better audience. You guys are the absolute best. I can't ask any more of you. Oh, boy.
I can. Knock out all 3 goals, so we have to watch this asshole try to survive for 18 hours.
I'm going to text Alex today. I'm going to see if I still have enough internet clout to have Alex do the show and talk about the election.
Why would he want to avoid you?
I'm going to see if we can get... I talked to Jesse P.S. about doing an election show, and he said he'd be interested, but I don't see Jesse as a guy who actually gives a fuck about politics.
I think that could be funny, though.
Oh,
After I watched Jesse play around with BYOB, I really think like him having no fucks given about politics could actually make it very, very entertaining.
Sure. By the way, Mr. Approachable, I'm going to have to go on Streamlabs to see yours because there was no comment on PayPal. So I'll have to log in here. Be patient. The guy wants me to read his comment with his donation. It's the least we can do for the guy. And then we'll get to the Daniel Penny thing, and we got a bunch of other shit for today. Don't worry. We'll have no problem getting to that 11 o'clock mark. That's for sure. All right. As soon as I can get into the dashboard here, we're going to go recent events. Here we go. Mr. Approachable. It's not in there. There was no comment on PayPal. There was no comment on any of this shit. Sorry, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. You didn't have a comment with. Put a comment in the chat and we'll read the thing. 2-0 with $10 says Trump 2024. Again, dude, if you missed the beginning of the show, I will throw it out there. I do think he's going to win.
I really hope so.
I'm 52% sure he's going to win, looking at the polls and all of that stuff. However, there's just that part of me that's thinking some shit's going to get pulled.
I mean, they're only saying they can't, what was it? Places in Arizona are being forbidden from counting the votes after they turn in the number. Like, we can't double check it, apparently.
Yeah, what's the Arizona one? Yeah, good point. That was a court decision?
Yeah.
Arizona.
I think they wanted, after reporting the results, they wanted to then, like, lock down the ballots and hand count them to verify. And they're like, it'll take too long. I'm like, so?
This is what I have. This is what I have from Arizona. Appeals court says Arizona should release list of voters with unverified citizenship. Yeah. How about they shouldn't be voters in that case? Maricopa County voters judging the judges hoping to keep their spots on the bench. Will Arizona remove judicial term limits? I don't see this one.
Yeah, that one, it was a while ago, but I don't. Maybe it wasn't Arizona. Maybe it was New Mexico. I don't know. It was somewhere in that area that they were. Somebody said they couldn't, count ballots.
Now I know a couple of states that said we're not counting ballots that come in after the election day, which I think is, the least you can do. Somebody saying steel toe Alex Stein simulcast. I know I don't have enough stroke to get Alex for an entire simulcast, but I think we could get him to pop by for a little bit. I think we could do that. I'd love to have Alex on. I could text him right now and I could ask him, and then I could give you the answer by the end of the show that he says no, fuck you. Alex Stein, could you pop by the election coverage for a bit tonight? There we go. And we'll see. We'll see if I'm important enough to get a text back. See where I'm at. I'm trying to think of some other people that we could maybe get that are kind of in our wheelhouse that would give a fuck about this. I mean, honestly, if we were on good terms, I would have Gino on to do some election stuff. I would have him on for a little bit.
Do we know any streamers that that are in our area, locally? Maybe somebody can pop by and help out for a bit, or maybe just come at you from their place?
Not any active streamers that are still regularly streaming now. No, we don't have that. If we make the evening goal, you have to wear the court suit to own the haters, someone says. Oh, no. If I've got to be on for a fucking marathon, I'm going to be wearing something much more comfortable than a suit. By the way, I do have to stop wearing that suit to shit because I'm realizing that it's out of all the suits I own, it's the only one I ever fucking wear.
And so the other ones look really nice and that one's getting a little worn?
Yeah, I got a maroon one. I got a black one. I've got another...
But I only have one black one.
A darker...
Can't keep too many of them. They start stealing the other suits.
It's either a darker blue one or a lighter blue one, whichever one the one I wear is. I think it's a lighter blue one. I've got a green jacket, gold jacket. Who gives a shit? Yeah, I've got I don't know why, but I'm in a rut. Whenever I have a thing to go to, I grab that one. And I think the whole reason was I wore it to my buddy's wedding. And April gushed about, she's like, you look so fucking sexy in that. She's like, you look so good in that. And I'm like, oh, well, if your lady think. Now, granted, this was 10 pounds ago. But I'm like, if she was taking so many pictures of me in this. She's like, I love it. I need more pictures. Here, get one with the cigar. Get one with the drink. Get one with this. Get one with that. And I was very flattered by it. And so I think that kind of sticks in the back of my head. And I'm like, I look really fucking good in this. I'm gonna keep wearing it. But I gotta mix it up a little bit. I gotta bring my other players off the bench. And unfortunately, I have had a lot of incidents lately where I've had to wear a suit.
Yeah, a whole lot of formal functions to attend. That's what we'll call them.
I like that. I like that a lot better. Formal functions.
Formal functions.
Well, I tell you what, guys, not only did you knock out the 30 from yesterday that we came up short in the morning show, you've knocked out 50 of the evening show tonight as well. So thank you for your generosity. Let's continue on. I'm just itching to get out into the world today and just find out what's going on with the election, find out what the scuttlebutt is. And I'm dying for the results. Like, I'm not patient at all because, like we said earlier, this is a big one, man.
It is. It's a big one, but at the same rate, like for me, I have trouble feeling like I have any say in it because I feel like our state's spoken for. So like the election matters to me in terms of like, well, who are the local people we get to pick from and the local, like the deciding things. Like for me particularly, I've become very, very hyper focused on stuff that affects school districts my daughter will eventually reach. Like that's for me where it's like, I'm thinking about the world my daughter is going to go to. In my case, it looks like if we don't move, she's going to attend gladiator school. And I don't want her to do that. So,
well, it's wise. I mean, you could argue that the local elections have just as much, if not probably more of an impact on your day-to-day life than who's president.
Right. And I just feel like who's president in Minnesota is something we don't get to have a say in because Minnesota's electoral college votes are going to go for Walz-Harris. And will that be part of the winning strategy for them? I don't know. Certainly hope not, but we'll see.
Hey,
I know this. I'm going to be doubly pissed if Walz and Harris win. One, because I don't want them in office. And two, I don't want his fucking net runner-up in play in Minnesota. Like,
oh, yeah, Peggy Flanagan. She's the worst. She's worse than him. She's worse than him. There's St. Cloud gets to pick a mayor for the first time in like 20 some odd years, a new one. Because Dave Kleiss is done. He's walking away. I haven't researched any of those, by the way. I should probably do some quick read-ups on the local shit.
Someone was telling me about a person who's running for mayor, not in St. Cloud, as I found out. But person who's running for mayor, and they were talking with this person, and this person didn't realize you can't wear anything of a political nature to the polls, like endorsing a message or a candidate.
Right.
And so the person went, so I can't go wearing a shirt with my picture on it? And it's like, no, if you're running for in office, then no, you can't. No, you can't. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, am I the only one who wants to just go up to him and scream to Kleiss, just, you can't leave? And she's like, no, they're not running for mayor in St. Cloud. I'm like, well, that only makes me feel a little better. They're not running for mayor in St. Cloud.
I have a little breaking election news for you. Florida Republicans have reached a 1 million voter turnout lead in the 2024 election. 3.94 million Republicans have turned out, 2.935 million Democrats, and 1.978 non-party affiliation.
And that's only 4 million more people than they have in the state.
Yeah, right. They're not even cheating nearly as hard as we thought they would. I did want to see if there were any polls that came out this morning and see if we can get a final rundown.
It's called Morningwood.
Nope, it's still the Wisconsin +1, Trump +1 in Pennsylvania, Trump +2 in North Carolina, Trump +3 in Nevada, Trump +2 in Michigan. Oh, no. Trump +5 in Arizona, Trump +1 in the general. This is looking bad, bro, for Kamala Harris. Let's go to the map. If those polls are right, this is what it would look like. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, Arizona. I don't think Wisconsin was in there, was it? Wisconsin, Trump +1. All right. Oh, boy. That looks like a massacre. 317 to 221. And the only state that could maybe be a toss-up in there that Trump doesn't have is Virginia. But I don't think Virginia's in play for him. I think Kamala Harris will take Virginia.
Probably.
So, wow.
Oh, boy. If that goes through, then it's going to be really, like I said, that's my thing with this, where it's going to be really hard to pull that in the middle of the night. We got just the magical couple thousand we needed just to pop over the line.
I'll tell you this. I think if the Democrats keep going the way they do and they keep alienating people the way they do, this is how the map could look in like a best case scenario for Republicans, realistic. Virginia would be red. New Hampshire would be red. Minnesota would be red. I don't think Colorado would be red. I think the best the Republicans could do today would be 344 to 194. The best Kamala could do, realistically,
Are we with the cheating or not with the cheating?
I'm going to say I really don't think she's getting Arizona. I think the best she can do is 278 to 260. Like the best she can do is sneak by. Trump literally just needs. Oh, dude, ready for the 269 tie?
Okay.
Oh wait, never mind. I'm a fucking retard. I did the math wrong. That would be a Trump victory. Like Trump literally just needs Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin, or like Trump just needs to steal one from Kamala and he's got the win. He can steal Arizona. He's got so many different avenues to victory and she has so few. Grand Poobah with $5 says, vote Mike Conway for St. Cloud mayor. He's a good man. I know him personally. Wouldn't it be funny if I just went, okay, sounds good.
Yeah, that's what I'll do with.
All right, so that works for me. Totally fine. Dead Game says, but 3 counties in Northern Virginia shouldn't determine the state. Well, I mean, it's that if that's where the majority of the people are. I mean, 2 counties in Minnesota determine the vote.
Yeah, and I'm not happy about that one bit.
Ramsey and Hennepin. Those are the 2 counties that decided
Those
here
are
in Minnesota.
rural counties, too. Oh, no, they're not. That's right. Never mind.
Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, the more Aaron thinks Trump is going to win, the more it means Kamala is winning when he has never been right about anything. Okay. Carlos Cameo says, Dixville Notch, New Hampshire was tied 3-3. They vote first at midnight as a tradition. Yeah, that's interesting. So Dixville Notch, New Hampshire voted 3-3. You know what they voted in 2020?
What's that?
6-0 Biden. So that's an interesting little. I mean, it's a 6-person barometer. It's not a very
right.
It's not a very.
It's gone from a landslide to now a split decision.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
So I don't know. I think that like I said, I'm 52% confident that Trump's going to win, but I'm not.
I am 100% confident that it is an election.
That's helpful. It's really helpful. Speaking of things that are helpful, nice transition, Aaron. Daniel Penny, feels like that case might be falling apart for the prosecution a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that he choked apparently still had a heartbeat when the medics were attending to him.
What? No.
He was not dead.
That would be great for him, but I mean that's what they're saying. You'd have to have some sort of fucking like video evidence or like witness statement or something, and you'd have to be able to somehow prove that the officers were able to render more aid than they did, but didn't for some reason.
Hey, I'm not kidding you. Do you want to see the picture they're using for Jordan Neely in this case, the guy who got choked?
Let me guess, it's the Michael Jackson impersonation.
Let me just say this. Jordan Neely was a piece of shit.
Right.
Jordan Neely was arrested multiple times for assault, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He would be in the subway fucking bothering people. He was threatening people. He was being aggressive in the subway. That's when Daniel Penny restrained him, put him in a chokehold. And then Jordan Neely died. Jordan Neely was homeless. He looked like a bum. This is the picture the media is using of Jordan Neely to go, this is the man that Daniel Penny killed.
Yeah, go fuck yourselves.
Dude, it's just so, it's just so obvious. It's so out in the open, like what they're doing. The way they just go, are you ready to see this poor Jordan Neely, this man who was victimized by Daniel Penny?
That's a very interesting photo from 2009. Can we see one from 2023 when all of this happened, please?
That was that picture. Did you read that, or did you know that was from 2009?
I knew it was from 2009 because it's been one of the go-tos. Like, oh, look at this beautiful young Michael, look, because he was like a Michael Jackson impersonator and like whatever.
Look at this.
So it's just like,
look at the photos when you go Google Images. Even 2022, they just have him as the Michael Jackson thing.
right? They don't show you with any, like, we certainly don't see any of his repeated mug shots. We don't see that. I mean, even there, he doesn't look too bad.
I mean, he looks like he's having a day.
Right. He looks like he's being restrained.
Yeah.
But again, for me, it's literally what the officer said about not giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which really, to me, says Daniel Penny's not responsible.
Right. Why didn't the officers give him mouth-to-mouth?
Because he was a dirty homeless person and they didn't want to risk him vomiting on them.
I don't know, Johnny. All these pictures I'm seeing on Google don't show me a dirty homeless person. In fact, this guy's white.
I don't see a dirty homeless person either. But again, that is literally what the sergeant said about why he didn't have any of his men perform any respiratory resuscitation with any mouth to mouth. Is they were too concerned that as a homeless person on drugs that he probably would vomit on them, and he didn't want his officers to get sick.
Wow, really?
Yeah, that's literally what he said.
And he was still alive when Daniel Penny let him go.
Yeah, it turns out that when Daniel Penny left him, he was still alive, still in the recovery position, and there's approximately an hour of time between then and when he arrived at the hospital and was pronounced dead on arrival. But somehow, we're all willing to blame Daniel Penny for it because mean white man had the audacity to stop a violent black man.
That is really interesting. It's not, but what I'm saying is it's not looking good for the prosecution because, I mean, it wasn't looking good before because it sounds like all of the eyewitnesses are kind of lining up on Daniel Penny's side.
Yeah, because the guy was, again, mentally unstable, had a history of mental illness, and chose to self-medicate. Like, those are two things you don't want to have as our poor victim. He was mentally unstable, and he decided he'd choose what drugs and how often to use them to fix his problem.
Yeah, that's not, he doesn't make for the most sympathetic victim. That's for sure. I wanted to do this story before Johnny had to go, and then we do our second half hour today. Again, you guys are, holy shit, $150 away from tonight, and every goal we hit tonight during our election coverage just means a longer and longer broadcast. So thank you guys very much. This is a cold-blooded story out of Malaysia. A man there is receiving hate after he divorced his wife, who cared for him while he was bedridden for 6 years after a car accident. The man even married another woman within a week of the separation. Sinshu Daily reported that Nurul Saizawani married the man in 2016, and the two were in a long-distance marriage for 2 years. They have a son together. Her husband was then injured in a car accident and could not move. He was this way for 6 years, and she took care of him in every possible way for that 6 years that he was bedridden. She fed him through a nasogastric tube, changed his diapers, helped him take a bath. In 2019, she started sharing her experience on Facebook with others and amassed several followers. She told people how even a cough scared her, and she would perform rehabilitation for him every day. Even her family pitched in and helped to let her rest. However, she recently shared a wedding photo showing her husband with another woman. People were shocked to see him remarry after everything Nurul did for him. She wrote alongside the photo, "Congratulations to my husband. I hope you are happy with the one you chose. Please take good care of him like I did. I am done with him. Now it is your turn. Take over. What is this, April's Twitter account?
Jesus Christ. I mean, wow. Way to really value yourself there. Like, all right, I'm done with him. Now it's your turn. Take over. No. You should be wishing death on that man.
I mean, what a fucking asshole, though. Like, for 6 years, she literally wipes your ass and changes your fucking diapers. She's like Jules from Red Bar. She's a saint. And then as soon as he gets better, new pussy. What a fucking asshole. Although Carlos Cameo has a different take. $1, he says, gets married right after a divorce. Aaron Imholt sighting in Malaysia confirmed.
When a guy's right, you know?
I've never.
When a guy's right.
No, I've never. That doesn't sound like me at all. Doesn't sound like me at all.
Did they go to Vegas? Did they go to Vegas?
By the way, SP will be here tonight while I do the.
All on camera. Cool.
No.
Bring her on the show.
No.
Finally settle that debate on whether SP's a dude or a dog. My money, dog. I say Great Dane. He's got a Great Dane that he's plowing. That's what he's doing. That's taking it for walks, if you know what I mean.
Do I want hamburger hot dish or Parmesan chicken penne pasta tonight? That's the text I got.
I mean, for me, I would go, and this is weird because I'm not a big chicken fan, but I'd ironically go chicken penne pasta over hamburger hot dish. But then I suppose everybody's hot dish is different.
Bruh.
Because it's Minnesota. I mean, what do you do with your hot dish?
I know I'm not a filthy, disgusting Swede.
Right.
I know I'm not a dirty Scandinavian. I'm a German. I'm Deutschland through and through. I do like a good tater tot hot dish. I can't pretend I don't.
Right. It's just like I said, the question for me, it comes down to what do you do with your hot dish? Do you put in peppers? Do you put in onions? Do you share it with a friend? I mean, I don't know. What do you do with your hot dish?
Garlic chicken sounds good, though.
Right? I think chicken's never a bad way to go either.
I think I got to go garlic chicken penne pasta on that one.
Yeah.
For sure. Oh, wow. Raiders hiring former head coach Norv Turner as assistant following firings. Yeah, there were a bunch of firings in the National Football League yesterday. The biggest one was Dennis Allen, the Saints head coach. Done. He's going bye-bye.
So really anyone that doesn't have an amazing season this year is just getting canned? Is that what we're doing?
Well, that's how it works. I mean, New Orleans is an extreme example because they went 2-0 to start the year.
Right.
And they're 2-7 now.
Yeah, but what if your team's not performing as well because somebody's leg exploded? Like, you can't control that.
Well, I mean, it's just that's the way the game goes. That's the way the business
unless you're
works.
going to say to someone, why were you playing such a valuable asset at a throwaway point in a game?
Yeah.
That's also true. But, I mean, what are you going to do?
Dennis Allen was fired this week. Luke Getsy, the Raiders offensive coordinator, he was cut loose. The Raiders also fired Rich Scangarello, their quarterbacks coach. They also fired their offensive. Holy shit, the Raiders cleaned house yesterday. They fired their offensive line coach. Of course, Robert Saleh, the Jets coach, was fired earlier this year as well. So the Raiders not happy with the way things are going at the moment there in Las Vegas. Do you want to take off before or after this Whoopi Goldberg thing?
I'm going to say after. Let's talk about Whoopi.
All right, well, Whoopi was on The View with Liz Cheney.
Oh, boy.
And I tell you what, man, if you want to think this shit is Democrat, Republican, I would argue that it's establishment, non-establishment, because the way the left is sucking Liz Cheney's tits, you got to remember, these are the same exact people who called her dad a war criminal, said her dad was Hitler, her dad was evil. And you're right. Yeah. I mean, it all checks out.
Yeah.
But totally now they're kissing up to her, and she's just like her dad. There's no difference between Liz and Dick Cheney. She loves going to war with everybody. She loves the idea of bombing everybody. If you want to see media phony horse shit in action, watch the way the media talks about Liz Cheney, then watch the way they talked about her dad, and then realize they're both the same person. But you know what Liz Cheney is very vocal about that Dick Cheney isn't?
Hates Donald Trump.
Hates Donald Trump. So now it's not good enough for these cackling broads on The View to talk about how great Liz Cheney is. Now she's got to be head of the CIA. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Whoopi Goldberg.
And so I have a question. Are you also a lawyer?
Yeah. I am.
So
Another reason to hate her. All right.
Are you also a lawyer? I am. So I will sue all of you.
Are you also a lawyer? I am. All right. Now I know I hate her.
you could conceivably be a great AG if this was...
Yeah, here you
Stop
go.
letting Whoopi have ideas.
Yeah, here you go, Republican minstrel that we're using to get at Trump. We'll throw you a nugget. There you go.
You could be a great AG. Right, if she wasn't a complete puppet for, again, the military-industrial complex. Because, again, her family directly profits off of this shit. So they definitely want to keep going to war because that's how they keep their bank account low. They've had a horrible year. Because of Donald Trump, they've had to pull out of Iraq. Afghanistan fell apart. It's not looking great. I mean, we're throwing everything we can at Ukraine, but that might end in a couple of months if we get Donald Trump in. So we really, really need to get, Liz Cheney can't afford her new ponies if she doesn't let you murder her your sons and daughters through, proxy wars. So come on.
I'll tell you this. I don't think that they're going to change much from the Biden administration because the way they just went interchanged between Biden and Harris shows that they have the people they want in place in the cabinet. They're not going to give her control to pick her own cabinet. They're going to want her to keep Merrick Garland. That's going to be one that she's going to have to pick. So the AG is out of the question. The Defense Secretary Carter, they're going to want him to stay in there. They're going to, I don't really know. They might let her replace Buttigieg because the only reason Buttigieg got the Transportation Secretary gig is because he dropped out of the race to help Biden.
Yeah.
And
I think left is like, hey, look, we promoted him.
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't know if you should have he did a terrible job as head of transportation. I mean, you got to take more than a few trips up and down the Hershey Highway just to be head of the Department of Transportation. You see, I just wanted to make a cheap gay joke.
Look, we knew when we hired him, he understood a lot about the road less traveled, but that's not how.
We really wanted to get more roads paved in the United States, so we called on Pete Buttigieg because he knows where all the dirt roads are.
We really wanted someone who was down in the mud.
Yeah.
Say this because your moral core is magnificent. Wow.
Oh, fuck you. Your moral core is magnificent. Whoopi, she wants to bomb everything that's brown and breathing. But her moral core, you don't like her moral core. You like that she doesn't like Trump. And the reason she doesn't like Trump isn't because her moral core is strong. It's because he's against everything that her family profits off of. God, this is sickening.
Everyone is so up on Donald Trump's ass about, he has to have her put in front of firing squads. No, he said something that I've firmly believed for a long time is like, if you want to vote yes on these wars, you should have to serve in them.
Yeah, and then the Arizona AG was like, I might look into charging.
I'm going to look into charges and see what we can charge him with. Like, he literally just said that the politicians who the politicians who send your sons and daughters to war should have to fight in them.
Yeah.
I'm not against that at all, really. I mean,
and that's not a hot take. That's something people have said for a long time now. It's a pretty common
right, but
take.
they weren't Donald Trump.
That's
so now
true.
He wants her in front of firing squads.
Yeah.
And I know you probably don't want it. You don't want to think about it, but I just feel like I would feel a lot better with you leading the FBI, the CIA, the NBC, the LMNT.
Yeah, a Cheney as the head of a CIA. I'll take things that'll make us more evil, please.
I would feel a lot better. I'd feel a lot better if we'd stop letting Whoopi Goldberg share her opinion publicly. That's just me. I'd feel a lot better.
And you know what?
Anyone else will.
If we can make Liz Cheney the head of the CIA, Could we put like Jeb Bush in charge of the Defense Department, and then maybe, I mean, let's get all the war hawks in there. Come on, put them all through. No, put Jeb in charge of elections. He's done a great job with that before.
Everybody. That's just me. So I'm just saying, should it be floated? Please think about it.
And under the radar. We have to get Vice President Harris elected.
Really, like, well, you know, I'm being.
Wow, that was big applause from the audience.
Yeah, they really want Vice President Harris really in there.
Can you feel that energy around Kamala?
Vice President Harris elected. Really, like,
well, you know,
I could hear individual claps.
I'm being.
You're putting it out there in the universe.
I'm putting it in the universe
Manifest.
because that's how we do things. Go ahead.
Wow.
I'm putting it in the universe because that's how we do things. Yeah, that's how Sister Act 3 came about. Stop it. Stop it. Stop putting it in the universe. You've done enough.
Hey, do you want to hear the opinion of a woman who calls Trump fascist constantly?
Yeah, sure. What's her opinion?
This is a woman who calls Donald Trump a fascist all the time. You know how a lot of people have come up with the take that these leftists are kind of projecting on Trump the things that they do to him.
Right.
I give you Rachel Maddow.
Oh, boy.
But even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms. Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
So, Elon Musk has to lose all of his contracts because he dared to support Donald Trump. I'm really glad
what
that
do we know about Elon Musk?
That he makes rockets and he does a better job than NASA does?
Right. Yeah. I'm just saying, though, what is she saying, though? I know what, like you said, because he voted for Trump. But I'm just saying in the puppet theater thing that she's making, what is she arguing the great sin he committed is?
No, literally, it's that he's been so politically active, and she believes that he's interfered with the election and shit like that. So because of his political stance, he can't get government contracts. But don't worry, guys, Donald Trump is the fascist.
And we want to make Liz Cheney the head of the CIA. Like, you guys realize, again, that when it comes to like lying us into stuff, like Cheney helped get us into a war we didn't need to wage solely to pocket a bunch of money. Like, that's literally the whole thing. The whole thing about Iraq is we wanted no bid contracts. We wanted a blank check, and we got one.
I'm looking through at all the latest election stuff. Oh boy. Polling place in Oklahoma City, New Covenant Christian Church. This is what was hanging up in the polling place. Ruh-roh.
That's not supposed to be allowed in a polling place.
They could argue that's not political.
It is political. It's stating an opinion of a party. And it's also, as we've already learned, it's not a very good political organization. Black Lives Matter is apparently about taking money from various people for the benefit of a very select few black people. So apparently the Black Lives that matter you can count on one hand, which is not okay.
Well, since we're getting everybody's take, should we see Elon's final message before the election today?
What's Elon's final message?
If the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
Has anybody tried
and
to
I
push
just want
back?
to go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance, man.
It's that cold fish autistic stare he has that really creeps me the fuck out.
And those fucking Mersh eyes. Anyways, no, dude, that's the thing, though. That's the exact same message they've been saying, though. Go out and vote like your life depends on it, because it does. If Donald Trump gets elected, it's going to be the end of everything. Like, so how is it his message is so unforgivable, but the other one is completely okay. It's just the hypocrisy bothers me.
Buffalo Jockey with $1 over on Rumble says, yes, eat a heavy, hearty meal before trying to stay up for hours. Smart.
Don't spoil it for me.
Is that bad? I shouldn't be eating that stuff?
No. I'm sure you'll be fine. Load up on some carbs, plenty of protein, give you energy to get through that thing. That's how hockey players get through the game. They carb load the night before.
So I'm going to be able to stay up for the election if right before I go on live, I just eat a nice big pasta dish.
There you go.
Okay.
Some heavy sauce, especially if it's a red sauce. That acidity will definitely help keep things loose for you for the evening. You'll be good.
See, now, if you guys weren't here, I wouldn't have known that.
Right?
And now I know. Uh-oh. Fulton County polling sites evacuated after bomb threats. They're going to fuck around with this thing, man. What is Fulton County? Is that Georgia? Let me guess. It's a swing state?
I'm guessing that a lot of not swing states aren't going to pull bullshit like this because it's not like it'll matter. Like, why would you do it in Minnesota? You would get nothing for it except
Where
arrested.
is Fulton County? Georgia. Yeah. It's the most populated county in the state. Heart of the Atlanta metropolitan area. Well, that would be blue then.
Right.
Briefly evacuated Tuesday morning after receiving bomb threats. 5 polling stations in total were targeted. While authorities deemed the threats non-credible, the polling places were evacuated for about a half hour. They have since resumed normal operations. All right. So those deadline in Georgia is 7 p.m. When do the polls close here? 7 or 8?
I have no idea.
When do polls close in Minnesota? This should be something I can just Google and you can tell me. What the fuck? When do polls open and close? 7
I'm gonna go look into it, and I'll give you the update when I get back.
Open at 7 a.m., 8 p.m. Central Time.
Don't throw that in the trash.
Is someone there?
Down here,
What
baby.
the hell? What the
You got to feel
Is that you?
Well, no, but I was just...
Keeping food waste
No.
out of the trash and out of the landfill. is
I don't know
better
what
for
the fuck
planet.
this...
Really?
It
I have
also
no
keeps
audio
the
going
kitchen
out on my
cleaner and
computer,
fresh.
so
Oh,
it's
that
only
it
my
was-
microphone.
This Care 11 article that I opened had an ad running.
I was like, why are we getting assaulted by Wanda Sykes?
It just
fuck.
It just started on its own. What do
Well,
you
on
do?
that scary news, I'm gonna book. You have a good time. You got
All right.
15 minutes left in your show.
I got 15 minutes left to go. Great. All right, I'm gonna move
Hasta
over.
luego.
See ya. Let's move over a little bit. There we go. This is how I'm gonna vote. There's gonna be 2 of me. I'm gonna commit fraud. There we go. Yeah. Well, we got 15 minutes left. Thank you guys very much for your generosity today. Rusty Grammar with $1 says it feels like the whole nation is waiting on the results of a pregnancy test. Yeah, we either get a healthy baby boy or the daughter of Satan. It does feel tense, man. I'm wanting to just skip right to the end. I really want to skip right to the end of this whole thing. It's incredibly tense. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, Aaron, you might need the love bullet of Coke Nick left in Uranus for tonight's stream. Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. I'll do it via energy drinks. I'll do it the legal way, if that's all right with you. But I want to say I appreciate the suggestion. A couple of quick hitters before we head out today. By the way, go out there and vote. Just unless you're going to vote for Kamala Harris, then just exercise your better judgment and stay home. There's really I got to be honest, there's no reason for you to be out there. There's nothing out there for you, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you guys for all of your support today. Hit like, hit subscribe. You guys were you guys were near 900 the whole day today. Fucking Meme Copium comes on. We lose 200 people every time. It never fails. 6 people in New York City have died this year after subway surfing in a renewed social media challenge. I cannot think of something my heart breaks less for than people who die subway surfing. Especially if you die subway surfing because you thought it would be really fun and you got dared by your friends and you didn't want to seem like a chicken. Fuck. A 13-year-old girl is the latest person to lose her life in New York City while subway surfing, a dangerous challenge attracting young people on social media. It's literally, it is what it is. You jump on the roof of a subway train and you try to go car to car. Like, how am I supposed to muster up feeling bad about that? It's really difficult. The precarious trend, which has been around for years, gained popularity on social media platforms, encouraging users to replicate videos, heralding it despite the risky and illegal activities, sometimes fatal consequences. 6 subway surfing fatalities and 181 arrests have been recorded this year through the end of October. And it's like really young people, like 12, 13 years old. And like, I get it. You're living in a metropolitan area. So kids, like, they go to school, they're wandering around, they walk around the city, but Jesus Christ, teach your kids something. Like at 12 and 13, jumping on a moving subway shouldn't be like even an option. You know, it does kind of feel like, you know, I hate to say it because they're so young and it's terrible, but like it does seem a little bit like, you know, weeding out the unnecessary a little bit. Trucker 18-wheeler with 199 says, don't vote, Citizen M. Yeah, M, if we could convince you to stay home, that would be all right. Matter of fact, order all your food in so you don't stumble upon a polling place. Just stay home, take it easy. Watch, watch some Tulsa King, you know, whatever. I gotta say, I'm almost done with season 2 of Tulsa King. Boy, they really turned Stallone into like that boomer stereotype character. Like some of the social commentary in this season where he tries to do comic relief by like, hey, you're giving everybody trophies and all that. It's kind of like he's doing a bad impression of Tim Allen in Last Man Standing. So I still like the season. In fact, SP and I were watching it yesterday, and I looked at her. I said, you know what? All of the parts without Stallone in it are really good. Like, they put Stallone in there, and I'm like, is this guy supposed to be like a feared mob boss? Or is this guy supposed to be a wacky grandpa character? Because they really can't decide. But Frank Grillo, Rumlow from the Captain America movies, he's really good. Neil McDonough, who I always like, I think he does a good job with what they've given him in season 2. They gave Neil McDonough just kind of like generic white business bad guy character, but he's doing his best with it. I think he's doing a pretty good job. It's a fun little show. You know? Yeah, Bapa Shab, right? Well, that's a good point. He goes, it's almost like he's fucking 78. Well, yeah, but like, it all seems, Bapa Shab, I don't know if you've watched Tulsa King. It all just seems very shoehorned in. It's just like, it's like they wanted to take Stallone's older fans and just have them go, yeah, you know what? Stallone says what I want to say to my grandkids. Yeah. It's just, it's a little heavy-handed. Zen Man Build says this season has been decent for Tulsa King. I think they are making Dwight seem more like a softer, different mob boss ruling type. Yeah, which, like, spoiler alert, it's kind of hard to do after the season before he had him shove a guy's head through a mounted, like, elk's horn and then blow his face off. But do you, homie. All right, let's, what the fuck? A family. Why did I grab this story? Oh, this one. This was really shitty. Sorry, I just had to read the first couple of lines before I threw it to you. Here you go. This one's out of New York. This is really bad.
Staten Island got the scare of their lives on Halloween when police were at their door with tragic news. They were told that their beloved adult sister was dead, hit by a car.
Except it was not her.
Oops. Sorry, wrong house. We, I guess, you know, look, you can use this for your tears. Terribly sorry about all that. Shut that fucking dog up. I'm just kidding, you guys. You have a good night now. I mean, look at the bright side. At least you know your family members are alive and you can call them, and you'll never have been more happy to hear their voice.
Can you imagine? The mistaken identity took 18 agonizing hours to correct. The family spoke only to Eyewitness News reporter Nina Pineda.
Nina Pineda?
My
The
sister's
Nina
a mental
Pineda?
health person.
It was the middle of the night door knock everyone dreads.
They said
It
that
starts with such a happy tone, too, with that Ring doorbell.
I'm sorry to inform you, but your sister has been killed fatally in a car accident.
Sheila
As opposed to someone who has been killed non-fatally.
Nagangas got the devastating news from the NYPD at 1:30 in the morning on Halloween. They informed her little sister Denise was hit by a car, thrown into the air, and suffered fatal injuries.
Jesus.
They flew into the sky, landed on the pavement, and their face was unrecognizable. My question was, how did you identify my sister? And they said that there was some sort of ID there, that they were able to identify her.
She was in shock the next few hours, consenting to
Let me guess, New York is such a bag of shit state that somebody stole her person ID.
organ donation, then rushing to the hospital morgue. Word spread fast among friends and family, sharing the news on Facebook and sharing this.
Why did it take 18 hours? You couldn't call your... Well, I guess why would you call your sister? She's dead. You've been done. That's a dumb question. I'm like, oh, why did it take you 18 hours? You didn't call her? No, retard. They told me she was dead. I'm not going to call her phone.
Article that 44-year-old Denise Owens of New Dorp Beach was walking against traffic when she was fatally struck. According to...
It may be New Dorp Beach, but I think the cops are now New Derp Beach. Am I right, everybody? Up top, 1 hour of overtime. What's going on? Still hot.
NYPD's Highway District Collision Investigation Squad.
In 35 years of handling accident cases, I've never had this mix-up. I've never seen this mix-up.
Sheila was...
Oh, I'm sure that'll make her feel way better. Oh, well, as long as I'm the first time this has happened, that's fine.
Actually meeting with local injury attorney John D'Agostino to file her sister's wrongful death suit when her phone rang. It was her other sister saying that she had spotted Denise alive right near the intersection where police said she had been struck and killed. She was standing at the 7-Eleven.
She FaceTimes me, and my sister Denise, who is pronounced dead by NYPD, Staten Island Hospital North, the morgue who has all her information, and everybody else, the newspapers, is standing directly in front of my sister.
Alive and well.
Alive.
It takes us from a wrongful death action to possible action for negligent infliction of emotional duress.
I like this. The lawyer's like, look, motherfucker, this doesn't mean I'm dropping my lawsuit. It just changes into something else. I didn't drive all the way over to fucking New Dorp Beach to not sue these motherfuckers. They got a case either way. And like, if you're the police department, it's, you know what, let's settle up. No reason to fight this one. Let's find out what the number is. Find out what the damage is. Taxpayers are paying for it anyway.
The NYPD apologized to her, said that they have corrected the records and taken her sister's name off, and informed the correct family it was their loved one who died.
Nobody should go through what I've been through in the last 24 hours. Nobody.
In Staten Island, Nina Pineda, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
In fairness, you got her back. How do you think that other family feels? Shut up. Who gives a shit? We're going to talk about the election. You know, the other family's not going to get the whoopsie daisy, we fucked up. Their relative's just dead. You got yours back. Look on the bright side. And you're going to get a shitload of money for it. Kind of feel bad if I'm the sister, though. Like, she gets nothing. You're the one who was pronounced dead. And now your sister that they pronounced you dead to is the one that's going to get paid. You got to split that money. Vance with $2 says Territory is good. Has Longmire and Joe Pickett. All right. Maybe worth checking out. By the way, Vance, I never got those 2 Stonies to Matt. So I'm just going to mail them out to you, if you don't mind. Buffalo Jockeys with $1 says, why in the fuck describe the accident like you're describing a movie scene, right? Like they go to her and they're like, well, she flew through the air. She went way up in the sky. She comes down. She smashes her face. You can't even recognize the broad. I want to know how they got her ID. She got fucking mugged. So some dirty mugger died instead, smashed their face on the pavement. Well, I call that justice. The dead sister gets a free do-over. Yeah, if your life really sucks, you could just ask the cops, hey, could you pronounce me dead anyway? I'd like to get out of a few car payments and credit cards if I could. Just, no, go ahead. No, I'm fucking dead. You didn't even have one of my kidneys. We'll make it good. Make it believable. Atomic Ray says, let's stop telling people that people die. Fair. Well, just wait until we're sure before we go running around telling people that they're dead. Oh, guys, let's go with our official. I'm going with my official prediction. Let's go to 270towin.com. We've only got a couple minutes left. I'm going to give you my official map for tonight's election. Not Patrick Melton style map. I mean this map. Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm not going to look at the scoreboard. I'm going to say as far as swing states go, I think Kamala's getting New Hampshire. I think Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. I think Kamala will get Virginia. I think Trump will get North Carolina. Trump will get Georgia. I think Trump's going to win Michigan. I think Kamala's getting Wisconsin. I don't think Trump's going to win it. Kamala will get Minnesota. Trump will get Arizona, and Trump will get Nevada. That's just how I see it going based on the numbers that have been coming out and just kind of the vibe in general. A lot of people are going to kind of have Trump winning Wisconsin. I don't think so. I don't think he'll get it. Let's take a look. That would be Trump 307, Harris 231. That's what I think it's going to be. Best case scenario for Trump, I'm going to say his best case scenario is 334 to 204. Kamala Harris, best case scenario, I don't think Arizona's really in play anymore. I'm going to say Kamala's best case scenario is, wow, damn. Yeah, I guess her best case scenario is 271, 267. At best, I'll say 282, 256. I just don't think a border state like Arizona is in play. Not the way it's been the last 4 years. So I think Kamala's got a path to victory, but I think Trump's is a lot easier, just the way it's been breaking down. So I'm going to say official prediction. I'm going Trump 307, Harris 231. That's my official call for tonight. Trump 307, Harris 231, which wasn't that the result of the 2016 election? 2016 electoral map. What was it? 304 to 227. So, yeah, it was about the same. Okay. Well, there's my call. That's what I think it's going to be. It wouldn't surprise me if Kamala won, but it would be a mild upset. A mild upset. And we're going to be back at about 7 o'clock. Third Off says, what's the one blue in Nebraska? Do they split their electors? Yes. Usually the Democrats get at least one blue in Nebraska, and the Republicans get at least one blue in Maine, or one red in Maine. But I'm going to go Trump on this one. Mild upset if Kamala wins. I think it's just time for a fresh start by going back to the last president. Take it easy, guys. Thank you so much, man. What a great show it was. What a great time it was. You guys are incredibly generous. You've gotten us almost halfway through the evening show goal. And if we knock out 3 goals during our election coverage, we will go all the way through to the next morning's morning show. So thank you guys very much. Your support has been welcome. Join us tonight right around 7 o'clock, and we'll do some election coverage. Take it easy the rest of your day. Go out and vote. And if I'm being biased, vote red.